The crowd was stunned into silence. Gerhard, once the proud and indomitable knight commander, now lay crumpled in the stands like a broken marionette, impaled by the mysterious spear. His spirit blade had long since fizzled out, and the orange glow that had once radiated from him like an aura of invincibility was nothing more than a memory. Roland stood right next to the crash site, having witnessed the entire incident. His brother had nearly gotten himself killed after succumbing to something called blood crystal-induced madness. Though Gerhard had shown no initial side effects, it seemed that after suffering a crushing defeat and a severe injury, his mind had finally snapped. Just as he was about to deliver the killing blow, a spear was thrown. The same spear collided with the magical barrier, a shield designed to withstand Tier 3 strikes. Roland had managed to create a large hole on his side, but on the other side, where the spear came from, the barrier remained at full strength. Yet, the silvery mithril spear pierced through it with almost no resistance. The projectile struck Gerhard, sending him flying into the stands, where he now lay motionless, a giant pole protruding from his chest. Roland's gaze shifted from Gerhard's broken body to the arena's entrance. There, a towering figure clad in gleaming silver armor strode forward with authority and confidence. The wolf emblem on his chest plate gleamed under the sunlight, and his armor shimmered with brilliance, unlike anything the audience had ever seen. His steps were slow, deliberate, and the powerful aura surrounding him was undeniable. That armor, that wolf emblem, did that bastard actually come? Roland's heart began to pound as he recognized the man. There was no mistaking it. His father, Wentworth Arden, had arrived. For over 10 years, Roland had managed to avoid him, hoping this day would never come. But here he was, wearing the fabled armor of the Silver Wolf, a legend within the kingdom's military. The arena fell into an even deeper silence as Wentworth Arden made his entrance, each step sending ripples of authority through the space. The barrier within the arena began to fizzle out as he moved through the stands. People started whispering, some recognizing the eye-catching armor he was famous for. Others glanced not at him, but at the figures behind him, heavily armored knights, all bearing the symbol of the crown. The symbol of Caldrus was also displayed on the Silver Wolf's armor, indicating that all of them were dressed in their military uniforms. Each of these men, knights or nobility of some rank, would typically bear their own personal crests and symbols. Yet, they all wore the markings of the royal family, suggesting they were part of an official unit, possibly one returning from a border skirmish. The royal crest of the Kingdom of Caldrus features a fearsome golden dragon, its wings unfurled and flames curling from its open maw, symbolizing strength. The dragon stood proudly in front of a shield with its tail coiled protectively around a golden sword that ran vertically through the center. Flanking the dragon were 2 roaring griffins, their talons gripping the edges of the shield. Above the shield rested a regal crown encrusted with rubies and sapphires, signifying the royal lineage. Encircling the crest was a bouquet of golden oak leaves, intertwined with silvery thorns. Roland's mind raced as he realized his father hadn't arrived alone. It was clear Wentworth had come with his own men, a contingent of knights now starting to file into the arena. Roland had anticipated some trouble, but due to the high concentration of mages at this event, he had been forced to pull back most of his golems, leaving only a few hidden in fringe areas of the estate, to be used once the duel was over. Somehow, though, his father had managed to arrive undetected, with reinforcements in tow. That armor is blocking my sensors. Is it generating some kind of magical jamming field? There had been some new dots appearing on the screen from some further away monitoring devices, but he was too focused on the duel to pay attention. Even with reduced external monitoring, Roland should have noticed more of them approaching. His system didn't warn him about a large increase in Tier 3 activity, which might have something to do with his father's armor. This only confirmed that the magical technology they were using was beyond anything he had encountered before. It also meant that there were ways that could go around his runes which would need to be addressed in the future. However, now wasn't the time for analysis. If he tried to investigate further, he was certain his father or one of the Tier 3 knights in his entourage would notice. Gerhard's lifeless body, impaled by the spear, still lay in a grotesque heap near the stands. But even that gruesome sight was overshadowed by the towering man advancing toward the balcony with Count Graham and Lawrence. From the other side knights started pouring in. It seemed that even Graham was unaware of the arrival of his father, making it even more obvious that he had some sort of concealment device. "What is the meaning of this? Who are you?" Graham shouted as he rose from his seat, and the grand commander of his knights, Leopold, stepped forward to protect his master. Roland's heart raced as he tried to make sense of the situation. Judging by the spear throw, it seemed he was here to rescue Robert to some degree, yet he hadn't informed his sister or stepmother of his presence. The men accompanying him quickly moved to surround the area, taking control of the situation. It was clear they were not passive observers but were ready, if necessary, to confront Count Graham's soldiers. The crowd, which had been roaring with excitement over Robert's victory moments before, fell silent, holding its collective breath in anticipation of what might unfold. "What is the meaning of this? Who are you to interrupt my event?" Graham's voice, filled with false bravado, boomed through the arena as he asked the approaching man about his identity again. Wentworth, however, remained unfazed. His icy blue eyes scanned the battlefield below, lingering for a moment on Gerhard's lifeless form before moving to his son, Robert, who was in the process of removing the helmet from his armor. The suit was devoid of magical energy, but his Tier 2 strength was enough to still be able to move around in it. Graham's face contorted into a mixture of frustration as he noticed the man ignoring his calls, as if he were the one in power here. "My lord, this is Wentworth Arden. We must tread carefully." Before Graham could continue with the question, Leopold stepped in. Thanks to Roland's enhanced hearing and the help of his suit, he could hear the whispers between the two. "He commands a regiment in the Royal Army. His rank a Grand Knight Commander. It's Marshal now, Leopold. Maybe if you didn't choose to leave the Royal Army, you might have reached this position as well and not stagnated here. A shame." While listening, Roland learned new details about his father's achievements. He knew that strength didn't always dictate rank, and some nobles despised his father for his strong reputation. When he left the Arden estate, Wentworth had held the rank of Grand Knight Commander, a position that granted him command over a regiment of up to 5,000 soldiers. The rank of Grand Knight Commander was the highest a knight could achieve in their lifetime, a pinnacle of success, but still not the top of the hierarchy. Upon receiving a noble title, a knight could rise higher, attaining the rank of marshal. A marshal commanded a division of 3 regiments, or about 15,000 soldiers. Beyond that were the positions of High Marshal and Grand Marshal, ranks that required the bearer to be at least a viscount. "Oh dear, this doesn't look good at all." "No, it does not. But I think he's on our side, at least for now. Let's just wait and watch. I doubt they'll escalate it much further." As Roland eavesdropped on the nobles, his friend Arion finally made his presence known. The small black feline had been hiding in the stands, pretending to be nothing more than a pet. Roland knew that Graham wouldn't allow another Tier 3 mage to oversee the duel, so they had agreed to keep Arion's true identity concealed as he still wanted to witness the prototype in action. Now that the duel was over, there was no longer any need for him to remain hidden. "Marshal." "No, Baron Arden. Don't you think that you've gone too far? What gives you the right to come to my house, uninvited and unannounced, Baron? Are those soldiers of yours supposed to intimidate me?" People began to slowly back away as the two nobles continued their conversation, sensing that a battle could erupt at any moment. Wentworth was pushing his luck by secretly bringing a large number of his own soldiers into another noble's territory, an act that could easily be interpreted as a declaration of war, something permissible among nobility. The crown allowed nobles to settle disputes through battle, even to the point of seizing each other's lands and titles if they had a justifiable cause. The kingdom operated under a feudal system, with nobles serving as feudal lords and the king as their only superior. While they were obligated to answer the crown's call and mobilize during times of need, most of the time, they were left to govern their lands independently. "I apologize for my sudden arrival, Count. However, some information had reached my ears that involved my son and how well you've been taking care of him." Wentworth finally came to a stop, his men fanning out behind him while Count Graham's knights moved forward to protect their leader. They all remained tense, hands hovering over their weapons. The tension was palpable and the words were laced with hidden threats. "What you're implying is that I have somehow wronged your son, Baron? Me? After what he did to my daughter? I assure you, I had reasonable grounds to punish him and he was a willing participant in this duel. I gave him a chance to prove himself. Prove himself against that coward? Who would backstab him, once he lost an honorable duel? Are those sorts of men that you bring up, Count? You should watch your tone, Baron." The two men stared daggers into each other. Even though Wentworth was much fiercer than Graham, the Count did not relent. Both were old masters of their own trade, versed in how this world operated. They were still aware that if a battle broke out, it could spiral out of control, dragging them and their houses into a conflict both would suffer in. Spectators swallowed hard while trying to leave, but all the exits were closed of by knights. "Gentlemen, please calm yourselves." Before the conversation could continue anymore, Count Lawrence finally intervened. He was in a more neutral position, not really on the side of either of these two. From his perspective, this was unbecoming of nobility, and he had decided to stop them before things got out of hand. "Both of you, this is unbecoming of your positions. You should discuss this like men, not like uncivilized brutes. This is a place for honor and tradition, not petty squabbles." The two men looked at the rotund Count Lawrence, who was trying to meditate, and nodded begrudgingly. It was clear that they had differences with each other, but this didn't mean that they needed to go to war. Instead, it was better to take care of it like nobles and deliberate on a solution that would allow both sides to maintain their honor. "Let us step back and consider a better solution. Why don't we retreat and converse first, before you let yourselves be dragged into a conflict that could have dire consequences for all involved?" Wentworth remained silent, and so did Graham. Both of them were looking at each other, though Roland's father's face was concealed with the helmet that was shaped like a wolf's head. Eventually, the large man of over 2 meters of height nodded in approval. "Count Lawrence of Lothston is right. Perhaps we should discuss this issue in private?" "Very well." Graham scratched his chin while nodding thoughtfully. He had underestimated what he was dealing with and had lost himself in anger, but now his mind was starting to work clearly. The man he was up against was not so simple. If he had known his new position, he might have simply asked for gold and for Robert to be stripped of his title. Now that he was here and the duel was lost, the deal he could negotiate would be much worse. "Everyone, I must apologize for these circumstances, but I ask that you remain in the arena for now. Once the Baron and I have cleared up this issue, you will be allowed to leave." The people present were Graham's guests, but there was no one above him in rank except Lawrence. If he told them to remain, they would have no choice but to comply. He was painfully aware that he had been made to look a fool. His knight had lost and even attempted to dishonor him by trying to kill Robert after Lawrence's announcement. If Wentworth hadn't arrived, things would have been much simpler. Now, Robert was still alive and the duel had ended. It would be best if no one here was granted the freedom to announce anything that transpired. He glanced at one of his mages, signaling for him to accompany them for this delicate conversation. It would probably be unwise to eavesdrop this time. Roland was forced to watch as his father left with the counts, heading toward a nearby side chamber behind the balcony. Just before disappearing from view, his father glanced directly in Roland's direction. His face was concealed by a specially crafted helmet resembling a wolf, but through the narrow slits, Roland could see his eyes. Though the gaze lingered for only a fraction of a second, it felt as though a mountain was bearing down on him. The moment passed quickly, and his father vanished into the chamber beyond the balcony. The room was well beyond Roland's reach, protected by powerful magical enchantments that blocked any attempt at eavesdropping. Activating his golems now would be far too risky as there were too many soldiers nearby, and he still had to keep his identity hidden. "Madam, please calm down." "You want me to calm down now? My son had almost gotten himself killed. Now let me through this instant." His gaze shifted to some shouts coming from the audience. While most people just whispered between each other, One particular woman was screaming at one of the Count's knights. To make things worse, a few knights from Wentworth's faction approached her with an intent to support her claim. Back away from the madam. This was, of course, his stepmother, Francine. She, along with Lucienne, had seen Wentworth make his entrance and were now clamoring for answers. However, the order to remain was clear, and defying it would only cause more trouble. Roland could tell that Francine was more interested in her son than in her husband, and he was capable of providing her with some peace. Arion, it would be better if you didn't involve yourself in this. You don't have to tell me twice, but what are you going to do? It's too late for now. I'm going to see how the prototype is holding out and get Robert out of it. Roland had already presented himself as a haughty mage from the Institute, so he saw no issue in continuing that persona. He rose gently into the air with the help of a levitation spell and propelled himself slowly into the arena. The other mages and soldiers watched him move, but no one stopped him as he assumed the role of Robert's squire. He descended gracefully into the arena, his cloak floating slightly behind him. Some glanced in his direction but did not react. Even the ones who had arrived with Wentworth remained still, as if they knew he was aligned with Robert and meant no harm. They had likely been briefed on the situation before the duel, aware that Wayland the mage stood with Lucienne and Robert. As Roland approached, he noticed the strain etched on his brother's face. Moving around in the heavy, depowered dark power armor was no easy task. Robert had managed to dislodge the large helmet but couldn't free himself from the rest of the suit without assistance. Only after Roland channeled some of his mana into the magical machine did the clasps unbind, allowing the back of the armor to open and release Robert. The battle was over, and the duel won, yet the air hung thick with tension. More trouble was brewing, and Roland wasn't certain what the near future held. Roland knelt beside his brother as Robert leaned against the broken stationary suit. The older Arden's face was drenched in sweat, his skin pale from the exertion and the rush of adrenaline that had yet to fully fade. The power armor he had used had suffered some damage, but it was still operational, a testament to the genius of the craftsman that took part in its assembly. Just give me a moment. I'm fine," Robert panted, refusing to take Roland's hand when it was offered. The two remained silent for a moment, both still trying to process what had just happened. Neither had expected their father to appear, and now they were each trying to make sense of it. Robert's thoughts leaned in a more positive direction, but Roland felt far more suspicious. Roland's mind swirled with questions about his father. They hadn't seen each other in over 10 years, and Roland had hoped never to see him again. The glance his father gave him sent shivers down his spine, reminding him of the deep mistrust he harbored. While this body belonged to Roland Arden, the soul inhabiting it was someone else's. His recent dealings with the spiritualist had revealed that there were ways to expose his true identity, which could provoke any number of reactions from Wentworth Arden. Though Roland had made adjustments to his runic equipment to help mask his soul from being examined again, he wasn't confident it would hold up against powerful Tier 4 class holders like that spiritualist witch. Even if his true identity remained hidden, he still didn't know what his standing in the Arden estate would be. His father might have the power to pull him back and disrupt the life he had grown accustomed to. His secret wasn't exposed yet, but Roland wasn't sure how long he could keep it that way. He did glance in my direction for a moment. Does he know? Or was it about something else? Roland's mind raced as he tried to decipher both his father's motives and the extent of his power. The spear his father had thrown was his only clue. It pierced through the magical barrier as easily as an arrow through paper and suggested he was at least on par with the Grand Knight Commander. However, his martial status hinted that he could be even stronger, possibly a Tier 4 class holder. Roland considered trying to read his father's status, but with so many people around, he feared it might draw unwanted attention. The numerous mages in the vicinity could easily detect his attempt, and given that his father had already managed to conceal his troops from his golem sensors, it was likely Roland wouldn't be able to read his status anyway. They might use it as an excuse to detain me and go through my status. I shouldn't assume that he knows who I am just yet. Lucienne had written letters to her parents and revealed his involvement in the Viola case. To the Ardens he was still known as Professor Wayland from Xander's Institute of Wizardry, and he wanted to keep it like that. Francine knew nothing of his true identity, and his siblings would not reveal anything either. Now that the duel was over, his job had been done and he could just retreat back to the Institute and also go home. His work here was done, and returning to Albrook should be his only concern now. Thus, it was best to take care of the surface-level problems now and help his brother to get back to his mother. "You shouldn't let your mother and sister worry, sir. Robert, take my hand and drink this potion. It will restore your stamina." Roland helped his brother up, despite Robert's initial refusal. His mother Francine was shouting in the background while being unable to climb down into the arena. Roland handed his brother a small vial, a stamina-restoring potion, glowing faintly with a light orange hue. Robert hesitated for a moment, his pride wrestling with his exhaustion. But in the end, he took the vial and drank it in one gulp. His breath began to steady, and color returned to his face as the potion's effects took hold. "Thank you, Master Wayland," Robert muttered, finally accepting Roland's outstretched hand as he stood. "You'll need your strength," Roland said quietly, keeping his gaze steady as his brother dusted himself off. "Your mother's waiting." Robert's gaze shifted to where Francine was now arguing heatedly with one of Count Graham's knights, her face red with frustration. The knights from their father's contingent loomed nearby, clearly uneasy but unwilling to escalate things without direct orders. Meanwhile, Lucienne stood a few meters away from their mother, her expression unreadable as she observed the tense situation. "She's not going to stop until she sees that her son is alive and well. Go to her." "I know, thank you again." As Robert finally steadied himself, he gave Roland a faint smile, one that carried both gratitude and exhaustion. He looked toward his mother and sister, knowing that this ordeal was far from over. He was not truly safe yet, and the woman he loved was still out of his reach. With a nod, he began to make his way across the arena, his steps still somewhat unsteady but his resolve firm. Roland watched him go, feeling some relief. He had done what he came here to do, protected his brother, and ensured the duel's outcome was in their favor. Yet, the undercurrents swirling around him were impossible to ignore. Wentworth's unexpected arrival had thrown everything into uncertainty. As Robert approached his mother, Francine's anger melted away, replaced by clear concern. She rushed toward the edge of the arena in an attempt to see him but had to wait for Robert to jump up. Now that he had recovered and his legs weren't all wobbly from the tension, he easily made his way there. His clothes surprised the onlookers as he was wearing a skin-tight suit made out of silver grace metal, just like Roland did under his own armor. "Robert, are you really fine? We need to get a priest." "Mother, I'm fine, just tired." Roland remained in the shadows, observing the family reunion from a distance. He knew that stepping closer would only raise unnecessary questions, especially from his stepmother, who had no idea of his true identity. The last thing he needed was to be drawn into their family drama when there were far larger issues at hand. He could see them finally hug and embrace, Francine crying along with his sister Lucienne. The girls from the Institute teared up behind them and all seemed well. However, for him not everything was over and his gaze shifted towards the power armor. Now that the duel was over, all eyes were on it. The rich merchants, nobles, and even the soldiers that arrived here were staring at the runic machine that produced a miracle. It went better than expected, but the operation time needs expanding. Could fix that with a more modular battery pack or a recharge station of some kind, perhaps even a golem. But first, I should probably pack it up. His mind was buzzing with possible improvements, but this was not the time to deliberate future endeavors. This suit of armor had become a symbol of power, innovation, and, most importantly, a potential target. Roland understood that the moment the duel ended, the nobles and merchants would begin to consider the military applications of such a device. Eyes filled with both curiosity and greed fixated on the armor. If he didn't move quickly, questions would be asked, and offers would be made that could lead to unwanted entanglements. They are really watching. Every step he took, every move he made, and even every breath he took, people from the audience were watching him. Count Graham and his father were discussing the issue and probably trying to resolve it without a fight breaking out. Graham's soldiers outnumbered the military unit his father brought along, but they were all elites. Many Tier 3 class holders were in the audience, and many of them were wearing similarly styled silver mithril armor. If I try to leave now, I will be detained, but at least I should be able to take this away. They have no right to take it. As Roland approached the armor, he pulled out his suitcase and placed it down on the ground to unfold itself. Quickly, the mages around him realized that he was using some type of spatial item, as the mana signature was quite obvious. While it was unfolding, some people started shouting, demanding to know what he was up to. The shouts from the audience grew louder, but Roland ignored them. In his mind, this would be something that an eccentric mage would be doing, silently hiding his creation from prying eyes. "Hey, what are you doing? Stand down, mage. The Count did not give you permission." "I don't need his permission." His voice, amplified by magic, responded to one of the knight commanders shouting in his direction. His suit of armor was now being lifted by his magic and carefully placed into the spatial suitcase. Soon it began to descend slowly and disappeared from view. Without pausing, he let the case fold itself back into place before picking it up again. While he was playing with fire, without the leaders out here, the soldiers couldn't do much. They were probably ordered to just stand and watch, but if I try to leave, they will attempt to stop me. For a moment, he considered using his hidden glider to flee the scene but decided against it. It was better to wait for a peaceful resolution to the situation. He was confident that his father would somehow arrange things in Robert's favor, and they would be allowed to leave. It wasn't worth pushing his luck with so many mages and soldiers around. If he had some fast-acting teleportation technology, escape might have been an option, but for now that wasn't an option. Thus, even as the soldiers shouted, he remained silent and waited. He had taken the power armor off the arena but still remained lingering in the shadows. Eyes were on him, but he decided to just lean up against one of the arena's walls and wait. Count Graham's soldiers had their hands on their weapons, but none made a move, clearly awaiting further orders. Wentworth's soldiers, elite and well-trained, stood as a silent threat but didn't move either. His brother was focused on his sister and mother, who was in the process of giving him a scolding. Eventually, everyone's whispers ceased as they all were reminded of the situation they were in. At any moment a battle could break out, and they were waiting for the nobles to come back and give the verdict. Roland wished he could eavesdrop, but this situation showcased him that he wasn't quite as strong as he thought he was. Ever since he achieved Tier 3, he had been winning all his confrontations, but since returning to the main continent, his true position revealed itself. Even if he prepared for months and had the best weapons, he still couldn't compete with the true elites of this land. This was a harsh reminder of the power dynamics at play in the world of nobility and class holders. His inventions and quick thinking had given him an edge, but in the grander scheme of things, there were forces beyond his control. "I need to get back into the dungeon and get more levels." He had spent years refining his skills in the relative isolation of Dragnus Island and Albrook. In the quiet town, he was rarely disturbed, though the challenges he faced were still great. If he had more time and strength, even the Count and his father's elite troops wouldn't be able to stop him. However, reaching that level of power likely wouldn't happen until he attained the pinnacle of what a Tier 3 could achieve or crossed into Tier 4 territory. The wait continued. People murmured, but no one dared to protest. Suddenly all voices died down and signaled the return of the nobles from their private deliberation. Roland's gaze shifted toward the side chamber as Count Graham, Wentworth Arden, and Count Lawrence emerged. Their faces were unreadable, but the air around them crackled with unresolved tension. There was a change in his father's appearance, as the helmet he had previously been wearing had come off. This was the first time he had seen the man in over 10 years, but his face didn't change much. He still had the same scar trailing from his left eyebrow to his upper lip. His hair seemed more white than silver and was much longer. His face was covered by an untrimmed white beard, which just made him look more imposing than ever. Wentworth stepped forward first, his voice booming across the arena with a calm authority that instantly silenced any remaining whispers. "The matter between Count Graham and myself has been resolved. There will be no further hostilities today. Robert Arden will return with me to the Arden estate. The terms of his duel have been honored, and there will be no further punishments. Count Graham, though clearly still simmering with frustration, nodded in reluctant agreement. Yes, Robert has proven himself in combat, and I shall honor the outcome of the duel as agreed. This matter is settled. There was an audible release of tension from the crowd, though some spectators remained visibly disappointed that the conflict hadn't escalated into a full-blown confrontation. Roland, however, felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least for now, the situation has been defused. His attention remained on his father as this was not quite over yet. Robert, now standing beside their mother and sister, looked visibly relieved, though exhaustion still clung to his features. However, I would have to remain here at least for the time being. Before people had time to relax, Graham spoiled their mood. Roland could feel that something wasn't right with his tone, and so did the others. One of the lesser nobles that were there with him posed a question, his voice trembling slightly. "Your lordship, what do you mean? Don't be alarmed. Nothing bad will happen. I, the Baron and Count Lawrence have agreed to take some action about today's event. I wish for you all to sign a contract, one that will assure that word of what has happened today doesn't escape beyond these walls." A ripple of unease spread through the gathered crowd. The nobles, merchants, and other onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions ranging from confusion to outright alarm. Forcing silence through magical contracts was no trivial matter, especially among the nobility, where information was often currency more valuable than gold. I understand this may come as a surprise, but I believe we can all agree that the events today were delicate. As a precaution, we have agreed that everyone present will swear to a binding contract of secrecy. Don't worry, you will also be compensated. Wentworth Arden stood still, his towering presence a silent reinforcement of the necessity of this decision. His piercing gaze scanned the whole area, daring anyone to object. Roland, who remained leaning against the arena wall, was somewhat confused about what the nobles had decided on. Wait, isn't this good for me? If they all are forced to sign a contract, then no info about the power armor will leak out, at least not immediately. A murmur spread as a few voices from the crowd expressed their displeasure. However, they did not raise their hands or ask for the nobles to reconsider. If it was just a simple contract that kept them from mentioning what had transpired during the short duel, then it was still reasonable. Some were even happy that they would be compensated for their silence, but one question still needed to be answered. Would they force me to sign it too? Roland was not someone who liked signing binding contracts. The deal sounded even worse when it involved his father or Count Graham. The problem wasn't so much about him having trouble keeping his word, but rather the risk of leaving his mana pattern or signature on paper. Certain people with special abilities could potentially use such a contract to track his location, something he wanted to avoid. Now that he had put himself in the crosshairs of the Count, the man might seek revenge. Even if Robert was safe, it didn't mean assassins couldn't be sent his way. However, after the speech was given and the contracts were being finalized, instead of being approached by the Count's men, one of the knights from his father's unit moved toward him. The knight was clad in a full suit of mithril armor, gleaming and glistening under the sunlight light. He approached slowly to relay an order from his commanding officer. "The marshal wishes to see you. Please come with me." "You want me to come with you?" Roland's heart sank as the armored knight approached. His father, Wentworth Arden, wanted to see him. After years of distance and the hidden identity he held, this was the one situation Roland had been hoping to avoid. Nevertheless, refusing wasn't an option, especially not in a public arena surrounded by soldiers, nobles, and mages, all under his father's watchful eye. "Certainly, the Lord Marshal has ordered me to guide you to him. Please follow me, Lord Mage." The knight commander was cordial, but there was an implied threat in his mannerisms. He had approached alone, yet many other soldiers and knights were watching intently. A mage, dressed strangely, stood in a hidden position with a staff pointed in his direction. It was clear this wasn't a mere suggestion. It was an order. As a man from the Institute, There was no real reason to refuse the summons. A normal person might assume that the marshal simply wanted to thank him. After all, Robert was Wentworth's son, and he had survived thanks to Roland's invention. However, the duel had been a reckless plan, for which Roland could be blamed. It was entirely possible that he would be reprimanded or even attacked for putting a noble's son in danger. Does he know who I am? Or is he just trying to figure out who the man is that's been getting involved with his children? Roland's involvement with Lucienne, Wentworth's third daughter, was well known. Francine had likely informed others that he had helped Lucienne during the Viola incident and continued to protect her at the Institute. Now, with him aiding Robert as well, it could easily be seen as suspicious. No ordinary person would go out of their way to help members of the same family without some ulterior motive. His reason, however, was simple. They were all related by blood, and he felt sympathy for his brother. Yet, he wasn't ready to part with his Wayland persona just yet, and refusing this invitation wasn't an option. Very well, lead the way. With a deep breath, Roland pushed off from the wall and gave the knight a small nod. He made sure to conceal his voice behind layers of mana. Though his father had not been there to witness him grow up, Roland's voice was similar to Robert's. The connection could be made, so it had to remain hidden. The knight, surprisingly, gestured toward one of the side exits of the arena rather than the stairs leading up into the stands. The merchants and lesser nobles were being made to wait here, as they all needed to sign the contract. However, for some reason, Roland wasn't being given the same treatment. Graham and Lawrence had already left, leaving behind their knights and those loyal to Wentworth. The two groups were working together to manage the crowd, but it seemed they had different plans for him, something that could potentially be bad. The exit he was guided to was the same one Gerhard had used earlier. It first led to the room where he had been preparing, much larger and more lavish than the one Robert had been given. He wondered how the knight knew his way around, but perhaps they had planned for this confrontation and gotten detailed plans of the whole estate. Other members of their group were stationed here as well, scattered throughout the tunnel leading out of the arena. Once outside, Roland could finally grasp the full scale of Wentworth's entourage. The number of personnel he had brought along was striking. They were stationed all around the estate and had even surrounded it. His mapping device was now back to detecting everyone, though he was curious about how they had managed to evade it earlier. It seemed the military had methods to fool even his advanced sensors, something that not even other Tier 3 class holders or most magic could do. As he observed them, a growing sense of unease crept over him. The knight led him to a courtyard behind the estate. It was vast, with towering hedges and ornate statues scattered about. In the center stood Wentworth Arden, still clad in his silvery armor, though his face was now fully revealed. It appeared that Graham had ceded this area to Wentworth for the time being, though the Count was nowhere to be seen. Both parties seemed to be watching each other, though tensions had eased. Roland suspected that some kind of unbreakable agreement had been made. They probably signed a temporary non-aggression contract. I've read that the army carries a few for situations like this. It wouldn't be surprising if this had been Wentworth's plan all along. It would have been nice if he contacted Robert or his wife of his intent. Roland was somewhat irritated by how the entire situation had been handled. Had he known his father was on the way with the army, he would never have pushed for the duel. Instead, he would have fought the matter in court. He probably could have postponed the trial without needing to build any power armor. Now, he had exposed his hand to anyone who had witnessed the duel and brought trouble to his doorstep. All of this could have been avoided if his father had shown even a modicum of interest in Robert. Please wait here. When Roland arrived, he noticed that his father wasn't alone. Robert, Lucienne, and even Francine were there. It was quite the family reunion, yet something felt off. Mages had cast a silencing spell around the group, but Roland could see and hear through such trivial tricks. Even without using outer spells, his suit could read their lips, and it was clear that Robert was furious. The veins on his neck bulged, and he was shouting loudly, but Wentworth didn't seem particularly alarmed. "Father, please reconsider. Don't make me repeat myself, boy. You shall not meet with that De Vere girl now or ever." Wentworth shook his head, maintaining his stern tone, but Robert didn't back down, which was surprising. He had just survived a life-and-death battle, and his nerves were frayed. Normally, his brother would have retreated in the face of their overbearing patriarch, but not this time. He stood firm, holding onto his beliefs as he continued to plead. "How can you say such a thing? You must reconsider. She does not want this. I do not want this." It didn't take a genius to figure out what was happening. Graham had struck a deal with Wentworth to keep Robert away from his daughter. He likely agreed to let bygones be bygones, but only under that one condition. Though Robert had won the duel and was now free to pursue his lover, Lucille, this was something Graham deeply disapproved of. Allowing it to continue would only spark a war between the two noble houses, something neither side wanted. To avoid that, a deal had been made, one that ensured Robert would never pursue her again. "That's enough. Take him away." "Father, you can't just—" Before Robert could finish, Wentworth's patience had run out. He signaled to his knights, who promptly moved to restrain Robert and escort him away. "Dear, please, he is your son. He might still be injured." Francine jumped in to protect her son as two men held his arms and dragged him away. Robert was thrashing around in protest, but the two men were above his level of strength. Nevertheless, he was still not letting up and thrashing around in an attempt to free himself. The knights that were handling him were starting to have trouble, and eventually, he even started to slip away. However, even after freeing one of his arms, he quickly found his father standing before him, with his fist embedded in his gut. "Take him away and keep watch. Don't let him out of your sight until we return." Robert slumped forward after a devastating blow to his stomach. His eyes quickly rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious into Wentworth's arms. Without a word, Wentworth handed his son's limp body over to the knights, his face devoid of emotion. Francine gasped in horror, reaching out as Robert was dragged away, but a stern look from Wentworth stopped her in her tracks. How could you? He's your son." She started to sob, her voice trembling, but Wentworth replied in a cold tone. "Francine, enough. This is for his own good. He'll understand in time." Lucien stood nearby, frozen, watching helplessly as her brother was taken away. Her wide eyes were filled with disbelief, but fear kept her silent. She knew better than to challenge their father, especially at a time like this. Roland, on the other hand, remained still, simply waiting as Robert was hauled out, with Francine following closely behind. Robert would likely be locked away, tossed into a carriage, and sent back to the Arden estate. They might even keep him there until she gets married. The situation was spiraling out of control. It was clear Robert had made up his mind, and perhaps Roland was partially to blame. He was the one who had placed the golem in Lucille's tower, reigniting the flames of their love. Now that Robert had survived the duel and was a free man, he could genuinely ask for her hand in marriage. Perhaps they were even planning to renounce their noble titles and vanish together, something neither of their families would tolerate. The two noble houses would likely do everything in their power to keep Robert away from Lucille, perhaps even going so far as to threaten her to ensure Lucille proceeded with her arranged marriage. The world of nobility truly didn't see marriage as nothing more than a way to further their power. They would probably be fine if both saw each other on the side, as long as Lucille didn't take him on as an official husband. This has truly turned into a shit show. Robert deserves better than this, Roland thought, gripping his suitcase tighter. His mind was racing with the ramifications of everything that had just happened. Count Graham's deal with Wentworth ensured that Robert would be cut off from Lucille, but Roland had no illusions. His brother wasn't the type to give up easily, especially not now. This wasn't the end of the story. It was merely another chapter in a growing tragedy. However, before any of that could be addressed, he needed to figure out his own standing first. Wentworth, still in the courtyard, turned his gaze toward Roland. For a brief moment their eyes met. His were covered by his metal helmet in an attempt to shield himself, but his father's were exposed. Wentworth's eyes were cold and calculating, the kind of look that pierced through anyone daring to stand against him. A part of Roland wondered if his father truly didn't know who he was or if it was just being tested. Perhaps this was it, and there was no use running away anymore. Deputy Professor Wayland, was it? Yes. Please sit. It was an uncomfortable situation, to say the least, as one of the knights offered him a chair. They were seated in a temporary area of Count Graham's estate, near where tea was being served. Wentworth was either being surprisingly cordial or preparing to annihilate him the moment he stepped out of line. Surrounded from every angle, Roland knew that even with all his inventions, there would be no way to escape. He wanted to gauge his opponents, to read their intentions, but in this setting it was impossible. The only thing he could do was nod and quietly take his seat. Just as he did, Wentworth instantly started talking and set off quite a bomb inside of his mind. I will make this short. I know of your true identity. Roland's heartbeat instantly increased as those words left his father's lips. Wentworth's piercing gaze bore into him, and for a brief moment, Roland felt his carefully constructed world begin to unravel. His first instinct was to deny it, to dismiss his father's words as a mere bluff, but deep down he knew. Wentworth wasn't the kind of man to speak idly or make hollow accusations. Still, Roland forced himself to remain outwardly calm, leaning back slightly in his chair to mask the tension rising within him. His mind raced through a dozen potential responses, but none felt sufficient. His silence hung heavily in the air as Wentworth continued to speak, each word deliberate and carefully measured. I have harbored my suspicions for some time now. First you approach my daughter, then my son. There can be but one explanation, one reason behind it all, and your silence only confirms that I am right. Roland's pulse increased as his heart continued pounding. His identity, carefully hidden for years, was now laid bare before the one man he least wanted to know it. Wentworth Arden was no fool, and it seemed Roland had underestimated just how keen his father's instincts were. There was little point in pretending any longer, yet the thought of revealing the truth he had concealed for so long paralyzed him. Instead, he remained silent and allowed his father to continue. I'll be brief then. Tell her to stay out of this. I do not require, nor desire, her assistance. Huh? Excuse me? The sentence that left Wentworth's mouth was not something he expected, but his father seemed to think that he was just trying to deny it. There is no need to conceal it any longer. She commanded you to do this, did she not? Who else would take such an interest in my daughter or my son? It is all her doing, is it not? Yes. Roland was genuinely confused by the turn of the conversation. His secret was on the verge of being exposed, but instead, the discussion veered in an unexpected direction. He needed a few seconds to reset his mind and realize what Wentworth was misunderstanding. By her, he meant the Institute leader, Yevena Arvandis. She was the Institute leader and his direct superior, so mistaking his intentions as an order wasn't that strange. It also seemed that Wentworth was acquainted with her through some means, which made this misunderstanding possible. Roland felt a wave of relief wash over him. For now, his true identity seemed to remain intact. Still, he needed to tread carefully, as Wentworth was no fool and his suspicions were dangerously close to the truth. Roland cleared his throat, choosing his next words with precision. I see there's been a misunderstanding. The Institute has its interests, of course, but my involvement with Sir Robert and Lucien Arden was my decision. I felt it was my duty as a teacher to help. Although Yevena Arvandis made for a convenient scapegoat, Roland didn't know her well. She was a powerful tier for mage who could easily become enraged if she heard her name being misused. Wentworth knew her to some extent, and there was a chance he might mention Roland's involvement in the future, so it was best to distance himself from the situation. You truly expect me to believe this is mere coincidence? That you've woven yourself into my children's lives, and it has naught to do with her influence? Do you take me for a fool? It didn't seem that his father didn't believe him. Luckily, he didn't seem that offended by his claims and instead sent words of commendation. It is commendable that you would go to such lengths. I imagine it cannot be easy serving that woman. Let us leave this matter unspoken. Then, you have my gratitude for saving both my reckless son and my daughter, Professor Wayland. Roland didn't reply and remained silent, as it didn't seem that Wentworth was buying any of it. The words that were spoken carried a strange undercurrent of respect and understanding. It was as if the Archmage had done something similar to him, and he now saw himself in Roland's shoes. The misunderstanding was deep, and perhaps it was better to not say anything if he wouldn't be believed. If he was asked about it later, he could just claim that Wentworth assumed something without letting him speak, which was the truth. "There is no need to thank me, Lord Marshal. I merely did what the situation required. You have done far more than what was required. While I do not condone Robert's reckless actions, you saved him when others failed. And as for Lucien, I have heard of your dealings with the House of Castellane and their knights. You have risked much for my family, and for that, I shall remain ever in your debt." Roland was utterly baffled by the situation. He had been bracing himself for exposure in front of his overbearing father, but instead he was being thanked. Wentworth continued to praise his role in the Viola incident and even seemed aware of the 3 Cerberus knights he had slain. Now, unexpectedly, he found himself a benefactor of House Arden, with the approval of its patriarch, something he had neither anticipated nor intended. "Ha! I just want to go home." All he wanted was to cry and leave, but for some reason, his father wouldn't stop talking. The once stoic figure was starting to unravel as he rambled on about their home and family, leaving Roland even more bewildered. "The family estate shall always be open to you, should you ever find the need for respite. Perhaps, during your stay, you might entertain the notion of sparring with my sons." "Your sons?" "Indeed. They are in need of further training, and a seasoned mage such as yourself could impart invaluable lessons upon them." "I shall give it thought, Lord Marshal, but I'm not much of a combat teacher." The conversation between Roland and his father continued for a few more minutes. The man seemed quite different than he remembered him. Back when he was between the ages of 5 and 10, Wentworth was quite distant, and the family dinners with him around steadily decreased in time. Is he the type that opens up to people only if they are of a certain rank or strength? His father was aware that he had helped Lucien and that the 3 Baskerville knights had probably died due to his involvement. This was perhaps enough to earn him some level of respect in his father's eyes. Wentworth Arden seemed to be the kind of man who valued strength and loyalty above all else, and Roland's recent actions had apparently earned him favor, albeit through a tangled web of misunderstandings. However, as the conversation drifted through more pleasantries, Roland couldn't shake the unease growing in the pit of his stomach. His father's sudden warmth felt temporary, and if he discovered the truth about Roland's real identity, things would quickly turn sour. Roland had already seen Robert hauled away by the knights, and if he wasn't careful, he would be the next to feel his father's wrath. So, he subtly tried steering the conversation in a different direction. "Speaking of your sons, what are your intentions with the young Robert?" The question shifted the tone of the conversation immediately. Wentworth's posture straightened, his previously calm demeanor going cold. He remained silent for a moment, eyes narrowing as if he were weighing the importance of Roland's inquiry. "My intentions?" Wentworth paused for a moment to gather his thoughts and soon after responded in a rather cold tone. "Robert is my son, but he is also a noble of the Arden family. His actions, reckless as they are, reflect upon our name, and I will not allow him to tarnish it further. Once we return, he will have to reflect on his actions." Roland halted his response, realizing he had just touched on a deeply personal matter. The tension between Robert and Wentworth was clear, but he knew better than to press too hard. Instead, he took a more neutral approach. "I understand your concerns, Lord Marshal, but Robert's spirit is strong. He was somewhat naive, but his heart was in the right place." Wentworth raised an eyebrow, and the shift in his demeanor was noticeable. Roland didn't want his brother to be locked away at the Arden estate, but things seemed to be heading in that direction. The entire arrangement between the 2 nobles appeared to be leading to Robert being held captive until Lucille eloped with another noble. It was even plausible they would pressure her into it, using Robert as a bargaining chip. If she refused to marry, he could be imprisoned for quite some time. "You believe you know what's best for my son?" Professor Wayland? Roland wanted to press the issue but knew his words would fall on deaf ears. His father was a notoriously stubborn man, and though Roland had earned some of his recognition, it was best not to push his luck. Robert's situation was unfortunate, but trying to sway this immovable man would likely only make things worse for both of them. Of course not, Lord Marshal. I would never presume to know what's best for your son. I merely wish to express my concern for him. His spirit is resilient, but he is still young. His intentions, while rash, stem from a place of affection. I'm sure that with some of your guidance, he will channel that energy in a way that honors your family name. Wentworth remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he weighed Roland's words. For a moment, Roland thought his father would dismiss him entirely, but then the older man leaned back slightly, his expression softening. Your words speak with a certain understanding of the issue, but these are matters of my house and will be handled by my house. Roland nodded and took this as a chance to end this conversation. While he wanted to prod about what his father was up to and what his intentions were, he was still nothing more than an outsider. Wentworth was aware that he interacted with both his children and probably knew some of their issues, but it didn't seem that he was willing to hear him list them out. I understand, Lord Marshal. I won't bring it up again. For a moment, it seemed like Wentworth wanted to say something but held himself back. It was as if he wanted to ask about something but decided that it was improper to do so. Let's put my son's affairs aside. There are more pressing matters at hand, Wentworth said, breaking the brief silence, and went into the next topic. My son, though gifted in his own right, could never hope to best a trained knight of such strength. Professor, how did you come to accomplish such a feat? And what is the true nature of this imposing armor? Roland steadied himself. This was one of the issues he was worried about, his power armor. While Wentworth was not there from the start, he had seen the large armor his son crawled out from. He knew there was no way that Robert would be able to defeat a knight commander in a fair fight. The rules in the duel were strict but allowed the use of magical equipment on both sides. Lord Marshal, I know what you wish to ask of me, but I can't relinquish the secrets of the Institute. I see. One of Wentworth's misunderstandings was that Roland was merely acting on orders from the Archmagus of the Institute. Although his father held a high position, he wasn't above her authority. His father seemed cautious whenever her name was mentioned, making it convenient for Roland to use her as a shield to deflect any troubling questions that might reveal his true identity. Since his father didn't seem eager to speak with her directly, it was only natural that he refrained from pressing the issue further. The Institute's secrets are closely guarded, I understand that. I only asked because it is rare to see such effective magic used in the form of armor capable of dispatching a Tier 3 knight. I'm sure even the royal family would be interested in such technology if it were to become widely available. Wentworth's voice carried a hint of curiosity, but Roland sensed the weight behind his words. His father was a soldier at heart, having fought in the border skirmishes in the north, and he could clearly see the potential of the power armor in securing future victories. However, Roland had no desire to entangle himself in his father's affairs or become a supplier of these suits, at least not yet. I'm afraid that my invention is nothing more than an expensive toy. While it's capable to some degree, the costs outweigh the benefits for widespread use. The materials alone are rare, and the Elikin's fluid required to power it, well, the costs would be astronomical. It's a prototype more than anything else, Lord Marshal. It wouldn't last through a prolonged battle. It's far from practical in most combat scenarios. Roland made sure to sprinkle some truths among his lies. While the current operational time was around 10 to 15 minutes, he knew this issue could be fixed. It was also possible to create a lesser version using inferior alloys, allowing the suits to perform at the level of a higher-tiered Tier 2 class holder. There were many possibilities, but Roland couldn't reveal any of them. He could envision the crown forcing him into a laboratory, churning out runic inventions until he died of old age if they discovered he had the capability to propel their military into a new age of runic machinery and weapons. An expensive toy, you say? How much? It seemed that his father was unconvinced and reluctant to back down, but upon hearing the price, which far exceeded the cost of equipping a knight commander, he was taken aback. That much? Yes, while the costs to construct one prototype are staggering already, it burns through magic fuel quickly. Regretfully, it's just not something that can be used out on a battlefield. Roland nodded, sensing that his father had finally given up on the issue. If he truly understood the full potential of the power armor, things would be different. Its strength didn't lie in making combatants equal to Tier 3 elites but in enabling those without combat classes to wield its power. Roland was confident that someone like Bernier could operate it and gain the abilities of a Tier 2 class holder without having a combat class. With enough time and effort, they could transform the non-combatants, who vastly outnumbered the class holders, into a large army. I understand. That is truly a disappointment. Professor, if you ever finish your work, please find me or one of my men. Of course, Lord Marshal. If I make a breakthrough, I'll make sure that my work benefits the kingdom. Just as he finished his sentence, one of the knights approached Wentworth and whispered something in his ear. The marshal nodded and quickly relayed the information. It seemed that Wentworth's visit was finally coming to an end. The contracts have been signed. As per my agreement with the Count, my men and I shall now take our leave. I have instructed my men to escort you and your students to the next city. I trust you will not mind if I reclaim my daughter from your care. The entire place was now abuzz as people were allowed to leave the estate. While he wasn't sure what would become of Robert and Lucienne, his involvement ended here. A bitter aftertaste lingered in his mouth, reminding him that he was nothing more than an outsider. What he needed to do now was return to the nearest teleportation gate, get back to the institute, and then go home so his life could continue. Although everything seemed to have worked out in the end, he couldn't shake off the lingering bitterness of how it all ended. Of course, Lord Marshal, I will leave her in your hands. Roland stood there as Wentworth made his way toward some of his soldiers. Lucienne, accompanied by her 3 friends, soon arrived, guarded by his men. Arion, who had slipped into the arena during the duel, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Roland's scanners indicated he had made it outside the estate. Even if Arion were captured, Wentworth would likely allow him to leave without signing a contract, just as he had done for Roland. It was clear Wentworth had no desire to provoke any issues with Yevena and saw both Roland and anyone from the Institute as allies. His sister didn't seem cheerful even though her brother was now free. She and the other girls probably saw this whole situation as unfair but were too afraid to voice their opinions in front of the overbearing marshal. Her face was somber, eyes downcast, burdened by the weight of familial duty and the fate awaiting her brother. Roland couldn't help but feel pity for her. Lucienne, like Robert, was caught in the merciless grip of noble expectations, and there seemed to be no escape for either of them. Wentworth, though calm and collected, was like a force of nature, unyielding, pragmatic, and driven by his own rigid sense of duty. During their conversation, he had shown a different side, but now his mask was firmly back in place. There had been a fleeting warmth during their discussions, but which was his true face? And what was his true goal? Was he acting to protect his family from harm, or was he simply trying to preserve his house's honor? The answer remained elusive, and he wasn't sure if he would ever unearth it. Lucienne, standing quietly with her friends, remained silent as Wentworth approached. Her downcast expression betrayed an inner turmoil that Roland could only guess at. He had always seen her as the bright, headstrong girl, but in front of her father, she seemed more like a subdued, obedient puppy. Thankfully, her mother wasn't far off. After a brief conversation with Wentworth, Lucienne was allowed to separate from the group without much protest from Margaret. "Professor, what will happen to Lucy? Can't we go with her?" Margaret, Atasuna, and Marlian looked up at him with pleading eyes after they were allowed to pass. Roland was relieved that Margaret, usually the ringleader, hadn't caused a large scene, or at least wasn't causing one now. He'd heard her complaining while being led out of the arena, but even she seemed to understand there was little to be done when her friend's parents were involved. It was better to let them leave peacefully. "She'll be fine. She is with her parents. But what will happen with her? Will she get punished?" asked Atasuna, her wolven ears flattening in concern as her tail twitched nervously behind her. The other two girls nodded in agreement, their expressions mirroring her worry. Hadley the maid remained standing without any change to her expression as they all looked from afar as Lucienne and her parents went away while being escorted by many armored men. She will be fine, her parents won't harm her, you should start worrying about yourself. Now let us depart, we have to return to the institute. Roland sighed softly, still having to contend with this small group of children. The knights assigned to escort them approached, ready to lead them away. The journey back would take some time, but afterward, he would finally be free of his duties as a babysitter. His sister, Lucienne, would likely be fine, but whether she would be allowed to attend the institute again was another matter. The Viola incident, coupled with this debacle involving Robert, might just push Wentworth to consider homeschooling as a more controlled alternative. I guess this is it. But what's with this feeling? Roland watched as Lucienne, her shoulders slumped and her steps slow, was led away by her parents and the armored knights. The sight left him feeling conflicted. It wasn't his place to intervene further, and yet, he couldn't shake the sense that this was far from a happy ending. Neither his brother or sister could distance themselves from their overbearing father, but at least they were now safe. Professor, what if we never see her again? Margaret's voice brought him back to the present. She stood with her arms crossed, her voice defiant as always. I'm sure you'll see her again, but she might take a small break from future classes. Now come, we must go. Roland assured, keeping his tone steady, though he wasn't entirely sure himself. The girls exchanged worried glances, clearly unconvinced. However, they didn't have much leeway to complain as their escorts urged them to move forward. Count Graham's soldiers were also quite unwelcoming and started pushing everyone outside the gates. The pleasantries were now done and everyone was forced to leave. Once outside the gates, Roland took a final glance at his display. His deactivated golems remained buried in several locations, hidden beneath the surface. Most of his flying devices had already returned to the temporary workshop where Bernier would retrieve them, but he chose to let a few remain in place. Though it posed a safety risk and could lead to trouble later, Roland had a lingering feeling they might prove useful in the future. It wasn't the most cautious decision, but his instincts told him to leave them for now, just in case. Eventually, the group arrived at the workshop, where they were greeted by the workers and Arion. Everyone was already busy packing up and preparing for their return. The dwarves skillfully dismantled the temporary setup, their thick hands quickly unhooking components and placing them into crates. The air buzzed with the familiar scent of metal and oil, a reminder of the countless hours Roland had spent tinkering with the power armor here. It was finally time to leave and put this journey behind him, but he hesitated. Strange thoughts crept into his mind as he contemplated a crazy idea, one that had some merits but would put him and the people around him in danger. The sound of wheels spinning was only interrupted by the horses trotting. Inside the carriage, 5 people sat, with Roland contemplating the future as he glanced out the window. He was on his way back to the teleportation gate, accompanied by students from the institute. This wasn't the entire group. Bernier, the craftsman, and even Arion followed behind in 2 other carriages. Surrounding them was a group of 10 knights, sent by Wentworth Arden, who had ordered them to escort the party back. Armand and Lobelia, on the other hand, weren't with them. They had been considered too problematic to bring along on the trip, and Roland eventually relented. The two weren't too upset about taking the long way back, as they had been cooped up on the island for far too long. As newly minted Tier 3 class holders, they were eager to tour the kingdom, experiencing it as true elites and enjoying some adventure. With countless dungeons and cities to explore, they likely wouldn't return to Albrook for several weeks. Faster if Roland decided that they needed to return, and with the use of teleportation gates, this was not an issue anymore. The tension of the last few days had taken its toll on all of them, and the reality of returning to the institute loomed over his head. Roland's thoughts drifted between concern for his siblings and the nagging feeling of unfinished business. The power armor, Wentworth's strong-handed approach, and the politics surrounding the Arden family left him with more questions than answers. I might not get to see either of them, but what am I supposed to do? Roland's mind raced as the carriage swayed gently beneath him. The rhythmic clatter of hooves provided a steady backdrop to his swirling thoughts. The Arden family's affairs weighed heavily on him, particularly the fate of his brother. Even though the two hadn't interacted much, young Robert had grown on him. As someone from a more modern world, Roland disagreed with the fate that had befallen Robert and his lover. However, this was the safest route back, and rocking the boat now could potentially destroy everything he had hoped to protect. I should just go home. His thoughts shifted to Albrook, the place he called home. His wife, Elodia, was waiting for him there. Although they had managed to stay in touch through magical tools, he still longed for her presence. His work wasn't over yet. The city he was building needed his attention. This was supposed to be nothing more than a side mission. Robert was saved, Lucien was back home, and everything had worked out in the end. There was no reason for him to do anything more. So, he tried to suppress those bitter feelings as the journey home continued. The carriage hit a small bump, jolting him from his thoughts. Margaret and the others glanced over, still lost in their own reflections. Despite their concern for Lucien, they seemed to trust his words from earlier. The long, peaceful road stretched ahead and hours continued to pass. With the knights protecting them, no bandits decided to impede their journey, and they arrived at their destination before sundown. The city of Antolin was before them, and once inside they just needed to use the teleportation gate to return to the Institute. The group's arrival at Antolin was met with the usual bustle of city life. Market stalls lined the streets, the chatter of merchants and travelers filling the air. Getting through the gate was rather easy, and they were welcomed by the guards with a lot of decorum. Did Wentworth arrange this? I suppose this will make things a lot faster. Quickly became clear that he wouldn't need to wait in line. Another group of soldiers awaited them inside the city, ready to escort them to the Mage Tower where the teleportation gate was located. Perhaps this was the old man's way of thanking him, or simply a means of keeping a close watch on the mage who had involved himself with his family. Roland followed the knights through the bustling streets of Antolin, drawing glances from both citizens and guards. He was certain that the Count's influence remained strong in the city and that his movements were being closely monitored. However, it wasn't until they arrived at the Lorien Mage Tower that he noticed a change. Although the tower maintained a partnership with Count Graham, the mages had a tendency to stick together. Once inside, the guards and knights who had accompanied them were not permitted to enter. "Thank you for your hard work. Please send my regards to the Lord Marshal." The knight commander who came with him nodded. Finally, he took his leave and took his troops with him. Roland finally exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The towering stone walls of the Lorien Mage Tower offered a strange sense of sanctuary and allowed him to clear his mind. Here, magic reigned supreme, and the familiar environment even brought a certain level of comfort to the three young girls that were with him. "My parents are probably worried. I'm sure Lucy will be fine with theirs." "You're probably right, Marlene. There is no use for us to worry." Margaret seemed the most distant, as if her mind was occupied by numerous thoughts. She remained silent for most of the trip, a stark contrast to how she had been when Roland's sister was with them. To Roland, it appeared that Margaret didn't hold these two girls in the same regard as she did Lucien, though he wondered if he was overanalyzing the situation. After all, their friend had been taken away and was possibly facing punishment, so it was natural for them all to be feeling down. "Everyone, let's go. Once you're back at the Institute, please resume your classes. Your classmate Lucien will likely return later." Inside, the vast atrium of the Mage Tower was bustling with robed figures, scholars, and arcane researchers, all engrossed in their various pursuits. They were part of the Mage Guild and took on various quests for money, something that some of the graduates from the Institute would end up doing in the future. The teleportation gate sat in a separate chamber on an elevated floor. Once they arrived there, the portal shimmered into life as their arrival had been prearranged. "I didn't get much time to look around last time, but I definitely prefer our workshop to this Mage Tower." Roland and the students from the Institute weren't the only ones there. Bernier, Arion, and the craftsmen had come along as well. They, too, were from the Institute and would be returning with the group. "Just don't touch anything, and keep your voice down. Some mages might take offense," Roland cautioned. Ah, sure, boss. Bernier replied with a grin and moved to the side. Roland led the students and everyone else toward the platform, the familiar hum of magical energy reverberating through the room. The same gray-hair mage as before was there to greet them. He just nodded at Roland when he saw them, not really taking any time to make sure he wasn't using the gate for anything nefarious. His mana signature was the same, and he had the Institute's emblem with him, and this was enough to be trusted by the mages working here. The gate is ready for you. Safe travels. The man gave them a few words before they approached the gate, and this time, Roland insisted that the four go through first. He needed to ensure they went through and didn't try anything reckless, like staying behind to contact Lucienne. For a moment, he thought Margaret might try to argue, but to his surprise, she was the first to step through, followed by her maid. The two other girls followed shortly after, and soon the rest of the group began filing through as well. Well, I'll be heading ahead. This trip was fascinating, but I need some shut-eye, Arion said, yawning, and one of the dwarves nodded. Aye. Arion was the next to pass through, followed by the dwarven craftsman. They had worked tirelessly for days on the power armor and were in dire need of rest. The journey here had been rough. While some had managed to sleep a bit, others looked exhausted and pale. Is something wrong, boss? Wrong? No, everything is fine. Are you sure? You've been spacing out a lot more than usual, and that could mean only one thing. Bernier was quick to realize that Roland wasn't feeling great. His perceptiveness never failed to surprise Roland, but he couldn't let his worries slip through the cracks. I'm just tired, Bernier. Like you said, this trip has been long and complicated. Bernier tilted his head, clearly not satisfied with the vague answer, but he nodded anyway. Well, if you say so, boss. Just remember, I'm with you, heck, we all are. Whatever you decide, no one's going to fault you for it. I'm not sure what you are getting at. Ha! Don't worry about it. But it might be best if you give the missus a call before you do anything else. Bernier teased with a wink before stepping through the teleportation gate. His words lingered in his mind, and the hesitation to step through the teleporter grew stronger. The gray-haired mage glanced at him with concern as the magical energies continued to drain, longer than necessary. Aren't you going? If not, you'll have to wait until morning to travel again. My apologies. I think I'll take the one in the morning. The mage looked confused but nodded. The teleportation gate shimmered for a moment before losing its form and shutting down. Roland stood there, staring at the now deactivated teleportation gate, feeling the weight of his decision. His companions had already passed through, returning to the safety of the Institute, but something inside him had made him hesitate. He knew the reason why he had stopped, but the rational part in his brain was still trying to make him reconsider. If I wait too long, I might not get the chance. Once Robert gets to the estate, it will be much harder. I can still catch up to him and also to her, but we have a waiting room nearby, friend, if you'd like to think things over, the gray-haired mage suggested, giving him a long, curious look before pointing toward a guest room. It wasn't unusual for mages to pause and contemplate deep matters. The tower encouraged such reflection, even providing special rooms for uninterrupted thought. Roland nodded at the suggestion and quietly left the teleportation chamber, heading to one of these rooms, which featured a balcony. There, he paused to ponder his situation more deeply. Bernier's words echoed in his mind, and he decided to follow the advice. If he was about to do something dangerous, his wife deserved to know. He moved over to the balcony and activated the long-range communication feature inside of his helmet and waited patiently for his wife to respond to his call. As Roland waited for the connection to stabilize, his eyes scanned the surroundings. He was in the middle of the tower and from this balcony could see some of the soldiers that had followed him from Count Graham's estate. Most of them were in the process of retreating, but some still were hiding out and keeping a lookout on the tower. He was sure that Graham had ordered them to remain there for longer and make sure that he didn't just wander out into the city to cause more trouble in his lands. Roland? Is that you? Elodia's voice crackled through the device, and the moment Roland heard her, his worries seemed to melt away. On the small panel inside his helmet, her face appeared concern in her eyes, but with that familiar, comforting smile. "Yes, it's me. Sorry for calling so late. Are you doing all right?" he asked, trying to buy himself some time as he gathered his thoughts, unsure of how to ask for permission for what he was about to do. "I'm fine. I've closed down the shop and we had a small explosion in that alchemy lab, but everyone is fine," she replied, and her brow furrowed slightly. "But you sound different. What's going on? Did something happen? I guess you can read me like a book. I would like to hear your opinion on this." Roland took a deep breath, leaning against the stone railing of the balcony. The day had ended and the sun had already set. While it wasn't quite dark yet, the air was quite cool and the stars were starting to show themselves. He stared out over the city of Antolin. The distant glow of the lanterns being turned on made him somewhat relax as he started explaining to Elodia. "First, you probably know about my brother and how all of this started." "Yes, go on." Elodia nodded and sat down in front of her own communication device, listening intently as Roland explained how Robert had successfully won his duel and earned his freedom. But not everything had gone as hoped. Robert had been quickly apprehended by his father, and his lover remained imprisoned in a tower, locked away, doomed never to meet him again in this life. "I see. So what's holding you back?" she asked, her voice strangely calm, which took Roland by surprise. "Huh? What do you mean? You're not against it." "I probably should. Shouldn't I? I suppose I got used to my husband's antics." Elodia replied again. Her voice was laced with some worry, but she seemed to have some confidence. "Roland, I wouldn't have married someone who turns their back on family. Robert is your brother, isn't he? You're capable of saving him, aren't you? I know you've thought this through in that big head of yours, and are worried about bringing more trouble into our lives if you do this, right?" "Aye. So don't worry. If something happens, we'll tackle that problem together as a family. Now stop moping around and go help your brother." "Aye, yes, ma'am." Elodia smiled brightly at him, and in the background, he could hear a certain wolf barking from a distance. He was surprised by her reaction. He knew she was still worried, but now that they had discussed it, he was determined to give it his all. Agni's barks only made him want to return home faster, but first he needed to finish what he had started. "Just don't take long. I'll make your favorite stew. I suppose I'll have to make more than usual." "Yeah, we'll be having 2 more guests." "Great. Don't take too long and be careful." "I will. See you soon and I love you." "I love you tw, Ak." Agni. Stop trying to squeeze through the window. Bad wolf." Just as they were about to have a moment, he heard a commotion from Elodia's side. The connection momentarily wavered, and Roland chuckled as he imagined Agni's antics disrupting their conversation. He felt like a weight dropped from his shoulder, and now he knew what he had to do. "I'll hurry back, I promise." With the conversation drawing to a close, he took a deep breath and focused on the task ahead. After ending the call, he stepped away from the balcony to make some space and avoid detection from the soldiers down on the ground. Once out of sight, he took out one of his new creations, the runic glider. "I can finally use this. No one saw it before, so they won't be able to pin it on me. Robert's location is there. Can I get them both before the teleportation gate is free again?" He pondered the question while making some adjustments to his appearance. Although he was wearing full-body armor, showing up in the Institute robe would be a foolish idea. Even if someone recognized him, they would need proof. So, he pulled out a previously prepared attachment for his helmet that fit perfectly, giving him the appearance of a very common monster. He removed his robe and replaced it with one tinted dark green, and his glider shifted to match the new color. Once everything was in place, he set the glider down near the balcony and glanced outside. There didn't seem to be anyone nearby, but the soldiers remained vigilant. He took a moment to steady his breath, feeling the rush of adrenaline coursing through him. The stakes were high, but he had made up his mind. He could not leave Robert to his fate, especially when there was still a chance to make things right. With one last look over the edge of the balcony, he activated the glider, and it sprang to life. The runic symbols glowed softly on the metallic surface of his flying creation. Once active, he took his first step forward, his feet magnetizing to the surface, allowing him to stand on the glider as it hovered gently in the air. A dense fog erupted from beneath the glider, surrounding his form, and he slowly propelled himself into the night sky, heading toward the convoy that held his brother hostage. A long carriage moved through the early night, surrounded by nearly 30 soldiers. All of them were on high alert, their eyes scanning the dark forest edges as they moved steadily through the quiet roads. The moonlight cast long shadows over the trees, creating an eerie atmosphere. The soldiers guarding the convoy were hardened men, veterans who had seen countless battles, and they would complete the mission their leader had tasked them with. "Hey! Stop this! Let me out! Please calm down. Don't make this difficult on us. We are just following the Lord Marshal's orders." From inside the heavily reinforced carriage, Robert Arden's voice carried outside. It was accompanied by the ringing of shackles as he struggled against his restraints. His frustration echoed within the confined space, though his captors remained unmoved. The soldiers were loyal to Wentworth Arden, their expressions impassive as they rode horses alongside the carriage, determined to carry out their duty without question. "Let me out. I'll never forget this. I'll remember all of your faces and names. Please calm down. You'll just make things worse for yourself, young lord." The forest loomed around them, the only sounds being the steady clop of horse hooves and the occasional rustling of leaves. Despite Robert's pleas and threats, none of the guards besides their commander dared to respond. They had their orders, and nothing would break their discipline. Not even the protests of their lord's son. The carriage was built like a fortress on wheels, reinforced with iron plating to withstand attacks, but the soldiers remained cautious. After the deal with the Count was made, they were not expecting any direct assault, but in times of political unrest, they needed to stay vigilant. "Shit!" Robert pulled at the chains, his wrists raw and bruised from hours of futile effort. No matter how hard he tried, the chains wouldn't budge. His hopes of reuniting with Lucille, his love, were slipping away, becoming nothing more than a distant dream. Deep down, he knew it was pointless to struggle. Even though he had won the duel and his father had intervened, the deal was made. He longed to see her again, but doubt gnawed at him. Was he doing the right thing? Could he even offer Lucille a better life? Even if he managed to break free and escape the guards, what then? How could he possibly get to Lucille, let alone get her out of the mansion? The Grand Knight Commander would hunt him down, and that would be the end. His father's deal wouldn't protect him from the Count's soldiers and their blades. They would likely kill him on sight, and his father would be powerless to stop it. Is this it? Should I just give up? Robert mumbled to himself as he gazed through one of the tiny slits in the carriage. The slits, barely large enough to see through, were designed only to let air in. The interior was barren, purposefully built to contain Tier 3 class holders. For him at Tier 2 this was more than enough. There was no escape. The metal restraining him felt familiar, similar to the alloy used in the power armor he recently wore, and he wished he had it now. Thinking of the armor brought his brother, Roland, to mind. Their father had knocked Robert out before the two of them began their conversation, leaving him in the dark about what had happened afterward. Asking the soldiers for information was out of the question, as he couldn't afford to blow Roland's cover. His brother had always been secretive, a person who preferred to keep to himself. Yet, whenever it mattered, he had been there for Robert. Memories of their childhood resurfaced. Times when Robert used to pick on his younger brother, who only wanted to be left alone. A deep sense of shame settled over him as he recalled how he had treated Roland. He wondered if he was part of the reason his brother had fled the noble life. Robert couldn't blame him. Now, he too found himself caught in the web of a noble's deal, possibly facing a long imprisonment. Whatever deal his father had made with the Count, it likely ensured that Robert would never see Lucille again. That thought weighed heavily on him, and it was something he might have to accept. I should have just asked for help sooner, but now I have no room to complain. Slumping his shoulders, he began to wonder how different things might have been if he had turned to Roland for help from the start. His brother's magic and runes had proven far more powerful than he ever expected. Roland had created something that allowed Robert to win against a knight commander, one who had even been enhanced by illicit substances. With that kind of magical power, smuggling Lucille out of the mansion might have been easy. But instead, Robert had ruined it all. His recklessness had gotten them caught, and now he had to live with his choice. As the carriage trundled on, Robert sat in grim silence, his mind awash with regrets and self-pity. The rhythmic clattering of hooves became almost hypnotic, soothing him into a restless, half-conscious state. He had been so closer than he ever imagined to living a life with Lucille. But now, it all seemed distant, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. At first, his only goal had been to impress his father, to rise above his brothers, and to prove his worth. He tossed himself into many battles against enemy soldiers and monsters alike. But now, as he sat in chains, he realized how meaningless that ambition seemed compared to what he had lost. What would becoming a knight commander even matter if he was never to see Lucille again? However, just when Robert felt he had hit rock bottom, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the horses faltered. He sensed the change immediately as the carriage began to slow down. Sitting up straighter, his instincts screamed that something was afoot. Peering through the familiar slit, he noticed a thick, smoky fog creeping in and enveloping the entire carriage. "Hold! Hold!" The commander's voice rang out sharply, and the carriage came to a grinding halt. Robert tried to peer through the narrow slits in the walls, but he couldn't make out what was happening. The chains holding him to the center of the prison carriage clinked as he shifted, and he could sense something was wrong. "Ambush!" One of the soldiers outside shouted before abruptly falling silent, leaving the outside world eerily muffled. A monster attack? Or did that bastard Graham decide to tie up loose ends? He muttered under his breath as the carriage shook violently. Something struck it hard, but he had no way of seeing what was happening. Robert knew Count Graham despised him, but he wasn't sure if the man had the nerve to break the deal he'd made with Robert's father. There were always ways to twist a written contract, though, and it was possible the Count had arranged this, an assassination disguised as an ambush. But the soldiers guarding him were some of his father's elite troops. They wouldn't go down easily. A silencing spell? Are they really here to kill me? It was a common trick used by skilled killers, removing all sound from the vicinity. Most fighters relied on their ears just as much as their eyes, and sudden silence left them disoriented. Robert, however, could still sense the vibrations through the tight chains binding him. He felt the tremors from outside. It seemed that one by one, the soldiers and their horses were collapsing to the ground. Even the heavy carriage quivered from time to time. Then suddenly, everything stopped. Silence engulfed him, and it seemed the battle was over. "Is it over?" His voice, previously muted by some kind of spell or ability, returned. But now he could hear something else, a strange, faint humming sound growing closer. The carriage he was trapped in was no ordinary vehicle. It had been specially designed, with a mechanism that prevented it from being opened until it reached its destination. The soldiers outside didn't have any keys, and the door could only be unlocked under very specific conditions. It was built to ensure that no one could escape, and more importantly, no one could get inside. Even if someone managed to steal the carriage, freeing its prisoner would be a tedious and difficult task. A magical pulse had likely already been triggered, alerting nearby troops to the disturbance. Reinforcements were probably on their way, but whether they'd arrived in time was uncertain. Tzzzzzzz. Out of nowhere, a red dot appeared above him, quickly growing in size. Suddenly, a searing ray of heat erupted at his side. Something had melted through the thick outer shell of the carriage's ceiling and was now moving in a slow, deliberate circle. It continued its motion, steadily burning through the reinforced plating while Robert was forced to sit and wait, helpless. At first, he assumed it was the work of a powerful mage, using advanced fire or heat magic to breach the armored carriage. But as he watched, he realized this wasn't raw, chaotic magic. There was a precision to it, as if someone were carving a perfect circle with a tool rather than using a wild spell meant to kill. This wasn't the work of an assassin intent on destruction. Whoever was behind this wasn't trying to harm the prisoner inside. They were being careful not to. Soon, the metal overhead groaned as a circular section of the roof came loose. But instead of crashing down into the carriage, it floated upward, then was tossed aside by whoever had cut it. Robert looked up to see a strange hooded figure, their face hidden behind a mask that resembled a goblin. The figure said nothing but reached out with a metallic hand. The moment they did, glowing magical symbols appeared on the shackles binding Robert's wrists and ankles. The symbols shifted, glowing brighter until a loud click echoed through the carriage, and suddenly, he was free. If you could do this, why didn't you just open the door? Robert rubbed his now free wrists, fully aware of who the person above him was, though he couldn't understand why he had come back for him. His savior appeared a bit annoyed by his question, and as they answered, a ladder made of black rope and metallic steps was lowered. I had my reasons. Just grab the ladder. He didn't hesitate and grabbed onto the lowered ladder. The person outside leaned back for a moment, allowing a strange contraption to come into view. It was dark outside, making it hard to see, but it resembled a winged bird made of metal. The rope ladder he clung to was connected to its underside, and once he had a firm grip, the contraption began to lift them into the air. The man with the goblin mask stood atop this strange floating device, which somehow pulled them both upward. As Robert passed through the circular opening, he could see all the soldiers who had been guarding him sprawled on the ground. Some were lightly injured, and there were holes in the earth indicating that explosions had occurred. Remarkably, no one appeared to be dead. Instead, they seemed to be in a deep slumber, covered by a strange, mist-like substance, most likely a type of sleeping gas. Robert felt a chill wash over his body as he was hit by the cool night breeze. His armor and thicker clothing were taken away from him, replaced by simple pants and a linen shirt that didn't protect him too well against the elements. Even so, the night air felt invigorating against his skin, a stark contrast to the oppressive confines of the carriage. He knew that the masked man was his brother. He wished to ask him about why he was here, but before he could, he called out to him instead. Hold on tight. This isn't over yet. It's not over? No, we still have one more person to rescue, don't we? As the metallic contraption soared above the treetops, Robert's heart raced. He had wanted to rescue his lover for the longest time but had given up all hope. Now his brother appeared to reignite that burning desire. Wait, you mean Lucille? Who else? Now shut up or you might bite your tongue or eat some bugs. His savior offered little explanation before the flying contraption began to glow. Suddenly, bright orange magic erupted from one side, propelling it into the night sky. The ladder he was gripping jolted back as they shot through the air faster than Robert had ever experienced before. The wind howled in Robert's ears as the glider sped through the night, slicing through the air with incredible speed. He clung tightly to the ladder, the cold metal steps biting into his palms, but the rush of adrenaline kept him focused. The forest blurred beneath them, and soon, the dense tree line gave way to a clear road, one leading to the city and estate that Lucille was in. He wished to ask his brother why he was doing this. Why would he do something this stupid to help someone as irresponsible as him? Roland, perched on the glider, stayed silent, his goblin-like mask hiding his expression. Instead of complaining, he just nodded. If someone could help, then it was him, and for this aid, he would be forever grateful. I got him out. It should take them at least an hour to get to that carriage, but that doesn't mean that I won't have more time. Roland zoomed through the air on his glider, while his brother held onto the ladder below it for his dear life. While he wasn't as fast as a modern jet plane, he could infuse enough mana to get close to the speed of an older model plane with a speed up to 500 kilometers per hour. Robert's inclusion slowed him down slightly, but it was still fine. He had a reason for taking his time to open the wagon from the top and leaving most of the people inside unharmed. If he had tried to enter through the reinforced door, it would have triggered a signal, alerting those outside that something was wrong. The same would have happened if he had simply killed the soldiers, who were equipped with special devices that monitored their vital signs and in some cases, even their souls. When it came to airborne creations, the world was still in its early stages of development. Small aircraft like this glider were unheard of, and only large airships were considered viable for air travel. Roland's main concern wasn't a rival aircraft, but flying beasts like wyverns, which people had tamed and used for airborne combat. Although their top speed was slower than what his glider could achieve, he wasn't eager to test his creation while carrying 2 passengers. As Roland and Robert raced through the night, Roland's mind was already calculating his next move. The rescue mission wasn't over yet. Getting Robert out had been the easy part, now came the real challenge. Freeing Lucille from the heavily fortified estate of Count Graham. The city glowed with lantern light in the distance, but Roland took a detour, steering around it as he made his way toward Count Graham's estate. He wasn't sure what to expect, but for now, their approach remained undetected. Some of his golems, previously deactivated, sprang back to life as he re-established his map. Dots representing key figures like the Count, his daughter, and the Grand Knight Commander appeared on the display, and for the moment Roland had the upper hand. His pace began to slow as he approached the magical barrier surrounding the estate. Though his enemies seemed unaware of his presence, that didn't mean their defenses were weak. The mages who had arrived for the duel were still on site, and some of them weren't sleeping. If he didn't play his cards right, even a single spell could reveal their positions. He would need to approach the situation with precision and strategy. "Robert, can you hear me?" "Y. His brother wasn't too used to the fast and turbulent flight, but he managed to gather himself and respond. "This is the point of no return, so before we go in I need to ask you, do you want me to take Lucille with us? I'm sure you know what this will mean for the both of you, right?" Roland had talked to both of them before and somewhat knew the answer to this question, but he still needed to make sure. If they entered the estate grounds and rescued Lucille, they would be crossing a line, something that they wouldn't be able to come back from. Robert took a deep breath, his grip tightening on the ladder as Roland's words sank in. This was it, the point of no return. If they went through with this plan, if they rescued Lucille, it would mean defying his father, Count Graham, and possibly the entire noble class. The consequences would be severe, and there would be no turning back. His life would be forever changed. "Yes, I know, and still. I see. That's all I needed to hear, but before we go in, I think you might need a change of clothes. This is crazy. Did I get infected by some virus?" Getting Robert out of that carriage was one thing, but this is just... Roland had freed his brother from house arrest, and it had been surprisingly easy. The guards and Wentworth hadn't anticipated any complications, and they didn't have the manpower to spare. His father had taken the official royal troops on a detour to rescue his son, but couldn't do the same when returning to his estate. Instead, he had left behind one of his elite units, which Roland neutralized with a few well-placed sleeping bombs. It wasn't overly difficult, and he made sure not to trigger any hidden beacons that might alert others to his presence. Most people wouldn't believe someone could take down 30 knights without killing a single one, so he had at least some time before they woke up. Once they did, they would likely inform Wentworth and possibly the Count. His father might eventually question the Count about Robert's escape, or perhaps he had a mole somewhere who would relay the information. Either way, Roland knew he didn't have much time to complete this reckless mission. It was now or never. Maybe I should grab Robert and return in a month or 2 instead, he thought, starting to get cold feet. This estate had far more variables, making the situation tricky but possible. He had run countless calculations in his head, and while his victory seemed plausible, it wasn't within a range that allowed him to feel safe. He wondered why his approach to these situations had begun to change. He was still largely cold and calculating, but emotions were creeping in more than before. He wasn't alone anymore, and perhaps deep down he no longer wanted to be. Am I just turning into an old geezer? I would probably be 47 by now. His true age was much greater than people assumed, and he wondered if he was simply becoming more emotional as he grew older. At times, he felt more like an older sibling or even an uncle to those around him. Logically, it might be better to let Lucille return to the tower. Even if she married someone in the coming months, they could likely sneak in and rescue her later. However, his brother would probably object to such a plan, and Roland himself had doubts about Graham's mental stability. While Graham didn't seem to be involved with any cults Roland knew of, he was uncomfortably at ease with using blood crystals. Graham would undoubtedly know that Robert was still out there, likely plotting to take his daughter away. This could push him to do something vile to keep her under control, a very real possibility. Striking now seemed like the best course of action, as no one would expect someone like him to be reckless enough to try. Is this really necessary? Won't they know it's us? Roland sighed at the question but quickly replied. They might suspect, but they won't have proof. That's what matters. Okay. But what are you doing? What does it look like? You're making a small hole with magic. But why? Robert returned from behind a bush, wearing an odd outfit. Chainmail armor concealed beneath a heavy, dark orange robe. His head was still uncovered, but Roland handed him a helmet that would cover his entire face. Unlike the goblin mask Roland used, this one resembled the evolved goblin form and once worn, would even disguise his brother's voice. Even if they were discovered, no one could prove it was them. Yes, it's a hole. Did you know some magical barriers extend underground? Sure. But did you know they're much weaker if you go deep enough? Roland added, focusing on the ground. Runes glowed on his metallic glove as he created a small circular hole, no wider than a gold coin. He fed a cable through the hole, extending it from his spatial rune, slowly snaking it downward and then upward until it surfaced a few meters away. Robert, watching this unfold, was puzzled by the long wire emerging on the other side. He knew there was some kind of invisible magical barrier in front of the bush where they were hiding, but he wasn't sure what the point of all this was. Then, he noticed a small mechanical creature resembling a spider crawling toward the cable, connected to a tiny port at the creature's rear. There we go, we're connected. Roland nodded, finally standing up, but his brother only had more questions. Connected to what? I suppose you could call it the runic web. We don't have time for me to explain this, but this connection is essential to reach Lucille without being detected. We need to let her know about the plan, or she'll think we're some villains trying to abduct her in the middle of the night. I see, that does make sense. Robert had already spoken to Lucille through holograms before, so this wasn't entirely unfamiliar to him. Roland, however, was doing this for a more important reason, to confirm whether Lucille was truly willing to go through with this. He assumed she wanted to leave, but he needed to make sure she fully understood the gravity of the situation and what it would mean for both her and his brother's future. The path they would take would make them live like commoners, and he wasn't sure if she would be fine with abandoning it all. There we go. As before, Lucille used the golem that had snuck into her tower to communicate. Time was running out, so Roland decided against activating the holographic projector and instead stuck to just using their voices. He used his own armor and the back of his wrists as a microphone. Lucille, can you hear me? Yes? Sir Roland, is that you? Are you all right? My father won't tell me anything, and there's been some kind of commotion. I'm fine. More importantly, I have Robert with me, and we've come to take you away from here. Robert is with you? You want to take me away? Lucille's voice grew louder when Roland mentioned Robert and their plan to take her. Before he could explain further, his brother couldn't resist jumping in. Yes, Lucille, I'm here. I'm fine, and don't worry. We'll get you out of there. Get me out? What do you mean? What about my father? What's happening? Roland quickly placed his hand over Robert's face, shoving him aside from the communication rune. He knew that if these two started talking too much, they'd never get anywhere. While Lucille and Robert had spoken before about possibly running away together, they hadn't made any firm commitment to follow through. Lucille was clearly confused, and she might be afraid that Robert would just end up getting captured again after being freed. She might refuse them in an attempt to protect them both, something they would have to accept no matter how difficult. Listen closely. I can tell that you're still in the same tower. We'll make our way to you and get you out through the window, if that's what you want. If she wants. Robert reacted, confused at first, but he quickly understood what Roland was getting at. I want you to fully understand the situation. If you come with us now, your life as a noble may be over, at least for a while. I know you and Robert want to be together, and I can help you both settle on Dragnus Island, in Valerian territory. I can get you new identities, new work. But you likely won't be able to return home for some time. Maybe not ever. Are you prepared for that? Roland paused, giving her a moment to absorb the gravity of the decision. All he could offer was a fresh start in Albrook, working with Arthur's people. Robert could become a knight there, and Lucille, who had attained the class of Rune Mage, could either work at Roland's shop or take on a role similar to Arion's, working with the dwarven craftsmen from the Union. It was a new life, but it would come at the cost of their old ones. They would need to abandon all the previous relationships, their old friends and family members included. Count Graham would undoubtedly leave no stone unturned in his search for his daughter. The only place that could shield them from his influence was Valerian territory, which belonged to a rival faction, the powerful Aristocrats. Even if Graham discovered where they were, his authority wouldn't extend there, and he wouldn't be able to send official forces to retrieve her. However, there was a possibility that the Duke could make a deal with him, so giving them new identities was a must. Never. Return home, she whispered, her voice barely audible. But what about my family? My father? Robert shifted uncomfortably, gripping the helmet he had been given. He wanted to comfort her, but he knew Roland was right to make her understand the full gravity of the situation. This wasn't just about escaping the estate, it was about leaving everything behind. I know it's difficult, Roland said gently, but look on the bright side. You'll get to be with my blockhead of a brother, and won't be used as a bargaining chip to form new alliances. That's true. Lucille chuckled softly, while Robert protested from the side. Hey, I'm not a blockhead, and you should show some respect to your older brother. Maybe after you start acting like one. Roland retorted and then quickly returned to speaking with Lucille. You'll be leaving all the good things behind, sure, but also the bad. Sometimes that's worth it if you want freedom. You can trust me on that. I know it. Roland knew a thing or two about taking life into his own hands. After more than 10 years, he had finally managed to grasp it. He understood that many nobles despised their shallow lives, filled with fake parties and forced smiles. While Lucille needed to be fully aware of the consequences of leaving, it was also important to remind her of what she stood to gain: freedom. If they wanted, they could eventually leave Albrook altogether, embarking on an even greater journey. And who knew? Count Graham might eventually reconsider his stance. Some fathers were stubborn, but they often came around when their children were involved. All right, I've made up my mind. After a little pause, Lucille finally made a decision. What will it be then? Roland asked, fully prepared to turn this ship around. If she refused, then getting Robert back to his father wouldn't be much of a problem, and he could resume his life as if he was never rescued in the first place. He was also willing to bring him back to Albrook if he decided to leave the noble life behind, but first, they needed to hear what Lucille had to say. I want to go with you, Lucille said, her voice now firm. I don't care about the titles or the estate or any of it anymore. I just want to be free and be with Robert. There was a long silence as Roland let her words settle. He knew the weight of her decision. For her, this wasn't just an impulsive escape. It was a final severing of ties with the life she had been born into. Understood, Roland finally said, his voice steady. We'll get you out. Be ready by the window. We'll be there soon, and don't be surprised by what we are wearing and the monster masks. He cut off the communication, turning to Robert, who was now staring at the glowing horizon where Graham's estate loomed. His hands moved the strange helmet over his head, and he placed the hood over it to conceal his face. She's in, so are you ready to take her back? I'm more than ready. Just tell me what to do. Roland nodded, turning his gaze toward the estate. The barrier ahead was a slight obstacle, but he had already prepared countermeasures to slip through it. Soon, a dark mist enveloped him as he stepped back onto the glider. Hovering upward, he extended the ladder down. Get on the ladder. You'll be the one keeping Lucille from falling. The glider wasn't designed to carry many people, and the ladder had been hastily rigged together. Robert would have to hold on tightly, both to the ladder and to Lucille, as they made their escape. He could use some mana to form a protective barrier around them, but that would only drain his energy faster. Flying took a lot out of him, and the runic batteries powering the aircraft would eventually run dry. Slowly, the two ascended into the air, their forms cloaked by several layers of concealment spells. They moved cautiously, avoiding any noise. As the glider rose toward Lucille's tower, Roland remained hyper-aware of his surroundings. They had slipped through the barrier undetected, but the estate was still crawling with knights and guards. Any wrong move could spell disaster. Luckily, most people were distracted by the recent duel and not fully paying attention to Roland's foolhardy plan. Roland hovered close to the tower where Lucille waited, ensuring the glider maintained altitude and stability despite the added weight of Robert on the ladder. It was quite late at night, but some people were still shuffling around. The estate below was quiet, but tension crackled in the air as if the whole place could wake up at any moment. Roland maintained focus on the glider, making sure it flew in the exact motion he wanted. There were several hotspots close to mages that he needed to avoid. He made sure to do it slowly, and eventually, they arrived at the tower window. "Sir Robert, Sir Roland, is that really you?" "Yeah, not take a step back. I'll make the opening larger." The tower had been built to contain mages like Lucille. It featured several layers of magical defenses, and while blasting a hole in it was possible, a silent approach was far more prudent. For now, Robert hung from the ladder below, while Roland faced the small window. From within his robe, he pulled out a large rod. It had a grip at the back, but was otherwise a plain black shaft etched with runes. When Roland channeled magic into the grip, a bright light flared from its tip, melting the stone of the tower as he worked to enlarge the opening. Robert recognized the intense flame as it was the same one that had sliced through the thick ceiling of the carriage. They were enveloped in a thick mist that concealed the glow, and Roland wielded the device with trained precision. It had been designed specifically to avoid triggering any mana signatures. Using it, he could widen the window without setting off the tower's defenses, just as he had when rescuing his brother. The rock proved easier to cut through, and soon, Lucille stepped back as a large chunk broke free and fell away. As always, the surrounding mist muffled all sounds, creating the perfect conditions for a silent escape. Roland gave her a nod before gliding upwards, giving her and Robert a moment alone. Even without words, Lucille somehow always knew which brother was which. The instant Robert came into view, her eyes filled with tears, and she sprinted forward without hesitation. Lucille rushed forward. Her movements were filled with urgency, driven by emotions she'd been suppressing for far too long. She leaped into his embrace without hesitation, clinging tightly to him, her tears now streaming down her face. There was no need for words in that moment. Their reunion, after everything that had transpired, was enough. Everything was going smoothly as Roland nodded, signaling that it was time to move away from the tower. Yet, in all his careful calculations, he had overlooked one detail: the sheer volume of tears his future sister-in-law could produce. Her face was drenched, tears spilling down her chin and, to his horror, right towards a patrolling knight below. Roland tried to use his mana to halt the tears' descent, but by the time he noticed, it was already too late. A drop of salty liquid splashed onto the man's helmet as he took a moment to relieve himself in the bushes. This wasn't just any knight, but a Tier 3 class holder, entrusted with the important task of watching over the young lady. The subtle vibration of the droplet striking his armor caught his attention instantly. He glanced up, focusing on the source of the disturbance. His eyes narrowed as he spotted something strange. A dark fog hung in the air, obscuring his view of whatever lay beyond. The longer he stared, the more he realized something was amiss. The fog didn't belong there, and his instincts told him that something wasn't right. Eventually, his gaze caught a hint of movement within and prompted him to shout out, Intruders! Why can't it be Plan A for once?" Roland sighed as the man started shouting, his multiple minds already working on switching to Plan B and getting them out of there alive. The knight's shout rang out, echoing through the estate, and the tension in the air snapped as the peaceful night turned into chaos. Roland's mind immediately raced into action, recalculating escape routes and strategies. The quiet, stealthy getaway was over, and now it was time for a mad dash. "Robert, hang on tightly. This might get rough," Roland shouted out, still managing to mask the surrounding sounds. He wasn't quick enough to stop the man below from yelling, and casting large-scale spells to stop the sound from escaping would just alert the mages. His original plan had been to slip away quietly, sticking to the shadows and leaving without a trace. But with the situation escalating, that option was off the table. It was time to shift tactics and make a lot of noise. Robert nodded, his grip tightening on Lucille. Their tearful reunion would have to wait. Securing her on the ladder below him, he wrapped one arm around her, while using the other to brace himself. Though still emotionally overwhelmed, Lucille clung to Robert but managed to maintain her composure. Meanwhile, Roland was already activating the dormant golems he had placed in strategic locations throughout the area. More knights responded to the alarm, pouring out from nearby barracks and guard posts. Mages began to gather, and Roland could feel the telltale sound of defensive spells being woven around the estate. In seconds, the place would be on lockdown. But before anyone could react, Roland triggered his backup plan. Activating self-destruct protocols. The text flashed across his private display. Moments later, the entire estate was engulfed in a series of explosions. A series of small but calculated explosions rippled through the estate, targeting strategic points that Roland had mapped out days in advance. He had no intention of causing unnecessary harm, but these controlled detonations served a dual purpose, disorienting the guards and mages while creating a chaotic escape route. The blasts weren't powerful enough to destroy structures but were loud and bright enough to divert attention away from the glider. Roland gritted his teeth as the explosions roared beneath them. The quiet night had turned into a chaotic mess of fire and panic. The estate's once peaceful atmosphere was now filled with shouts, clanging metal, and the faint shimmer of magical shields forming around the guards. His original stealth plan was officially over. Here he comes, he is the biggest variable here. It was difficult to set off the bombs while ensuring the estate's regular staff remained unharmed. Roland understood that the people here, maids, butlers, stable hands, and other workers, were simply doing their jobs, powerless against the Count's unreasonable actions. Explosions echoed through the grounds, forcing many of them to drop to the floor, covering their ears. Some were even underage, and Roland had to make sure not to overdo it during their escape. Yet amidst all the chaos, only one person truly concerned him: Grand Knight Commander Leopold Goldfield. Even Roland's father had held a measure of respect for the man. In a direct confrontation, Roland feared he wouldn't stand a chance, especially while navigating on the glider and trying to get Robert and Lucille to safety. That's why he had to lure Leopold away, and to pull it off, he would use the man's own Tier 3 class against him. Release the young lady. Leopold had arrived at the scene, fully armored and radiating authority, his magical sword glowing ominously, ready to cut down anyone in his path. Roland knew that staying incognito was crucial, and for that, he needed to craft a new persona. Wayland, the Rune mage, had always been stoic and reserved. This time, however, Roland decided to take a different approach. He adjusted the voice modulator, lowering his usual tone and adopting a higher-pitched, more chaotic voice. "Heh! Isn't it the Grand Commander himself? Are you sure you shouldn't be somewhere else?" Roland knew that Leopold possessed a unique class, Champion of Lords. While the specifics were unclear to him, Roland had a general idea of how it functioned. Knights could swear oaths that enhanced their abilities, and Leopold's class seemed to amplify this further. By pledging himself to a specific lord, Leopold likely received significant boosts to his stats and perhaps even unique skills. But what would happen if that lord was no longer around? Would Leopold prioritize protecting the lord's child, or would he be driven to defend the one person whose existence empowered him? That explosion, it came from the direction of the Lord Count. Leopold was moments away from launching an attack when a deafening explosion reverberated from deeper within the estate. Roland had discreetly positioned several of his golems throughout the grounds, and one had been strategically placed in Graham's study, exactly where the Count was now. Roland had waited for Leopold to confront him before setting off that particular explosion, knowing it would force the Grand Commander to reassess his priorities. Without Graham, Leopold's power could be severely diminished and perhaps even permanently crippled by a persisting debuff. "Why, you fiend?" The man was visibly shaken by the event, and he hesitated to launch himself forward into battle. Thanks to his momentary blunder, Roland had just enough time to make things even brighter. He cackled, and suddenly a vast quantity of spherical objects emerged from within his robes, all flying down in all sorts of directions as they fell down. "Ha ha ha! Maybe this will help you decide." He did his best villain impersonation while throwing tens of bombs in all directions. They looked like simple spheres, but were more like devastating grenades with various effects. The spheres hurtling toward the ground triggered an explosion of colors, sounds, and magic. Some erupted in flashes of blinding light, others released clouds of thick smoke, and a few let out high-pitched screeches designed to overwhelm the senses. The knights and mages below were thrown into disarray, some scrambling for cover, others frantically casting defensive spells to shield themselves from the unknown threat. Leopold, the Grand Knight Commander, was caught off guard by the sheer audacity of Roland's tactics. His focus wavered between the possible threat to the Count and the intruders escaping with Lucille. It was a situation that demanded an immediate decision, and for a man of his rank and responsibility, leaving his lord unprotected was unthinkable. Gritting his teeth, he turned toward the direction of the explosion in the estate and took off to save the man he swore an oath to. "You won't get away with this," he snarled before sprinting toward the Count's quarters. However, while running back towards the estate, he imbued his blade in a red aura and started slicing at the air. Crimson blades of energy formed and shot out toward Roland's glider. The blades of energy cut through the air with deadly precision, each one aimed at crippling the glider or, worse, severing the ladder where Robert and Lucille clung. Roland's instincts screamed at him to act fast. "Brace yourselves down there," Roland shouted, motioning the glider in a sharp dive to avoid the first barrage. The crimson blades whizzed past, dangerously close, slicing through the misty air and tearing through the space where the glider had been just moments before. "This guy is insane. What if any of these aura blades hit Lucille?" Robert gritted his teeth, holding Lucille tightly as the glider made a sharp, stomach-churning dip. Lucille stifled a gasp, burying her face into Robert's chest, her fingers clutching onto his armor as if her life depended on it. This attack was somewhat unexpected but within his calculations. Leopold did pull his punches as all the blades had been aimed directly at the glider or Roland standing on it. Nevertheless, it seemed he wasn't overly concerned about Lucille's safety in this situation, or at least he trusted his skill enough to avoid hitting her. The mages and archers were withholding their fire as they weren't as convinced. Roland cursed under his breath, realizing he couldn't afford to keep dodging much longer. The glider's movements were sharp and evasive, but it wasn't built for prolonged aerial maneuvers under fire. While dodging, one of the aura blades nicked his hood, revealing the goblin mask underneath. Some people glanced up, the moonlight catching the sight of the gliding figure dressed as a goblin. His laughter echoed through the estate as another wave of bombs rained down, throwing the entire place into chaos. As Leopold paused his barrage and rushed into the estate to rescue his lord, the glider zipped upward, gaining altitude. A few bombs were hurled at the magical barrier, which had been strengthened by the mages. A hole quickly formed, just large enough for the trio to slip through, as the glider sped away from the turmoil below. Roland piloted with precision, quickly dodging any remaining spells or arrows fired in their direction. A few well-placed bombs collided with the projectiles to give them a smoke screen during their escape. Behind them, the estate was now a scene of utter panic and confusion, knights scrambling, mages frantically casting emergency wards to contain the damage. But for now, the trio had made their escape. They were now out, the moonlight hanging over them as they sped through the horizon. Roland adjusted the glider's trajectory, keeping it steady as they put more distance between themselves and the estate. His heart still raced, but he allowed himself a moment to exhale. The most dangerous part was over, at least for now. He glanced down at Robert and Lucille, still clinging to each other on the ladder below. Robert's grip was tight, his arm wrapped protectively around Lucille, who had finally stopped crying. Her face was streaked with tears, but her expression was now one of quiet determination. "We're clear for now, but we need to keep moving. We'll head straight to the Mage Tower. We'll need their teleportation gate to truly get to safety." He was relieved that he no longer had to maintain the villainous facade. Cackling maniacally while tossing bombs everywhere wasn't exactly his style. He needed to minimize his mana usage by relying on external projectiles, and he also wanted to display a different fighting style in front of Leopold and Graham. If he used any of his old devices, they would quickly identify him. Even if they suspected who he was, it would be difficult for them to bring him to justice, especially after he triggered a few special explosions within the estate. All of his golems had been destroyed during the escape, and he couldn't afford to leave any trace of his old technology behind. As a result, he had no way of knowing whether they were being pursued and could only hope his plan would work. He had made some arrangements to slow down any potential chasers. "Robert, Oh, sorry, it would be better if you don't open your mouth while we are flying. There are a lot of bugs out here." Lucille was about to have a heartfelt conversation with Robert, but just as she opened her mouth, a fly flew in, interrupting her. As they sped through the air, they couldn't quite reach the full 500 kilometers per hour due to the weight of 3 passengers, but they were still flying at nearly half that speed. Robert had to hold on tightly to her while standing on the ladder being pulled behind the glider. That's disgusting." Luckily, Lucille was also a mage. After chanting a spell, she managed to create a mana shield around herself and Robert, protecting them from the cold winds and any small insects. Once the shield was in place, she was finally able to speak and voice her concerns. "But what about my father? He'll definitely try to chase us. His men are probably already on their way, and Leopold will certainly come. Don't worry, they won't be able to follow us that easily. I've left a few presents behind." He replied with confidence before pulling out a large scroll from his side. The runes on it were quite small and hard to make out, but it was clearly one of his works. After channeling mana into it, Roland's entire form began to glow a deeper green. From his body, multiple copies of himself, the glider, and even Robert and Lucille appeared. The illusions scattered in different directions, while the real trio continued toward the Mage Tower. "It'll take them some time to figure out where we flew away, and the night will provide us some shelter. Now hold tight, I'll be going all out." While Roland assured his brother and his lover about the situation, he could only hope that his plan was working. Back at the estate, he had set off multiple bombs, but not only them. He knew that the estate had not only horses but even a few other creatures that could even keep up with his glider, which was running at half speed. He could only continue to hope while flying through the air and erasing their tracks. "Leopold? What are you doing here? What about my daughter?" "Lord, you are safe." "Of course I am safe. Now tell me, what about my daughter?" A few moments earlier, Grand Commander Leopold had rushed into Count Graham's study. There, he found his lord surrounded by other knights, mostly unharmed, though slightly rattled by the sudden explosion. The Count was covered in some dirt, but otherwise fine, and to Leopold's surprise, the same could be said for most of the other people in the estate. The bombs had been loud and stirred up a lot of dust, but they weren't nearly as deadly as expected. The level of destruction didn't match the intensity of the noise. As Leopold surveyed the area, he realized that few people were seriously injured. Most were simply dazed by the bright lights and loud sounds. Only the soldiers who had directly confronted the mysterious figure on the glider had sustained any injuries. "Leopold, what are you doing? Report now." Leopold straightened up, still catching his breath from the mad dash through the estate. "Lord Graham, there was an intrusion. A small group infiltrated the estate, and they've taken Lady Lucille." The Count's face darkened as he clenched his fists, his voice trembling with a mixture of rage and desperation. "Taken? My daughter is gone." "Yes, my lord. The intruders were well prepared. It seems they anticipated our defenses. I could only get a glimpse of the leader. He wore a goblin mask and used strange magical explosives. Graham's eyes flared with rage, but beneath the fury, Leopold saw something else: fear. For all of Graham's posturing and arrogance, he had never anticipated losing control of his own daughter. "What are you standing here for? Get her back." Leopold winced at the Count's tone but quickly bowed his head in acknowledgement. He was afraid to mention that he chose to come here when he was in striking range of the abductor. However, it wasn't over yet. They still had methods of pursuing the goblin mask, and he quickly barked out orders to his troops. "Prepare the griffin. I will personally lead the chase." Leopold's voice was steady despite the adrenaline still coursing through him. The knights around him scrambled to follow his command, rushing to prepare the griffin, a powerful, fast creature probably capable of tracking down the glider through the sky. While a lot of nobles preferred to use wyverns, Graham had established a platoon of griffin riders. However, once they arrived at the stables, the extent of the enemy plan finally became noticeable. "What's wrong with the griffins?" Leopold asked one of the stable hands, who was leaning up against the walls in a dazed state. "My lord, Before he could finish the sentence, he collapsed into a slumber, and it became clear that the beasts along with the stable workers had been drugged. As Leopold stepped closer, he noticed the subtle, lingering scent of a potent sleeping agent that had been released into the stables. The once mighty griffins, now slumbering peacefully, were utterly useless for any immediate pursuit. The stable hands, barely conscious, were in no condition to explain exactly what had happened. But it was clear to Leopold that this was part of the intruder's meticulous planning. "Yes, Sir Grand Commander." "What is it? Just say it." "The air is filled with some kind of anti-magic reagents. We are unable to determine where that man escaped to, and it will take us some time to regain our magic." One of the mages gathered there reported. Leopold couldn't see it clearly, but a strange silvery mist hung over the estate. The mages they had assembled were acting oddly, and this seemed to be the reason. Leopold's frustration mounted as he surveyed the scene of chaos. The intruders had covered every angle, and it was clear that pursuing them wouldn't be easy. "Time is not on our side. Prepare the horses." "Sir, the horses are also affected." "Of course, they are." "Contact the soldiers outside the estate then. I will pursue on foot." He could hear the Count's angry voice echoing from within the estate. Things didn't look well, and he would probably be blamed for it if the young lady didn't return to the estate. High above the forest, Roland, Robert, and Lucille continued their flight, the glider sailing smoothly through the cool night air. With the wind now at their backs, Roland began to relax slightly, though his mind never stopped calculating. He glanced over his shoulder at Robert and Lucille, who were being pulled along by the ladder attached to the glider. The two seemed to be more at ease now that they had gained distance from the estate, but he couldn't truly fathom what they were feeling. "How are you two holding up? We aren't far from the city. If we get to the Mage Tower, we should be safe." Roland called out, his voice still intentionally more menacing than usual. He had finally had some time to process what he had done, but he still wasn't sure if it was truly the right thing, even if it felt like it. Perhaps he could have waited a few months before launching the rescue mission, but maybe this was for the best. He couldn't be certain how Lucille and Robert would have fared if he had withheld his help. Letting them end up like Romeo and Juliet was a real possibility if they were separated for too long. But as things stood now, they wouldn't be able to continue living as they had before, constantly in hiding, with the looming threat that their parents might find them and drag them back. A fate Roland had endured for many years. "We're fine, but are we going to make it? The sun is about to rise. Are you sure about the gate?" "It should be fine," Robert asked, but Roland wasn't sure how to reply. He had flown out of the Mage Tower in the middle of the night. The old mage in the tower was nice enough to lend him a room to cool down, but he wasn't sure if he would just let them use the gate that easily. The mages must have been aware of his departure, and word of Lucille's abduction had probably reached them. While this world didn't have cell phones, it did have crystal balls that could forward information fast. Roland had to assume that Graham's forces had reached out here to ask for help. While he used a diversion tactic, Each city had probably been alerted to what had transpired a few hours ago. What do you mean, it should be fine? Well, the teleportation gate should have cooled down by now, so we can use it to get out of here. That sounds promising. Robert replied in a relieved tone but was instantly shot down by Roland's next words. But. Ah, yes, I was afraid there would be a but. Robert chuckled awkwardly. Lucille, meanwhile, remained quiet. The stress of the situation weighed heavily on her, and the exhaustion from sleepless nights was starting to show. Yeah, I wish this was over too, but we still need to keep up the facade and take control of the tower for a bit. Roland wished he could simply walk over to the kind old mage and ask him to activate the gate, but that would risk revealing his true identity. He'd managed to mask his mana pattern and had even prepared special runic bombs that spread anti-magical powder, which would help neutralize any nearby mages. The powder had an added effect. It dispersed surrounding mana, creating a temporary, dead mana zone. This would not only block mages from casting spells but also prevent detection spells from working, keeping his secret safe even if specialist mages tried to uncover the truth later. I see. But can you really take over an entire mage tower by yourself? Well, I don't need to take over the whole tower. Roland replied to Robert's question. We just need to get into the teleportation gate chamber. From there, it should be fine. We'll be there soon, so get ready and try not to talk. Roland knew that if he tried to arrange a meeting or showed his non-goblin helmet, Graham could easily ask the mages to reveal his true identity, handing it to him on a silver platter. While the Count could be certain it was Roland behind all of this without concrete evidence, Roland could still deny it. The glider sped toward the mage tower, its silhouette cutting through the first light of dawn. The sky was beginning to shift, hues of purple and orange creeping across the horizon, reminding Roland of how little time they had left. His mind raced, calculating every detail of their next move. Robert and Lucille clung to the ladder below, both still shielded by the mana barrier Lucille had conjured, but it was beginning to waver. Hold on tight. We are almost safe. They arrived at the city gates just as dawn broke. The magic Roland had been using to conceal himself wouldn't work as well in the daylight, but it didn't matter anymore. It was time to end this journey into the kingdom and return home. From his spatial storage, he summoned replacement batteries, letting them float into the glider's compartment to swap out the old ones. He also drank a high mana potion, restoring some of his energy for the final stretch. Huh? What's that? One of the guards atop the city gates muttered, squinting at the sky. Eventually, the soldiers on and below the gates spotted their glider, glinting in the early light. Some of the sun's reflection flashed across their faces, but it was already too late. Roland pushed the glider to near top speed, despite carrying 2 extra passengers. They zoomed past the guards, who scrambled to react. As they disappeared from sight, a loud bell rang out behind them, echoing across the city, an alarm signaling that someone had infiltrated its airspace. People who had awoken to start their work all looked up as something sped through the sky, a dark silhouette streaking toward the mage tower. The citizens of the city murmured in confusion, wondering what was happening, but Roland had no time to worry about being seen. With the sun rising, they had to move fast before more defenses were activated. We're almost there, Roland shouted back to Robert and Lucille, his voice still carrying a hint of tension. The glider hurtled toward the tall, imposing structure of the mage tower, its shape looming over the city like a silent lighthouse. Despite the chaotic escape, Roland's calculations were precise. He had mapped the city from previous visits, and his glider's trajectory was exact. As they neared the tower, he focused on locating one of the other balconies on the same level he started this gliding adventure. The mage tower was surrounded by an array of magical wards and defensive enchantments designed to prevent unauthorized access. However, Roland had been inside before and left behind a device to help him gain entry. Hidden in the room with the balcony he had previously occupied, the device resembled an ordinary cube. Now that he was back, its surface began to glow, revealing multiple runes. Once activated, the device connected to his suit and opened a wide gap in the tower's defenses, allowing them to glide through to another nearby balcony. After completing its task, the device melted into a puddle of metal, erasing all evidence of its existence. The whole tower was instantly in an uproar, but they were too slow to react. Roland had been to this tower twice before. As a member of the Mage Guild, they offered their services for a wide range of tasks. While this included combat, the mages here were not specialized in it. Typically, mages took on support roles, staying in the backlands of parties or during wartime. They needed time to prepare their spells and relied on a group of guards for protection to accomplish anything in dangerous situations. However, in this mage tower, there were no guards. It was a safe space for mages to be among their own, which made it much easier to infiltrate once someone was already inside. As the glider approached the balcony, Roland leaned forward, steering with precision. With a final burst of speed, they shot through the gap in the defenses and landed on the stone ledge with a jolt. The glider skidded to a halt, and Roland jumped off, quickly checking his surroundings. Robert flew forward with the momentum and landed on his 2 feet, with Lucille still in his arms. He wobbled for a moment but managed to steady himself in spite of his exhausted state. The balcony was deserted just as the previous one. Roland exhaled in relief but knew the hard part was far from over. He waved Robert and Lucille forward. "We don't have much time. We need to get inside the tower and reach the gate chamber before they lock everything down." Both Robert and Lucille nodded at Roland's instructions and remained silent. Meanwhile, Roland dropped a circular device on the floor, activating a timer that began to beep softly. His glider merged seamlessly into his suit as he expanded the entrance to one of his spatial spaces. With everything securely stowed away, he hurled a runic bomb toward the door for a dramatic entrance. The door shattered instantly, a cloud of smoke billowing up as they proceeded straight into the chamber with the gate. Roland appeared on the other side and swiftly tossed more runic spheres. While they exploded, they caused minimal damage to the surroundings, serving instead to temporarily blind and disable any potential attackers. They also scattered anti-magic powder into the air, neutralizing any spells that might be cast in his direction. As long as the powder didn't drift his way, Roland could continue casting without issue, as runic spells required only his pre-made runes and nothing more. The trio rushed through the smoke-filled corridor, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls of the mage tower. Roland's calculated strikes had bought them precious time, but they all knew that it wouldn't last. Robert carried the exhausted Lucille, who was still clutching his arm, her face pale but resolute. The exhaustion from her sleepless nights and the mental strain from her abduction had taken its toll, but she steeled herself. Roland led the way, tossing his pre-made bombs around, startling the mages he encountered. Although he felt guilty for causing the disruption, he knew it had to look convincing. Fortunately, the gate room wasn't far, and soon the trio slid under it before it fully closed itself. The mage tower had an artificial spirit similar to Sebastian, and it was reacting as a defensive measure, sealing every door in the vicinity, trying to trap him while also protecting the mages going about their business. What is the meaning of this? To Roland's dismay, the same friendly mage who had helped him earlier was in the chamber, mid-breakfast, though that meal would have to wait. When he was past the door, he made sure to throw a special concoction he got from Rasrix. After it collided with the closed door, it turned into a sticky substance that soon crystallized and hardened. "Don't try anything funny, old man, and you won't get hurt," Roland warned him, though he didn't want to resort to it. He tossed one of his remaining disabling bombs in the man's direction. The mage was around Tier 2 and had a few enchanted items capable of producing a mana shield. Though he managed to endure the fake flashing explosion, he soon found himself unable to channel mana. "Anti-magic powder?" the man muttered, bewildered. Before he could react further, a gust of wind flew his way, bringing along the smell of sleeping mist. Roland had cast the spell, ensuring the old mage didn't suffer too much, and just went to bed. The gate stood before him, inactive but within reach. Now he just needed to activate it and they would be back home. "Why, you fool!" the mage gasped while trying to remain conscious. "That gate won't activate with the tower in this state. You've just trapped yourself here." Eventually, The old mage slumped unconscious. Roland, however, was unfazed. He had anticipated this complication. His extensive research on teleportation gates had prepared him for this moment. For a runesmith of his caliber, cracking the protective measures wouldn't be an issue. It would just take a few moments. "Give me some time." Robert and Lucille huddled together while he worked on the gate. He could tell that the tower had been sealed now, but also that they were getting visitors from the outside. The local guards and soldiers belonging to the De Vere estate were starting to swarm this place. He probably didn't have more than 5 minutes before they arrived here, and then maybe a minute before they broke through the crystallized wall he made. Time was against them, but he continued to work. His hand resided on the gate, and the runes on it started to slowly hum into life. Their glow indicated that he was taking over their software and rigging it in such a way that he could fully control it. Roland worked furiously on the teleportation gate, his fingers moving over the ancient runes, as he attempted to recalibrate their position. Without the tower spirit on his side, he needed to calculate everything by hand and connect with his tower back home. He would not be retreating into the Institute but going directly back to Albrook. Once the connection was established, he would let Sebastian keep the connection going from the other side, but at the moment, he needed to do everything with his own head. "I hear footsteps. They are coming. How much longer?" Robert whispered, his voice barely audible over the clicking and clacking of the gate that had almost fully lit up with runes. "Not long. Just keep an eye on the door." Roland responded while trying to keep it together. While the others couldn't see it, his face was looking pale. He was really struggling with wresting control from the tower spirit, but he was close to achieving his goal. Suddenly, just as some slams were heard from the door side, the gate finally sprung to life, and soon the familiar blue light appeared in the middle. "You did it!" Suddenly, the first cracks appeared in the crystallized wall he had created. The soldiers were trying to break through, and the vibrations from their repeated strikes sent small tremors through the room. "Go now!" Roland shouted, his eyes fixed on the gate as it pulsed with energy, stabilizing for the teleportation. Robert didn't hesitate. He rushed forward, pulling Lucille along. Once they were in front of the gate, both of them stopped to look at the man responsible for all of this and then promptly jumped through it. "We are in." "Who is that? What's with that mask? Stop this instant, you fiend!" He ignored the shouts of soldiers and mages rushing toward him, his mind fully preoccupied with holding the gate steady. His mana reserves had already dropped below 10%, leaving him with a splitting headache. Everything here had to be done through his own power, but somehow he managed. Just as the crowd surged in, he decided to use the last of his bombs before quickly diving through the gate himself. Those left behind cried out, shielding their faces and eyes. The one they had been trying to apprehend was gone. But this wasn't their only problem. The once vibrant deep blue hue of the gate began turning an ominous red. The runes that lined its circular structure started sizzling and melting away. With a resounding tremor, the gate collapsed, sealing off any chance of pursuing the trio. Chaos erupted within the mage tower as soldiers and mages scrambled to assess the damage. All that remained were the shattered remnants of the gate. Their target had vanished, and now they faced a crippled teleportation system, with no way to track where the hoodlums had fled. On the other side of the teleportation gate, Roland tumbled forward, landing hard on the stone floor of his workshop in Albrook. His limbs ached from exhaustion, and his head throbbed with the strain of maintaining the connection. As he rolled over onto his back, panting heavily, he heard Robert and Lucille's voices nearby. "We made it," Robert whispered, still clutching Lucille tightly, his eyes wide as they adjusted to the dim surroundings of Roland's hidden base. Lucille, barely able to stand, leaned heavily on him for support, her face pale, though a flicker of hope glimmered in her eyes. With a quick motion, Robert tossed the hobgoblin helmet aside, the metal clanging loudly against the hard, rocky ground. Roland slowly sat up, wiping sweat from his brow. His body screamed for rest, but he couldn't afford to collapse just yet, not before introducing his brother and sister-in-law to the others. He sensed someone rushing to greet him, accompanied by another figure too large to fit into the elevator that could bring them here. A smile crept across his face as he finally removed the mask and helmet he had been wearing. 3 words escaped his lips, signaling the end of this long journey. "I am home." However, while resting, something began to bother him. He grabbed his helmet once more and placed it over his head. Bringing up his mapping device to check, he noticed something was off. The dot descending in the elevator clearly belonged to his wife, Elodia, and everyone he expected to be there was accounted for. But for some reason, someone who was supposed to have arrived before him was missing. Something was wrong. "Master, how can I assist you?" "Contact the Institute. I need to speak with Arion." "Please wait." Executing task. A small glowing orb of light floated in front of Roland's face. It was Sebastian, the artificial spirit of his workshop, who had recently begun learning new words. Sebastian functioned much like an AI. While he carried out the task, Roland focused on trying to understand why he couldn't locate one particular person at home. He even connected to the city's monitoring system but still couldn't track down his missing friend. "Is everything all right? Are there more enemies nearby?" Before Roland could resume his search, he heard a voice call out from the side. After turning his head, he saw his brother Robert and Robert's companion, Lucille, standing together holding hands. Robert had removed his hobgoblin mask and parts of his armor. Roland quickly realized why they seemed concerned, as he must have looked strange, pacing around and shouting orders to a glowing orb, as if there was an imminent threat. "No, you can both relax. This place is safe. We're back in Albrook at my home. We're just underground. Count Graham won't be able to find you here, nor will Wentworth Arden. These are Valerian lands. Even if they wanted to track you, it would be extremely difficult for them to get here." Relief washed over Robert and Lucille as they clung to each other, taking in the dim surroundings of Roland's underground workshop. Despite the cold, impersonal walls of stone and metal, it was a haven far away from the turmoil that had haunted them for so long. "Thank you, Roland," Robert said, his voice somewhat weak. He looked quite tired from the whole ordeal, and it was probably better to give these two a room to rest in as they looked exhausted. Lucille managed a weak smile, her eyes quivering as she tried to keep herself from dozing off. The space around them didn't feel particularly welcoming. It was mostly an empty laboratory. Roland had only managed to set up a teleportation gate here, while Sebastian's core was housed in another room. Aside from a few workbenches and chairs, there was little else. It would probably be best to guide Robert and Lucille to the elevator and let them get some fresh air. He had a guest room in his home where they could stay while he figured out what to do next. Now that Robert and Lucille were here, Roland knew he would need to create new identities for them. He considered crafting a new suit of armor for Robert, one that would conceal his identity and alter his voice. Robert could pose as one of Arthur's knights, working under Morian or Gareth, both of whom were now Tier 3 knights. Robert's level was high for a Tier 2, and with some runic scrolls, Roland believed he could help his brother reach Knight Commander status soon. Hiding Robert's identity wasn't only necessary because of Count Graham. Robert had also served in the Royal Army and held an official rank. While he had completed several skirmishes and been granted leave, it wasn't indefinite. Although no one could object when Lord Marshal Arden took him, Robert could be considered a deserter if he didn't return. Roland and Robert had discussed this before, but it was clear Robert preferred being labeled a deserter over letting the love of his life, Lucille, become a bargaining chip through noble marriage. As for Lucille, the laws didn't bind her in the same way. She could renounce her De Vere title, but her father could still use his influence to drag her back. The laws in this world heavily favored the nobility, and her feelings would matter little. Roland thought about designing a robe for her, something lighter than runic armor but with some of its functionalities. As a rune mage, Lucille could make good use of his work, as she had the required passive skills. Altering her voice and concealing her identity with a mask wouldn't be difficult, and she could easily work at his workshop or with the Dwarven Union. Forging new identities for them wouldn't be hard, especially with the guild's help. Their noble lives might be over, but with his support, they could soon become Tier 3 class holders, and from there the world would be theirs for the taking. The adrenaline from their escape still lingered in his veins, but exhaustion was beginning to creep in. He had spent weeks planning every contingency, but now that the most dangerous part was over, he felt the weight of the unknown bearing down on him. There was still one person missing, and he had an idea why. "You also have my gratitude, Sir Roland. If it wasn't for why..." Lucille was about to give a slight bow but nearly collapsed to the floor. Fortunately, Robert, who was holding her hand, quickly pulled her close, offering his shoulder for support. "Ah, careful." Roland could tell they were both utterly exhausted, and to make matters worse, Arion wasn't picking up. With Sebastian around, he could always take the call through his helmet once the connection went through. But for now, it was more important to take care of his sibling. "Let's get you two somewhere to rest. You need sleep. We can talk more once you've recovered." He gestured toward the elevator that would take them up and out of the underground workshop. It wasn't far, and it would lead them directly outside. However, to no surprise, the elevator was already occupied. At first, Roland thought only one person was inside, but he quickly realized his mistake when the doors slid open with a soft ding. "A woof! Agni! Your tail is in my face. Please stop moving. I told you to wait outside." "Awa!" It was quite a sight. Agni, Roland's large companion, had curled up tightly to fit inside the elevator. His fur covered a woman, his wife, who looked both amused and mildly annoyed. In his sunlight form, Agni appeared fluffier than in his secondary ruby appearance, and while the flames were off, the ride must have been uncomfortable for her. She managed to squeeze her way out of the cramped elevator, but Agni was having a harder time. As he tried to shift after she exited, the elevator groaned, shaking as if the metal would buckle under the strain. "Agni, stop moving. You're going to damage the elevator," Roland said in an annoyed tone. His words were met with a soft whimper from Agni, clearly not enjoying the tight quarters or that he was being reprimanded by his master. "Roland, are you all right? Take off that helmet and let me see your face." Before he could continue to be angry at Agni, he looked down to his wife, Elodia. Although he had informed her of his entire plan and everything that had transpired at the Devere estate, that didn't mean she wasn't worried. He couldn't dismiss her feelings, so he decided to remove his helmet, revealing a face that looked quite sleep-deprived. "You're so pale." Elodia's eyes widened as she took in the sight of him, her concern evident. She stepped closer, brushing her fingers gently over his cheek. They shared a tender moment, but then her hand shifted, fingers pinching his cheek and tugging at it. "Ow! You haven't been sleeping for days again, have you?" I'm sorry." Roland could tell that his wife was unhappy with his state. In their previous conversations, he had omitted the extent of their workload, knowing she would disapprove of his tendency to pull multiple all-nighters in a row. Despite being a Tier 3 class holder and having access to elixirs, his body still needed proper rest. "Ah, what will I ever do with you?" She had been frowning for a moment, but after sighing and shaking her head, Elodia's expression softened. Her concern for him clearly outweighed any frustration. Gently, she took his hand in hers, while turning towards Robert and Lucille. "Are these two?" "Yes, that's Robert and Lucille. They will be staying with us for a while." Elodia glanced at both of them and could tell they were barely holding on and needed rest. However, one problem remained. Agni was still stuck in the elevator and needed help getting out. Roland hurried over, grabbed his paws, and started pulling. Eventually, the large wolf managed to squeeze his way out. "Hey, stop!" Agni showed no mercy, licking Roland's face enthusiastically while wagging his tail like a propeller. Luckily, the ceiling in this underground part of the workshop was high enough, so fitting the horse-sized sunlight wolf wasn't much of an issue. Once he was out, Roland took a moment to ask his wife about the missing person. "Someone that should be here. Is Bernier somewhere? He should have arrived before me. Did he contact you?" After a resounding push, Roland managed to get Agni off. The wolf snorted with his nose but still let his tongue flop out before barking like a dog a few times. "Bernier. No, but isn't he at the institute?" Maybe he is just having a good time with those other blacksmiths. You mentioned that they did accept him. Perhaps. This was the crux of the current problem. Lucille and his brother were now safe, but his assistant was missing. He didn't want to use the teleportation gate in Graham's territory and directly link it here, as that would reveal the coordinates of this one. The Institute had these coordinates, but no one else did, at least for now. If his enemies linked his previous green disguise to this teleportation gate, they could uncover his true identity. That's why he had told Bernier to go to the Institute first, then return home with Arion's help. There had been enough time for Bernier to return by now, but he was still missing. Perhaps he was worrying for nothing and Bernier had simply stayed behind to chat with his newfound friends. But for some reason, his instincts were telling him something was wrong. There were a few reasons Bernier might not have returned, and one of them involved a certain powerful mage, a possibility that deeply concerned him. Master, Professor Arion is waiting on line 1. Would you like me to bring him up? Before Roland could ask for clarification, a ball of light floated closer. It seemed Arion had finally picked up the call, and Roland would be able to ask directly about Bernier's whereabouts. Roland hesitated for a moment, but Elodia shook her head, already knowing what he was about to say. I'll take these two upstairs. Just finish up here and come eat something. We'll talk later. Thank you, this won't take long. Though his wife was a bit pouty, Roland could only smile slightly. He turned to Robert and Lucille, who had yet to meet Elodia in person. When they visited 5 years ago, Elodia had still been working as a receptionist at the local adventurer guild. They might have seen her during their time in the city, but never with him around. While Roland had kept in touch with Lucille after their departure, their conversations rarely touched on his love life. Instead, they had focused on what his brother had been up to. I suppose I should introduce you. Robert, Lucille. This is my wife, Elodia. Robert blinked in surprise, clearly caught off guard by this news. He knew that Roland had been married through Lucille's letters, but he had never seen his wife. Lucille, on the other hand, gave a weak smile, her tired eyes flickering as she tried to keep herself awake. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lucille managed to speak, but her voice was barely above a whisper. Elodia smiled warmly, her earlier concern giving way to a more welcoming demeanor. The pleasure is mine. We'll talk more after you've rested. You both look like you could use a long nap. Please go with Elodia. She'll show you to your room. Get some rest, you two. Oh, our room? You mean we'll be sharing the same one? Robert held Lucille close but looked bashful for some reason. Yes? Is that a problem? A problem? No, not a problem at all. Elodia caught on quickly and chuckled. Roland had asked her to prepare the guest room, which had only one large bed, suited for a couple. It seemed, though, that his brother and Lucille had been in more of a long-distance relationship. Sharing a room and one bed might feel awkward for them, but after what they had just been through, it shouldn't matter much now. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. Just don't take too long and come up soon. I will, Roland replied, watching as the three entered the elevator and ascended. He was left alone with a calmer Agni and the low hum of the runes. There was no time to waste. He needed to get to the bottom of this mystery. His assistant Bernier was indeed missing, and he wasn't anywhere near Albrook. The only explanation was that he was at the Institute, and Roland feared he already knew the reason why. Sebastian, pull up Arion on the main monitor. Yes, master. The main monitor flickered to life, casting a cold, pale light across the dim room. As the image sharpened, it revealed Arion, the distinguished professor from the Institute. His face was much too close to the runic camera he was using. It made his feline face look much larger than it should and enhanced his feline eyes to look especially large. Professor Wayland, it's good to see you. Oh dear. I think we have a small problem, Arion said while adjusting himself slightly to bring his face into a more proportionate view. Despite the professor's usual calm demeanor, there was a hint of concern in his feline eyes that immediately put Roland on edge. What kind of problem? Roland wanted to know, but first, he needed to find out what had happened to Bernier. Before that, do you know where my assistant is? Is he still at the institute with you? Arion's whiskers twitched slightly, and his eyes narrowed. Ah yes, Bernier. About that, well, it seems that he's being detained. Detained? Roland's voice hardened and his fatigue vanishing in an instant. He had assumed something like this would be the case, but he still had some hope that he was wrong. By whom? For what reason? The screen flickered for a moment as Arion adjusted the device he was using. His feline face shifted into a more neutral expression before he responded. I'm afraid the headmistress herself has ordered it. She didn't explain much to me, but she's prevented him from using the teleportation gate to return to you. To make things worse, she also forbade me from using it. Headmistress Arvandis did? Did she state a reason for it? Roland contained his frustration while talking. He had been planning to leave the institute life behind as there wasn't really anything left for him to gain there. Arion was there to provide him with any future research papers, and he had managed to create upgrades to his spatial technology, teleportation technology, and he even made a tower spirit in Sebastian. She did not, but it seems my house arrest and your assistant's return depend on you. On me? I see. Ah. Were you expecting it, my friend? In a sense, I suppose she wants me to come to her office to explain what happened at the De Vere estate. I'm not sure. She rarely gives clear explanations, especially to the rest of the faculty. It was quite a surprise when she gave the order. But don't worry too much. Your assistant isn't being held captive in the dungeon. He's with the other dwarves from the runic department, exchanging smithing techniques. That's good to hear. Roland replied, though he remained confused. It seemed he couldn't leave without confronting that woman. She was a Tier 4 class holder, and he had indirectly used her status during the De Vere estate incident. It wouldn't be strange if she were angry with him, but there might be another explanation. Wentworth seemed to know her, and there was a possibility it was related to the Arden estate. The timeline doesn't quite add up, though. I rescued Robert several hours after Bernier arrived at the institute. This might be about something else, but I won't know until I go there. He wondered about the true reason she had detained Bernier. If he wanted to see him back, he'd need to return to the institute, something he'd hoped to avoid in the near future. Thank you for the update, Professor Arion. I'll have to speak with Headmistress Arvandis myself, won't I? That would be for the best, Professor Wayland. But tread carefully, my friend. This situation is highly unusual. Roland sighed, glancing at the monitor where Arion's concerned face hovered. He had just received word that the Xander Institute leader wanted to chat with him. She hadn't given a deadline, but it was implied that if he didn't show up at her office, Bernier wouldn't be returning to Albrook. He hadn't anticipated this development when he formulated his plan, as the woman had always remained passive regarding his decisions. It seemed he had pushed his luck too far with his last adventure. But it also raised the question, why hadn't she contacted him directly earlier? Could there be a limit to her abilities? He recalled the one time she had intervened in his affairs. Yevena had protected him from the other Tier 4 class holder in the nearby dungeon. Considering that, the De Vere estate might have been simply too far away for her plant-based magic to reach. Perhaps she could only influence a limited area around where she resided, likely connected to her mage tower, which resembled a giant tree. He had examined it before and concluded that the roots extended in all directions, spreading far beyond the Institute's premises. Perhaps this was her territory, and it had boundaries. It was similar to his situation in Albrook, where he had been spreading runic cabling. In theory, just like modern technology, there would be no limit to how far these cables could extend, and as long as they existed, they would be under his direct control. However, this could not happen in the near future, as it would require a colossal investment of both time and resources, neither of which he currently possessed. If his theory was correct, then he was safe here in Albrook from the woman's influence. Even a Tier 4 class holder had their limits. I see. I need to take care of a few things here first. Could you keep an eye on Bernier for me? Until then, of course, my friend. Don't worry. I'll arrange a temporary badge for him and some lodgings. He'll be safe here. Thank you. No problem. You've already opened my eyes to the possibilities of runes, my friend. This is nothing compared to what you've done for me. Arion chuckled as he replied. He had been nothing but cheerful since Roland arrived at his doorstep. Thanks to Roland's influence, Arion had been exposed to innovations like the runic power armor and new ways to make his lectures more engaging for the young mages. Roland exhaled deeply as he ended the conversation with Arion. Despite the reassurances, the weight of the unknown still pressed heavily on him. His assistant, Bernier, being detained at the institute by Headmistress Arvandus was not something he could dismiss lightly. He had expected some consequences after the incident at the De Vere estate, but this was an unforeseen complication. After everything that had transpired, Roland had hoped for some time to regroup, focus on his projects, and help his brother and Lucille adjust to their new lives. But now the headmistress had other plans. If she wanted an explanation, she would get one, but Roland knew he had to tread carefully. She was connected to his father, and returning to the institute might result in him being captured or even held hostage. Despite his recent advancements in his inventions, there was no way he could take on a Tier 4 class holder in combat. There's no way I'll be able to escape that tower once I'm inside. Should I just take Bernier and flee? He started weighing his options. One plan involved going to the institute, retrieving Bernier, and making a quick escape. While Roland considered himself a competent fighter, the institute housed far more mages than the small tower he had previously broken into. Taking control of the teleportation gate this time would be far more difficult. Fleeing with his glider was another possibility, but even if he managed to slip past the barrier, Yavena's influence likely stretched far, perhaps reaching towns days away. The other mages were capable of flight as well. It was only a matter of time before he'd be chased down and caught. The whole situation seemed impossible. But then again, the headmistress had been lenient with him before. Perhaps he was simply overthinking it. Roland's mind raced through possibilities, each more dangerous than the last. He couldn't afford to wait too long. Bernier's life could be in jeopardy. He had undoubtedly offended some mages within the institute, and once they discovered who Bernier was, they might seek revenge through him. And, of course, the headmistress wouldn't wait forever for a response. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the warm nudge of a nose at the back of his head. Worf. Ah, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. It was Agni, his wolf companion, whom he hadn't seen in a while. Agni rested his muzzle on Roland's shoulder, whimpering softly. Roland couldn't help but reach up to pet him on the head, realizing his loyal wolf was simply trying to cheer him up. Despite the bind he was in, there was no use worrying about it now. All he could do was plan carefully and hope for the best, as he always did. Thanks, Agni. Let's head up. I do need some rest to clear my mind. Before turning to leave, Roland called out to Sebastian, his AI. His creation had been steadily evolving, becoming something more sophisticated. Its speech patterns had been upgraded to accept more complex commands, but Roland still needed time to fully analyze this latest iteration. The artificial spirit had developed a degree of autonomy, and Roland needed to ensure he could properly control it before releasing it into the runic network. Coming from a world that feared rogue AIs running amok, he wanted to proceed cautiously. Over. Sebastian, notify me if Arion tries to contact me, and keep watch over the city. Follow the procedures I've outlined for you and notify me immediately if you detect any anomalies. Yes, Master. Sebastian replied using a cold text-to-speech-like voice that he intended to fix later. The glowing orb of light hovered close for a moment before drifting off to another part of the workshop. Despite the appearance, Sebastian's true form was the deeper within the workshop, and this was nothing more than a form that was easier to converse with. He fashioned him in such a way so that people like Bernier and Elodia would be able to converse with the runic computer whenever they wished. Agni padded beside Roland, but it proved a problem to get him into the elevator again. His size had already become a problem, and perhaps he could use some of his spatial runes to alleviate the problem. Within the institute, there were many rooms affected by dimensional magic. Even the main institute was under such a spell, creating a vast larger interior than the exterior of the building. He could probably do the same with the elevator here, which would save up a lot of money as he wouldn't need to renovate. First, I'll have to get Bernier back. Now get in there, Agni, we need to go up. Woof! Roland pushed his overgrown wolf into the elevator and opted to take the emergency stairs instead. It was a hassle, especially since he was already tired, but he was larger than his wife and would have trouble fitting in the elevator with Agni. While going up, his mind raced with probabilities for the future. When he reached the top floor, he exited through the secondary workshop, which belonged to his assistant. Diana must be home, he muttered, noticing the absence of Bernier's wife. He had intended to mention why Bernier wasn't around, but neither she nor their child was there. The couple often brought their son to the workshop, and Roland recalled Bernier asking him to craft a special sound-blocking device. It was designed to block out the noise from the outside but allow sounds from inside to escape. They used it for the crib that Roland now looked at. The child could sleep peacefully, undisturbed by the clanging and hammering of the workshop. However, if the baby started crying, the device would ensure the parents were instantly alerted. Roland had even designed a small bracelet to fit around the child's wrist, crafted from a special elastic metallic polymer alloy. It utilized a faint amount of mana to monitor the child's vital signs. If anything were to happen, the parents would be alerted, even if the sounds of the child's cries didn't reach them. The bracelet could also notify them if the child woke up, even if he didn't start calling out or crying. This technology was designed by him to monitor prisoners, but it worked fine with children as well. After looking around, he decided to leave and fetch Agni, who had gotten stuck again. After a few tugs, he managed to wrestle him free from the confines of the elevator. It had been bent in a few places but was still in working order. The sight of his windmills and home brought him some joy. He had been away for so long, and now, seeing the familiar windmills turning gently in the breeze above his house, the tension eased slightly. It reminded him of the good old days when it was just him, his wolf pup, and his starry-eyed assistant. Those were simpler times, which he occasionally longed for, though he wouldn't trade them for everything he had since accomplished. One of the biggest reasons he no longer dwelled on his past was the woman who opened the door to his home. There she was, his wife, waving him over in an awkward manner. She seemed troubled and in need of his help. He often found himself thinking about her while out on his adventures, something he wished to limit in the future, though he knew it would be difficult to follow through. One realization from his latest escapade was that he was still lacking. Tier 3 wasn't as powerful as he had once believed, and there was still another mountain to climb. Even then, he could never allow himself to relax, always striving for more. After safely bringing Bernier back from the Institute, he needed to shift his focus. Though Arthur's power base was growing quickly, it still wasn't enough. Is something wrong? Yes, I think you'll have to carry them to their room. They're a lot more tired than I expected, Elodia replied, motioning toward Robert and Lucille, who were slumped on the couch, fast asleep. Lucille rested her head on Robert's shoulder, while Robert had his arm draped protectively around her. Their exhaustion was evident, and Roland couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight. I guess they really couldn't hold out any longer, he said quietly as he gently picked Lucille up. She shook slightly but didn't wake as he tried to move her. Robert remained sound asleep, but his body resisted when Roland tried to take his lover away. After some gentle effort to loosen his brother's grip, Roland managed to carry Lucille into the guest room. He laid her on the large bed, leaving it to Elodia to decide whether she needed to be changed into something more comfortable for sleep. Agni peeked through one of the windows to watch, but stayed quiet, sensing that the two needed rest. Fortunately, Robert had already removed most of the armor he'd been wearing, so only the chainmail needed to come off. Should I just leave him on the couch? What for? If these two have done half as much for each other as you've told me, they're practically husband and wife. They should get used to it, and when one of them wakes up, it'll probably be better to see a familiar face next to them. Don't you think? Elodia replied while adjusting things in the guest room. After a brief pause, she told Roland it was fine to enter. He returned with Robert slung over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. The way he carried his brother was a lot rougher, but he kept him steady while placing him down next to the already covered-up Lucille. Roland gently placed Robert next to Lucille on the bed, trying to ensure they would both be comfortable. Once they were settled, he stepped back and placed his hand over the two. He was still wearing his armor, which started gently glowing around the palm area. Soon an aura of gentle light surrounded the two sleeping people as a spell was cast. That spell is truly handy. That's much better. Elodia nodded in response as she could tell that the smell that was coming from Robert had been removed. He had been forced to hold on for a while and had worked up a considerable amount of grime during their journey. The spell had not only cleaned him up, but also seemed to soothe both Robert and Lucille into deeper sleep, making them look much more peaceful. That should keep them comfortable for a while. They probably won't wake up until tomorrow morning. Let's just leave them be. Elodia smiled softly and nodded. This was his home, so setting up a small barrier around the bed to block out outside noise was simple for him. Once everything was in place, he left the guest room and moved over to the same couch his brother had previously occupied. Now, he had some quiet time alone with his wife and Agni's antics in the background. Before they started talking, Roland tried to organize his thoughts. Armand and Lobelia were still out roaming the kingdom. He had instructed them to leave the De Vere lands as quickly as possible, so they should be safe. There was a chance the Count might identify him as a suspect soon and target those connected to him. However, both Armand and Lobelia were powerful Tier 3 class holders, and there wasn't much known about them. If things became complicated, he could use the teleportation gate to assist them, something that didn't require the Institute's direct involvement, as he could simply port them to his own workshop. He had already acquired a list of towers throughout the kingdom from the Institute. Establishing a connection and contacting them through crystal balls was possible. It just came with a hefty fee. Albrook was becoming noticeably more peaceful. The increased presence of the church had begun attracting more people from outside the city. Some had even started venturing into the dungeon to join expeditions. Healers and paladins were rare in this world, and having them nearby significantly raised the survival chances of adventurers in the area. Even if someone got injured, as long as they retreated in time, there would likely be a priest somewhere in the dungeon to heal and save them. Arthur was steadily building his influence, with Roland leading the way. With Mary, Morian, and Gareth around, he was no longer needed as a bodyguard, freeing him to focus on expanding the runic cabling throughout the city. He was even extending it to the outskirts, installing rune lanterns beyond the city limits. The money was flowing in steadily, but he still needed more. His ultimate goal now was to introduce power armor technology to the city, a potential trump card for the future. Roland was also aware that his personal growth had stagnated. His level hadn't increased much recently, as he had been preoccupied with crafting Bernier's prosthesis and worrying about his brother and sister. What he really needed was to return to the dungeon and explore how deep it truly went. The underground remained largely uncharted, with seemingly endless crypts filled with undead. There was so much left to accomplish, but first, he needed to get his assistant back. A golden coin for your thoughts? HM? Ah, sorry, I've done it again. His thoughts were interrupted by Elodia calling out to him. She had 2 cups of tea in her hands, one of which she handed to Roland. He took it gratefully, letting the warm cup rest in his hands for a moment before taking a sip. The familiar, calming taste of chamomile mixed with a hint of honey helped ease the tension from his shoulders. "You've been overthinking again," Elodia said with a knowing smile, sitting down beside him. "You always get this distant look when your mind is racing ahead of itself." Roland sighed and nodded. "I suppose I have been, but the situation with Bernier requires my attention." Elodia placed her hand gently on his arm, her gaze soft but carrying a hint of annoyance. "I know, but you can't handle everything alone. You've done more than enough already. Bernier will be fine for a little while longer." Roland smirked, amused by her calm certainty. "Resting doesn't seem to come easy these days. I'm not sure if I should." While talking, he suddenly felt a bout of drowsiness wash over him, something that he didn't expect to happen. He looked at the empty cup of tea in his hand and then back to Elodia. "That's why I took matters into my own hands," Elodia replied with a slight grin. Roland raised an eyebrow at her response, but before he could ask what she meant, He felt a sudden wave of exhaustion hit him like a tidal force. Elodia, what did you? Just a little sleeping potion I got from Rastix. It was able to knock out Agni for a while day. So it should at least make you rest for a few hours. Now don't resist it and just lie down on the couch. Roland's protest was short-lived as his body surrendered to the potion's effects. While there was a small window of opportunity to attempt to use a detoxifying spell with the help of his armor, he allowed himself to rest. He felt his muscles relax, his mind quieting, as he slipped into a deep, much-needed sleep. You always try to carry the world on your shoulders, Roland. But even you need to take a break now and then, she whispered, brushing a few strands of hair away from his forehead and letting him gently drift into well-deserved slumber. Where am I? I'm sure that I was. Roland clutched his head, struggling to piece together his scattered thoughts. His mind was a foggy mess, memories slipping through his fingers. The last thing he remembered was drinking tea that his wife had given him. Then he'd woken up here, lying on a wooden floor, in a strange, unfamiliar place. The room felt oddly surreal, like something from the magical institute where bookshelves floated midair. As Roland took in his surroundings, a disorienting sense of familiarity washed over him. The architecture around him looked bizarre, a warped imitation of a place he knew well. The walls bent at unnatural angles, and furniture floated lazily around the room, as if gravity had taken a vacation. He took a tentative step, only to realize he was standing on the ceiling, and yet he didn't fall. Is this the Arden estate? He murmured with a confused tone filling his voice. It looked like his family's estate, but everything felt distorted, as though the estate were trying to remember itself and failing. The tapestries were worn but still beautiful, their scenes shifting and changing subtly whenever he looked away. Roland tried to ground himself, tracing his way down a corridor, which stretched and wobbled like a reflection on water. A faint, elusive memory stirred at the back of his mind, the mostly abandoned wing of the estate, his childhood sanctuary, and the library there that he used to attend. He moved as the world distorted around him, but with each step, the scenery became more grounded. The memories started coming back, and with them, the mansion started to solidify more. Finally, he stood before a door he hadn't seen in years, the one that he arrived into this world, the original Roland's room. After taking a deep breath, he reached out and turned the handle. The door swung open with an almost silent creak, revealing his childhood room just as he remembered it, or close enough. The bed was small, covered in a faded quilt he recognized as his maid's handiwork. Most of the rest was empty space, no toys or paintings, just a bed with an addition that he did not expect to see. There was a figure on the bed, a child whose face he couldn't truly see. The child was probably around the same age Roland had been when he first arrived in this world, about 5. The boy didn't look at him, instead was staring out the window at a view hidden from Roland's sight. Eventually, though, the child sensed someone else in the room and glanced over his shoulder. His features were coming into focus, though a haze still blurred Roland's vision. "You shouldn't be here," the boy said, his voice small yet steady. Roland's heart skipped a beat. He recognized that voice as it belonged to him when he was a child in this world. He tried to speak, to ask the child who he was, but his lips refused to part. Instead, he felt drawn forward, each step slow and heavy, like walking through mud. With every step, it became harder to move, but the boy continued speaking. "You shouldn't be here. If you stay, it will notice you." Roland froze mid-step, or perhaps he simply couldn't move any farther. At the boy's words, a deep rumble began to shake the entire estate. The window, once obscured by mist, started to clear, revealing something lurking beyond. Through the haze, he could finally make it out. An enormous, monstrous eyeball eerily familiar, like something from a forgotten nightmare. It seemingly floated in some kind of empty void, massive tentacles protruding from it with many smaller eyeballs everywhere. Each tentacle wove through the air like it was breathing, its smaller eyes blinking in erratic patterns as they were looking for something. Roland couldn't place where he'd seen this creature before, nor why it filled him with such dread. The boy on the bed remained still, his gaze locked on Roland. "You have to leave," the child said in a low, urgent whisper. "If it sees you, $carrot at." Suddenly, the boy's words turned into loud, distorted static, drowning out whatever he was trying to warn him about. The gigantic eyeball outside wasn't looking directly at them, but its massive, writhing tentacles were creeping toward the estate, slowly coiling around it. The walls started to constrict around them, bending and warping as if responding to the approach of the creature outside. Roland's pulse quickened as a claustrophobic feeling crept over him. It was as if the room itself was afraid, trying to protect itself. The child sat still on the bed, staring at him through a haze, his face unclear. For a brief moment, it seemed as if he was smiling, a soft, soothing expression that puzzled Roland greatly. Then, suddenly, a radiant light erupted from the boy, flooding the entire estate in white. The monstrous entity outside let out a deafening roar, its tentacles recoiling as they were engulfed in the warm, pulsating glow. Roland could feel the light's strange warmth wash over him, both fierce and comforting, as if it was warding off the darkness inching closer. The searing light grew brighter, pulling Roland further from the strange room and the monstrous figure outside, until everything around him melted into a surreal blur. He felt himself slipping back, a gentle tug as if something was guiding him away. Then, the light receded, and when Roland opened his eyes, he found himself lying on his own couch, staring up at the familiar ceiling of his home. The lingering warmth from the dream filled him with confusion. His heart pounded as the memory of that enormous eye. A sinister presence filled his memories, but soon the thoughts faded and he found his mind at peace. What was that? I'm sure. I've seen that eyeball before. Everything felt so real. He mumbled to himself as he tried to recall the strange dream he'd just had. The enormous eyeball and the child's words echoed faintly in his mind, leaving him unsettled. He sat up slowly, rubbing his temples as if to chase away the last wisps of the dream. The feeling of the boy's presence and that protective light lingered, blending with the quiet of his home. He glanced around, half expecting the walls to waver or the couch to sink into some other dimension, but everything remained solid. I'm not in an illusion, at least. After activating his debugging skill and scanning his surroundings, he was certain he wasn't trapped in any abyssal cult illusion. The dream felt too vivid, and he wondered if there was more to it than met the eye. It was simply too surreal to dismiss as an ordinary dream. This world was built on powerful magic, inhabited by strange entities and forces. His instincts told him it might be unwise to ignore the dream, but at the moment, he had other concerns demanding his attention. Name: Roland Arden L198. Classes: T3 Runesmith Overlord L23, Primary. T2 Runesmith Lord L50, Tertiary. T2 Runic Engineer L50, Secondary. T1 Mage L25X. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25X. T1 Runic Blacksmith L25X. My level hasn't gone up in a while, has it? Roland sighed as he looked at his status screen. His progress had stagnated, and seeing it laid out in such detail only reminded him of the mountain of work ahead. The eerie dream he'd just experienced left a faint echo in his mind, but practical matters pulled him back to reality. The fleeting memory of the child's warning and the monstrous eyeball wouldn't fade, though. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he felt he'd encountered that entity before. It was somewhat similar to the monster that was responsible for Bernier losing his arm, so perhaps it was just a nightmare from feeling guilty over it. He shook his head and focused instead on his surroundings. The quiet home or Agni's muffled snores just outside his home's main door through which he could not fit in anymore. A note on the counter caught his eye. He recognized Elodia's handwriting immediately. Asterisk, there's some food in the runic refrigerator. Don't let Agni eat it. He has already been fed and has been getting fatter since you've been so busy. I'll be with the other children and return after nightfall. Asterisk. Roland chuckled, imagining his overgrown wolf poking his head through the kitchen window, sniffing hopefully at the fridge, and getting some treats from a disgruntled Elodia. Agni, unfortunately, had outgrown the house a while back. He usually stayed in his stable-sized doghouse, but it seemed that he preferred to stay closer to his master, even if that meant blocking the way in. He decided he'd let Agni continue his self-appointed role of guard dog for now, as he needed a moment to gather his thoughts. A clock directly in front of him indicated it was close to 7 in the evening. Judging by the note, his wife would probably return in an hour or two. The dormitory he had built for all the orphans wasn't far, so he wasn't too concerned about her safety. Robert and Lucille were still fast asleep, as they hadn't gotten a sleep resistance skill as he had. Even though he'd been drugged by a potent sleeping agent, it had only lasted for about 10 hours. He'd have to talk to his wife about it once she returned, but he understood her reasoning. He'd been stuck at the institute for a long time, and when he finally returned, he was either leaving again or absorbed in crafting Bernier's runic prosthesis. It was clear she was worried about him overextending himself. Still, he knew that true rest wasn't an option yet. His recent adventures had shown him that he was far from strong or independent enough to feel secure. Will I have to reach Tier 4 before I can ever relax? After sighing, he headed to the runic fridge, where he found some treats from his wife, a well-prepared meal with meat, roasted vegetables, and even garlic bread, one of his favorites. To no surprise, his armor was still mostly on him, as he had only managed to remove his helmet. Somehow, Elodia had managed to get him onto the couch though, probably with the help of a levitation spell which was possible through some of the inventions in his home to which his wife had access to. Should I remove her runic privileges for that? He chuckled to himself as he stood, waving a hand to cast a spell of silence. His steps needed to be quiet so as not to disturb Agni and his brother, who were still slumbering. Soon he was seated at the dining table, savoring his meal while contemplating his plans. His first priority was rescuing Bernier, but there was much more work ahead. For one, his level had been stagnant for some time, so he was planning a return to the dungeon. With the help of his various runic creations, he hoped to make quick progress through the undead temples. Roland was counting on encountering higher-level undead monsters there, which would let him grind for experience once more. His old method of using runic schematics had reached its limit, and he wasn't expecting to discover any Tier 4 runes anytime soon. To achieve that, he'd likely need to infiltrate the Dwarven Union's main facility, where the greatest craftsmen guarded their secrets. Next on his agenda was modernizing Albrook, perhaps by constructing a few larger facilities for assembly. Coming from a more advanced world, the idea of building factories for part production was natural to him. However, in this world, everything revolved around the class system. A seasoned, high-level blacksmith could do the work of 10 or 20 lesser blacksmiths alone. There was no real demand for factories, as levels and skills were what mattered most. But Roland's mindset and abilities differed. While factories in his old world required skilled workers, his vision here was different. He imagined a mechanized facility powered by runic technology, independent of class-based skills. Machines and runic cabling could operate tirelessly, assembling parts or even entire structures, bypassing the limitations of individual skill and enabling true mass production. This approach could create a steady supply of advanced items, potentially leveling the playing field for those without high-tier classes. One issue with the factory concept, however, lay in his incomplete understanding of rune crafting, the method of creating runes. For some reason, even if he meticulously carved out perfect rune paths manually, they wouldn't activate unless his skill was in use. He couldn't transfer his skill to automatons, and even his runic vision didn't provide any answers. Still, he had been working on a few theories and alternatives to make a runic factory viable. In theory, he should eventually be able to produce parts, but it would take time to make this vision a reality. Then all-around strengthening of Albrook was also in order, which included his brother. He was a well-trained knight with proper training and had served during battles in the north of the kingdom. He would be a fine addition to Arthur's troops. The other Valerian sons were still out there, and with Albrook's lord gaining power, things would start to move. Roland could see him being invited to noble parties and perhaps them clashing with opposing troops. There were ways of taking over territory, and that town he rescued a few street urchins from seemed dissatisfied with their leadership. Fallout also awaited him from the headmistress, and potentially from his own father. Previously, he had thought Wentworth cared little for family, seeing them as nothing more than expendable pawns. However, Wentworth had struck deals with Count Graham de Vere and the Castellane house when Lucien was involved. It was possible he would eventually come searching for Robert as well. Then there is also the church. This really blows. Agni was treated by them as a kind of holy beast, making it difficult to take him anywhere. Once Roland sorted his things out, he planned to bring Agni into the dungeon for some adventures, but with Solarian fanatics everywhere, that would likely be a challenge. With a sigh, Roland finished his meal, wiped his hands on a cloth, and glanced out the window. The night outside was quiet, but his ears picked up something familiar: footsteps and breathing. I guess Elodia came back early. It was his wife, trekking through the compound that had automatic lights to show the way and turrets to defend her from harm. Roland felt a sense of calm wash over him as he heard Elodia's footsteps approaching. It was reassuring to know that despite all the chaotic things demanding his attention, here, within his own home, there was peace, however temporary it might be. She did drug me with that potion. A grin appeared on his lips as he moved closer to the entrance. He made sure that no light would shine in the corner that he was standing in and then waited. Elodia approached from the front, but he knew that she wouldn't use that door as it had been blocked by a large wolf. Instead, she needed to circle around and use the back door instead, where he was already waiting. Finally, the door creaked open and Elodia slipped inside, her eyes adjusting to the dim light. "Welcome back," Roland shouted while jamming both his index fingers into Elodia's waist from the back. She was quite ticklish near her sides and would always flinch in a comedic fashion if he inserted both his fingers there at the same time. "Ack!" Elodia leapt forward, nearly dropping the bundle of books and papers she was holding as she spun around to face Roland. Her wide eyes softened the moment she saw him grinning mischievously in the shadows, and her glare turned into a bemused smile. "Roland," she gasped, clutching her chest with one hand. "You scared the life out of me." He laughed, rubbing the back of his neck as he took a step back. "I couldn't resist. That's for giving me that special tea." Elodia rolled her eyes, shaking her head in annoyance, but under her pouty gaze a smile started to form. "It was for your own good. You needed rest more than anyone I know, and I'd do it again if it means you actually get some sleep." He raised a hand in mock surrender and then closed the door behind her. There were some things they needed to discuss, but perhaps that could wait. "Ah, I know, but next time, perhaps just ask?" "As I that would ever work." They both knew how thick-headed Roland could be, and after a little pause, the couple found themselves in each other's embrace. While time here was fleeting and there was much more work to do, Roland savored this moment, as tomorrow he needed to finalize his plans and decide how to tackle the Bernier issue. "The High Commander is approaching." "Greeting the High Knight Commander." A large group of armored men performed the customary military salute of the kingdom, directed at a single individual wearing an intricate suit of runic armor. Though the armor was different from what they remembered, they recognized the Knight Commander, Commander Wayland. Forming a line on either side of him, they ensured he had an unobstructed path to the Valerian villa, where their lord, Arthur Valerian, resided. So much for a quiet morning. He was not alone, however, and the other soldiers quickly noticed that his entourage wore similarly styled clothing. First, they saw a man dressed in a full set of armor, similar to their leaders, though somewhat plainer. Beside him was a figure in a robe, their face hidden behind a mask. While the armored man was around the same size as the Knight Commander, the robed figure was smaller and thinner, leading many to assume they were likely female. The trio soon disappeared through the main door, and only then did the knights begin to murmur among themselves. "Those two looked important. Who do you think that was? Maybe some new hires?" One of them looked like a proper knight. "Maybe they are here to swear their loyalty to the Lord." "Ha! This place is really growing." The men all began nodding, eager to cheer. Among them were failed adventurers, soldiers who hadn't quite made the cut in other cities, and others simply drawn by the high pay. Initially, they didn't know what to think of the late Valerian's son. They assumed he would be incompetent, yet the city continued to prosper, along with their wages and equipment. They were now proud soldiers of the Valerian household, and some even aspired to one day join the Duke's personal knights, a dream they now felt was within reach. Back in the estate, Roland sighed inwardly, walking through the estate clad in his Rune Mark II armor, a cape flowing behind him. His older, bulkier armor had been melted down, making this his only remaining set. Fortunately, he had hidden it well under his robe during his adventures across the kingdom and was fairly certain that no one would connect this armored figure to Wayland, the deputy professor, at least not yet. Even if they did, as long as his identity as the man in the green goblin mask remained a mystery, he would be safe. To his right was Robert, wearing one of the armor suits from his store. His whole body was covered and the helmet was equipped with a voice changer. To his left was Lucille, soon to be Robert's wife. She was wearing a magical robe with runic capabilities, specially woven from super light metallic threads, a technology he had started using after his visit to the Institute. She also had a mask with eye cutouts and a small mouth opening covered by a darkened mesh. It would not allow any of her facial features to shine through in an attempt to keep her identity hidden from everyone. Let them in. Roland arrived at the entrance to Arthur's office. In the past, the ones to welcome him would be both Gareth and Morian. Neither of them was here to greet him that day as the two had advanced to Tier 3 classes and were busy training. Mary was constantly with Arthur along with a hidden entourage of assassins all wearing maid uniforms. Perhaps if he was an enemy, the two new knight commanders would have shown themselves, but Roland had already proven that he was a trustworthy ally. Arthur Valerian's office was richly furnished yet restrained, with polished wood and fine tapestries lining the walls, lending the room a warm elegance. Once filled solely with bookshelves, the office had been steadily upgraded, and there were even plans to add a new wing to the estate. Money was flowing in steadily, and their progress showed no signs of slowing. It was finally time to invest their well-earned funds. Commander Wayland, your reports are usually less eventful, is what I want to say, but I'd be telling lies, Arthur remarked, his mouth twitching with amusement, though his gaze remained sharp. Tell me, did it not occur to you to perhaps ask them before bringing them here under cover of night? Roland sighed, removing his helmet and holding it at his hip. To be fair, Arthur, I did ask them, and they agreed, at least one, he replied, shrugging slightly and glancing back at the two figures behind him. When the pair had awoken that morning, he'd briefed them on the situation in Albrook, assuring them that Arthur could be trusted to keep their secret. Now, he removed his helmet as a signal that it was safe for them to do the same, and they soon followed suit. Oh, you two really do look alike, though there are a few differences, wouldn't you say, Mary? Yes, my lord. The resemblance is quite uncanny. Roland glanced at Robert, understanding immediately what they meant. Though they shared similar features, his older brother was more stout, with a pronounced square jaw, while Roland's own features were more balanced, with a scholarly quality. Strength was the first word that came to mind when looking at Robert, while Roland had a more even, balanced appearance with fewer flaws. Now then, if I understand correctly, this is Robert Arden, your older brother, and this is Lady Lucille de Vere, quite the entourage. Arthur seemed slightly troubled, and Roland didn't expect him not to be. These weren't simple refugees that he brought along, and they were both children of nobles. They weren't really inferior to Arthur in status, as even though he was the son of a duke, he was still a bastard. Robert, on the other hand, was from a proper wife, and Lucille's father was a count. Arthur chuckled softly, shaking his head as he took in the unusual scene before him. Roland's brother, Robert, stood tall, his bearing marked by the disciplined rigidity of a seasoned knight. Lucille, on the other hand, moved gracefully, but her nervous glances around the office hinted at her discomfort in such unfamiliar surroundings. However, there was a lot of curiosity as well, and she kept looking at the many runic devices inside of his office. My apologies for imposing on you, Lord Valerian, Robert eventually responded while also bowing forward, his armor producing a slight clinking sound. Ha, I'm no Lord Valerian, at least no yet, There is no reason for titles if we are just among us. As you might have noticed, your younger brother just calls me by my name. I would appreciate it if you did the same, my friend. Surprise covered Robert's face as he glanced at Roland for confirmation. Roland just responded with a nod, as he had already contacted Arthur previously and had a chat with him about the issue even before his sibling woke up from sleeping more than a full day. I told you it would be fine. You just have to play the night when we are out in public. Robert relaxed, his rigid posture softening, though a glimmer of relief remained carefully masked in his expression. He nodded to Arthur, acknowledging the Lord's openness. Lucille, catching Roland's reassuring glance, also visibly relaxed. Thank you, Sir Arthur. We appreciate your discretion in this matter and your hospitality. We know it's unconventional, given the circumstances. Lucille said, her voice steady with gratitude. Arthur waved a hand dismissively while leaning back in his chair, finding the encounter a bit jarring as he was not really used to being thanked by other nobles. Think nothing of it. I'm honored to offer what support I can, and you are both welcome here. From what I've heard, you'll fit right in with my merry band of miscreants. That being said, he glanced towards Mary, who had been standing patiently by his side. Mary, would you give our guests a tour of the estate? Show them the grounds, perhaps the gardens. Gareth or Morian might be able to show Sir Robert around the barracks and training grounds, and perhaps Lady Lucille would enjoy visiting our rune smithy. She might also want to familiarize herself with Master Brilvia, our resident master runesmith. A master runesmith? I would love to. His future sister-in-law was still the rune enthusiast she had always been. Although she had attended the institute and participated in extensive runic research, she hadn't worked in the field with practical runesmithing. It was clear that she longed to visit real-world locations where true runic craftsmanship took place, rather than the sterile environments of the institute. Excellent, Arthur said, nodding as Mary inclined her head with a soft smile, gesturing for Robert and Lucille to follow her. This way, Sir Robert, Lady Lucille. I'll show you around. Remember, while you're outside in public, don't use your real names. Before they left, Roland stopped them to issue a reminder. Their old names had to be discarded and never spoken in public. The only reason they could use them here was thanks to his runic monitoring system, which kept anyone from overhearing. May I know how I should refer to them? Mary asked before entering the room as she had been left out in the dark. Roland nodded and soon after responded. We have decided to go with Durendal for Robert and Kurtana for Lucille. I have already arranged new statuses for both of them. We just need to finalize their new identities at the guild. After Robert and Lucille left with Mary, Roland and Arthur remained in the office, the faint sounds of their footsteps fading down the hallway. Arthur's posture shifted subtly, signaling his readiness to discuss matters of strategy and future plans with Roland. With a soft sigh, he steepled his fingers and regarded Roland with a thoughtful expression. Well then, I suppose we should discuss the future of Albrook and our mutual interests. My brothers have been quiet, unusually so, yet they still send spies into Albrook, nothing overt, but enough to be a nuisance. I wouldn't need much to justify taking action if I wanted, but I'm not sure we are ready yet. Roland nodded. He had access to Albrook's monitoring system and knew the spy problem was ongoing. After many spies had been captured, they switched tactics, contacting the Thieves' Guild instead. The guild leader, who was secretly working with Roland's side, was feeding the spies false information. How long they would be fooled was uncertain, but for now, they were too afraid to cause trouble in the city. Their only options were questioning residents or attempting bribes. It's too soon for a direct confrontation, but with time, we might be able to stand on equal ground with your brothers. You've mentioned that, but I'm not sure if I fully believe you. While Albrook has been growing, my dear brothers have had quite a head start over me. Roland nodded as he listened. Though he and Arthur had discussed various matters before, they had never seriously considered going on the offensive. It had always seemed unrealistic. But after Roland achieved Tier 3 status and helped Arthur's most trusted guards level up, things began to shift. They even managed to scare off Theodore Valerian's forces as he fled from his failed teleportation attempt. Aldbourne was nearby and, with time, could become their new territory, if Arthur even had such ambitions. Their partnership had begun as a simple exchange of mutual assistance, and neither had initially imagined expanding beyond this one city. But now their strength was growing at an impressive pace. They needed to decide on a direction, and for that, Roland had to understand Arthur's ultimate goal. We can probably catch up in time, but first, tell me, do you even want that? Is there a reason for us to fight? We could consider joining one of your brothers. If not Theodore, then perhaps Julius. Roland posed the question thoughtfully. After all, he had already achieved most of what he wanted. Arthur becoming the next Valerian Duke would be a great outcome, but it wasn't essential to Roland's plans. As an established runic craftsman, Roland could likely join any faction he chose. Arthur, however, still had a choice. He could continue building his forces and pursue his legacy as the rightful heir. But was that truly his goal? Was there a reason to push further? That's a good question. Arthur pondered for a while and rose from his seat to move over towards the window. There he could see some soldiers training, sweat falling down their foreheads as they desperately attempted to get stronger. You know, before I came here, I had almost given up all hope. Arthur paused, gazing out the window and looking further out into the city before continuing. Even after I took control of Albrook, there was a part of me that didn't truly believe any of this would work. I wanted to convince myself otherwise, telling myself that all of this effort, all the planning and alliances, would lead somewhere. But deep down, I was persuading myself, I suppose, into believing there was a chance. Roland listened intently, arms crossed, his expression softened. While he was a man of a few words, it didn't mean that he had no emotions. Arthur was opening up himself to him so he could at least listen. I never thought I'd see even a glimpse of success. The world doesn't favor people like me, Roland. Bastards, pretenders. My brothers. They were the rightful heirs. Even if they had treated me as a family member, there would have been no place for me. Arthur's voice hardened, his fingers drumming against the window ledge. And yet here we are. The city's growing, the people are with us, and for the first time, I feel like I might actually have something worth fighting for. He turned to Roland, a glint of steely resolve in his gaze. When you showed up, I don't know. Somehow things started going right. You helped everyone grow, strengthened the defenses, and taught us things we never would have learned on our own. I think I've become greedier because of it. I want this, Roland. I want to push forward to see if I can win it all. To prove to them once and for all that I was not just a bastard. Arthur paused for a moment before looking into Roland's eyes. The two had discussed their pasts before but never really their future goals. But what about you? I might be a greedy bastard, but if you wish to retreat, I'll understand. Roland wondered for a moment as to how to answer this question, and for some reason, he felt chatty today. To be honest, I never wanted it to come this far. I thought that if I found a deep enough hole, no one would bother me. So I came here to Albrook, a little town in the middle of nowhere, with nothing interesting in it. It seemed like the perfect place to fade away into obscurity. He gave out a sigh while shrugging as he recalled the various events that led up to this moment. Something always seemed to go wrong, as if the more I tried to retreat, the more the world found ways to pull me back in. He paused for a moment to gather his thoughts, eyes darting around to find something to look at as he summarized his thoughts. But then things changed. It was when I started working with people, with you and the others here in Albrook. I realized that, as much as I wanted to keep the world at arm's length, there's worth in being part of something. I tried to stay detached, but now, I can't imagine a world without them. However, I also understand that power is paramount in this world, and without it, all that I created could be taken away in an instant. Arthur nodded, understanding where Roland was coming from. I suppose that's why I decided to keep going, to keep growing, and I still need to continue. With you, Arthur, I probably have the best shot at it. That's probably the gist of it. Arthur chuckled at Roland's final words, which implied that he was being used for his position. He didn't mind, though, as both of them had a mutual understanding of their positions and now goals. Then how about we move forward together as we did before? Doesn't sound like a bad idea to me. Then, let our bastard union continue, until we achieve our goals together. The two nodded at each other and soon after shook hands, sealing their pact with a silent understanding. Their journey, though fraught with challenges and unexpected twists, had forged a bond between them that was more than mere convenience. It was a shared ambition, one that had grown from mere survival into something far greater. Sir Durendal, huh? I like it. It sounds very knightly. Mine isn't bad either. Didn't know your brother was this well-versed in names. Well, we never really talked much. Ah, well, I'm sure you two will hit it off. He seems to live in his own world, but he's very kind and capable. Lucille's voice held an unexpected softness as she spoke about Roland. The respect she had developed for him through the whirlwind of events softened any lingering bitterness she might have felt about leaving her old life behind. Robert could hear the admiration in her tone and smiled under his helmet. Yeah, my younger brother is truly remarkable. I wonder if father would have let him become the heir. I don't think any of us could match his achievements. Robert sighed, reflecting on recent events. His brother Roland, who had left home at the age of 10, had risen to the rank of knight commander. He, on the other hand, wasn't even a tier 3 knight yet and was older than Roland. While Robert had always believed his progress was rapid enough to reach this rank before 30, Roland's talent seemed almost inhuman by comparison. To make things even more bewildering, Roland's abilities were enigmatic. He wielded runic machinery with ease, and his magic seemed endless. Robert had only begun to realize his brother's true power during the events at the De Vere estate. Even his father, who misread his identity, showed him some respect, something Robert had been striving to do at the border as a royal soldier. The two had arrived just yesterday and slept through the entire day. When they awoke, Roland had already prepared suits of armor for them and laid out a detailed plan. He gave them a choice. They could either stay in Albrook and work under him and the local lord, or they were free to do as they pleased. That was it. He wanted nothing in return for his help. If they wished, they could leave and go wherever their legs would carry them. He even offered to give them some money and new identities as adventurers. They felt a deep gratitude toward him, and leaving without repaying him was out of the question. They decided instead to stay and work, finding the idea of remaining in this well-developed region appealing. After a tour of the estate, they were free to look around on their own. They used this time to stroll the grounds without the maid Mary, which added some danger to their exploration. Roland had already warned them about a few people they'd be wise not to cross, and Mary was on that list. I suppose we're truly starting over, Robert finally said. New names, new lives. It's strange how quickly the past can fall away. Does that bother you? Lucille asked, glancing at him, but her face remained covered by her current mask. Leaving it all behind? Robert stopped walking and paused for a moment before finally giving his reply. Part of me feels unsettled, like I've abandoned who I was meant to be. But then I think about Roland and how he made his own way. He seems to have found a purpose without needing to look back, and seeing him thrive makes me wonder if I know if we can do the same. Lucille replied in a soft-spoken tone. It's funny. There was a time when the thought of leaving my family would have terrified me. But here, with you and even your brother, I feel free. Like I can finally choose who I want to be. Robert felt the weight of Lucille's words settle around them like a warm cloak against a chilly night. He had been so accustomed to the expectations of his father's title and family that he hadn't realized how much they constrained him. Now, in this place, it was as if a door had opened, one leading to a life unbound by old duties. He glanced at Lucille, who seemed lost in thought, her gaze drifting over the quiet garden. They walked in sweet silence. The crisp sounds of their footsteps on gravel were the only disturbance to the tranquility of the estate grounds. Their thoughts were interrupted as Lucille broke the silence, a mischievous glint in her eye. Sir Durendal, she repeated, drawing out the title in a teasing tone. How does it feel to have a name so knightly it sounds as if it belongs in a legend? Robert laughed softly, feeling embarrassed for some reason. It's a bit surreal, but I suppose a fresh start deserves a grand name. Durendal. There's a certain strength to it. It's a good choice. And Kurt Anna. That sounds both elegant and sharp, but more fitting for a lady knight than a scholar. Perhaps I'll just have to become one. Sir Wayland seems to have a knack for both. The two laughed, and as their laughter faded, Robert felt his gaze linger on Lucille. They had something genuine, something that had formed in their shared decision to leave behind their former lives. At first, he had questioned if running away had been the right choice, but the more time they spent together, the more he yearned for a future by her side. Though they had not yet wed, he couldn't imagine anyone else in his life, and he sensed that Lucille felt the same. The air shifted as they turned a corner, and the main manor house came into view once more, standing tall and solemn in the soft afternoon light. The Valerian banners fluttered slightly, their rich hues mirroring the colorful city in the distance. In the quiet that settled between them, they stopped, their hands finding each other, fingers interlocking as they stood face to face. Lady Kurt Anna? Why yes, Sir Durendal. Though they both wore helmets, their eyes held a longing that spoke louder than words. But before they could continue, a cough echoed from nearby, breaking the spell. They sprang apart in a panicked motion, their hands slipping away as they quickly composed themselves. Sir Durendal, Lady Kurt Anna, I hope that I'm not intruding on something important. They turned to the voice to see Roland standing nearby. They weren't sure if he had been standing there for long, but both their faces were now flushed. This was the only time they were glad that he had made them wear these face covers, as he caught them in quite an embarrassing moment. Not at all, Sir Wayland. Robert stammered, clearing his throat awkwardly, his posture stiffening. Lucille straightened her back and gave Roland a small bow, attempting to hide her embarrassment behind a composed exterior. I see very well then. I finished my talk with Lord Arthur, but before we return, I want you to meet someone. Roland nodded, maintaining the appearance of being their direct superior. With so many soldiers around, it was best, at least for now, if they believed he was in charge. His plan was to elevate both Robert and Lucille to Tier 3 as soon as possible, with the hope that Robert could take on a role as one of the knight commanders under Arthur. Alongside Sir Gareth and Sir Morian, Robert would complete the trio of knight commanders, which might finally allow Roland to step down and focus fully on his workshop instead. Meet someone, you say? Robert asked in a hurried tone, adjusting his posture. Roland was certain he had interrupted their bonding time, but more pressing matters demanded their attention. Bernier was still held captive at the Institute, and Roland needed to settle these two before he left. There was no telling when or if he would return, so he had to ensure they would be fine in his absence. Follow me to the training grounds, Sir Durendal. The person I want you to meet is this way. Roland turned, and the two followed close behind. They wound their way around the estate, eventually reaching the rear grounds. The former mayor's residence had been transformed into a literal fortress, though more expansions were still underway. The inner grounds were reserved for high-ranking knights and trusted soldiers, while a new section with a secondary barracks was under construction outside the main fortifications. It was there they would meet the person Roland had in mind. As they entered the training grounds, the sounds of clashing swords and grunts filled the air. The area was alive with soldiers drilling in formation, refining their stances and strikes under the sharp eye of Sir Gareth. Among the mix of seasoned fighters and eager trainees were a few young men who stood out, their enthusiasm setting them apart from the veterans. Now that the money is rolling in, this place really got popular, but they still need a lot more training before they are battle-ready. Roland stopped short of the training grounds, observing the steady influx of newcomers. Many were adventurers, while others were newly awakened battle-class holders who had opted out of the adventuring life. Though Roland saw adventuring as the ideal choice, offering freedom and autonomy, he understood it wasn't for everyone. For many, joining a noble's personal troops was more appealing. They'd receive food, clothing, and weapons, and in return, all they had to do was train and occasionally go on expeditions, without the uncertainty of roaming through damp dungeons and facing constant monster attacks. For some, this structured life was far preferable to the dangers of a wandering existence. High Commander? One of the instructors identified Roland instantly and quickly approached him to ask about his reason for being there. "At ease, Corporal. Bring over Trainee Finn." "Trainee Finn?" "Of course, Commander. Please just wait a moment." The entire estate now operated with a formal military structure, complete with defined ranks and a solid command hierarchy. At the top were the Knight Commanders, and Roland held the title of High Knight Commander. If he achieved a secondary Tier 3 class, he could rise to the rank of Grand Knight Commander, but his ultimate goal was to step away from his knightly role entirely. He trusted Robert and the others to maintain order and lead effectively in his stead. After a few moments, a young man stepped forward. His face glistened with traces of sweat from the drills, yet his expression was confident and eager. In his early teens, he had dark hair and a lean, well-balanced build. Despite his youth, he moved with a quiet, solemn demeanor, as though imitating a figure he looked up to. "Trainee Finn, reporting, sir," Finn said with a crisp salute, standing at attention before Roland. He was one of the orphans together with Jorg and Marcy to get their classes. He was the only one from the trio to get a warrior battle class. His options were to either become an adventurer or join up with Arthur's soldiers. He could either become a carrier guardsman or perhaps aim higher with Roland's help. Becoming a knight was a far more prestigious path than joining the ranks of ordinary soldiers. While soldier classes weren't as inferior to knight classes as some assumed, the knightly title still carried a certain esteem. Contrary to popular belief, noble blood wasn't required to become a knight. The opportunity to unlock the knight class could be achieved through an ascension ritual, with the first step usually being the acquisition of the squire class, a goal attainable in several ways. One pathway involved having family ties to knights, which helped with the initial class unlock. In Roland's and Robert's cases, their background made it relatively simple. By developing certain skills and leveling them up, they could access the squire class without directly serving a noble. For those without such connections, however, other means were necessary, typically requiring a knight's direct involvement. Working under a knight and receiving personal training could unlock the class through a hidden achievement tied to the squire role. Another, more reliable option was a written vow, something Roland intended for Finn to perform eventually. This magical vow offered a straightforward path to knighthood, avoiding the unpredictable nature of the hidden achievement. A contract sealed by magic was simple enough to arrange, and for Roland's plans it was ideal. There was also a more direct path to gaining the knight class, even for those who had never achieved the squire class. If a noble of at least baron rank granted them an official title, it would unlock a related achievement. With this achievement, they only needed to meet specific skill requirements to reach the Tier 2 knight class. "Good. Finn, I'd like you to meet Sir Durendal and Lady Curtana," Roland introduced, gesturing to Robert and Lucille. The young man looked towards the two, and it was clear that his eyes were drawn to Robert's gallant form. "Finn, you'll be serving as Sir Durendal's personal squire from now on." Finn's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but he quickly composed himself. He was still a young man who didn't know proper knightly decorum, something that Roland hoped Robert would help him with. For some time, Roland had felt guilty about Finn's situation, having left the boy to train with little supervision while he tended to his own responsibilities. Jorg had Bernier, Marcy had Elodia, and now, with Robert's presence, Finn would also have someone to guide him. "It would be an honor, Sir Durendal," he replied, bowing his head while his eyes sparkled with clear anticipation. Robert, on the other hand, didn't seem too sure how to react. He had not anticipated being assigned a squire, let alone one so eager. Thank you, Finn," Robert stammered, glancing at Roland, who seemed to encourage him with a subtle nod. "But I'm not sure I'm ready for that kind of responsibility yet. I haven't even finished my training. I haven't even reached Tier 3 yet." "Are you sure he should be placed with—" Robert caught himself before speaking, noticing the strange looks on the faces of those around him, as if they were judging him for doing something improper. After realizing his mistake, he quickly straightened up. "Sir, yes, Sir High Commander, it would be a pleasure." Roland had to stifle a chuckle. It was moments like this that reminded him of the advantages of being the leader of the group. With the military structure firmly established, he held the position of second in command here, and no one could refuse his orders. Only Arthur was above him here and everyone knew it. "You'll be fine, Sir Durendal. Finn is a local and knows his way around the city. Ask him for anything and he will get it for you. Now then, Lady Anna, follow me. I'll show you to the smithy and get you acquainted with everyone there." Robert blinked, momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. He hadn't expected a squire, especially not someone as eager as Finn. As he took in the young man's hopeful gaze, a sense of responsibility settled over him. Finn would be his first squire, and Robert wasn't entirely confident he would be up to the task of guiding him. But his gratitude toward his brother was immense, so he resolved to give it his best effort. If Roland believed he could train this young man into a proper knight, then perhaps Robert should trust his brother's judgment. After all, Roland had proven himself a wise decision-maker. "Very well, Finn. I look forward to working with you." A grin spread across Finn's face as he gave a sharp salute, clearly pleased with Robert's response. Roland watched the exchange with an approving nod before turning to Lucille. "Finn, give Sir Durendal a proper tour through the barracks and training grounds, and remember to follow all his orders." Finn nodded with enthusiasm, already brimming with excitement to show his new mentor around. As he took a step forward, Roland turned to Lucille, his expression softening. "Shall we, Lady Anna? You still require a workshop of your own, I think," he said, gesturing toward the path that led to the tower the smithy he was supposed to occupy was. "My own workshop?" He couldn't see her face, but he could tell from her tone that his sister-in-law was brimming with excitement. After years spent at the Institute, observing Arion working alongside dwarven smiths, he was certain she would be a valuable addition to their ranks. He hadn't quite known what to do with the smithy Arthur had set up for him in Albrook, but with her here, it wouldn't go to waste. "Great. Now I'll just need to find them a house to live inside the city and have them settle in. The only thing that remains now is to get Bernier back," Roland thought to himself while walking forward. His assistant was still being held captive at the Institute, and for this whole thing to finally end, he needed to return and get him back. It hasn't been that long. I wonder if Lucien arrived safely back home, but I guess it's not home anymore. It's going to be fine. She knows about me, so not like she won't be able to visit. I suppose that's true, Robert replied to Roland while Lucille patted him on the back. Both were dressed in plain, commoner clothes, nothing too fancy to match their new personas. Durendal was posing as a knight from a foreign country whose family had fallen from grace, a fate not unheard of. Anna, on the other hand, was simply an adventurer mage who had arrived from within the kingdom. Their identities had been forged, but in a world where nobles were always right, there was little chance anyone would bother with a double-check. The two stood before a dark screen hastily prepared out of curtains. In front of them stood a strange device of a tripod that produced a beam of light. Roland was operating it, but it seemed that the trio was done with whatever they were doing here. He stepped back, his hands pulling out a small rune-covered square from within the device on a tripod. "I never knew that you could use that spell in such a way. There are so many things left to learn. I'm glad that you are enjoying yourself." Lucille was captivated by the entire workshop, especially the modified runes, which were highly unorthodox. She had only recently become a runic mage. Despite spending years under Arion's tutelage, she'd never had the opportunity to fully study the art of runes and the intricate operating systems that rune mages specialized in. Roland worried that his unconventional approach might complicate her progress later, but perhaps he was overthinking it. She was a bundle of joy whenever she was around runes, and it probably helped take her mind off her issues with her familiar. "But I'm afraid we are short on time. I need to take care of an issue at the Institute." "It's about your assistant? Are you sure it's wise to leave?" Robert asked as Roland fiddled with the small runic cube, his mind preoccupied. He had just told his brother about the headmistress and how she was preventing Bernier from teleporting back. To Robert, it all seemed like a trap, a setup meant to keep him from ever returning. Yet, for some reason, Roland wasn't convinced. There were many ways the headmistress could have come after him, and this one felt surprisingly mild. If she wanted him dead, she could easily have declared him the perpetrator of the incident and exposed his hiding place in Albrook. By now, he assumed she knew the location of his teleportation gate, yet, for whatever reason, she had not mentioned it to anyone. "It should be fine. I don't think she'll do anything rash," he replied, though he was holding back some of his concerns. While the headmistress seemed relatively calm, Roland knew that didn't mean he'd get off without consequences. It was possible she'd require some form of trade. Perhaps she would demand some of his secrets or request that he craft runic devices for the Institute work that could take months or even years. After all, he'd already helped them set up a monitoring system, and she might just ask him to stay on much longer. "So don't worry about it. Once I'm finished at the Institute, I'll make sure to reach out." As Roland wrapped up his preparations, Robert took a deep breath and faced his younger brother. He began, his tone more serious than before. "Before you leave, I'd like to perform a vow as a knight, a proper one. If I am to take on a squire and work in your stead, I want to do it right." Roland paused, watching the resolve in his brother's gaze, wondering where this sudden idea had come from. Vows performed by those with the knight class were more than words. They were binding oaths with genuine power and influence, often shaping a knight's future. If Robert took this vow now, it could tie his path to Roland's and potentially prevent him from ever becoming a knight under a true lord. "I don't think that's a good idea." "Really? Is it any worse than coming here? It's not like anyone else would want me as their knight after all that's happened. And while Lord Arthur seems like a great man, I barely know him. With this oath, I'll be able to find you if anything happens to you in the future. So don't refuse it." "What kind of oath are you thinking about?" Roland asked, wary of the answer but also intrigued by the idea to some degree. "One of vassalage." "I see." Roland fell silent, considering his brother's words. They both came from a noble family that had served as knights in the past, so they knew well the intricacies of vows, oaths, and pledges. Each type of oath had its own effects, some even providing passive benefits, like the ability to sense a lord's location in times of need. This seemed to be what Robert was seeking, as the vassal oath offered such a connection. In taking this oath, however, Robert would become bound to Roland as a vassal. Should he ever defy a direct order, the vow would break, marking him with the dreaded Oathbreaker status debuff, a powerful affliction that would last a year, reducing all his stats by a third. Yet, a vassal oath could also grant a random enhancement, depending on the strength of the lord to whom the vow was made. Roland wondered what kind of boon his brother might gain. The vassal oath. Well, once you reach Tier 3, it'll be cancelled automatically if you switch to a new primary class, so it should be fine. The world system was strict, yet in this case, it offered an escape. Any oath would dissolve upon reaching a new class tier, allowing a knight a fresh start. Robert was only a Tier 2 class holder and was on track to reach Tier 3 soon with Roland's guidance. This realization eased Roland's concerns somewhat, and he also grew curious about what advantages the pledge might bring. After a moment's hesitation, he gave a slow nod, deciding that for now, this might not be such a bad idea. "Fine. Let's just get it over with, but promise me that once you are Tier 3, you'll think twice before doing something like this?" "Don't worry. I thought it through." Roland wasn't sure where all this confidence was coming from, but it seemed his brother now fully trusted him with his life. Roland had rescued both him and Lucille, helping them build a new life, and apparently, that had been enough to earn this deep trust. When Roland finally agreed, Robert's face lit up, his eyes gleaming with relief. For him, this choice was significant, but for Roland it was not much of a risk. There were no downsides of accepting the oath, so he was now ready to go through it. Let's just get this over with then. What was left to do was perform the traditional pledge, and to do that, Robert needed to perform a specific series of words that came from his heart, similar to a mage's chant. "I, Robert Arden, son of Wentworth, by the code of our forebears, I offer to you this oath of vassalage. Through it, I pledge my undying loyalty and service to you, Roland Arden, my kin and now my liege. May my strength be yours, my blade serve your cause, and my life be yours to command. In times of peace or peril, I shall stand as your shield and follow your word as law. This I swear, by my honor as a knight and as your brother." It was quite a lengthy process, but as the words left Robert's mouth, a faint shimmering light surrounded him, pulsing with a soft, ethereal glow. It settled over him like a mantle, then faded into his body, leaving only the subtle sense of a bond, an invisible tether that tied him to Roland. Roland felt a strange surge of warmth as the oath solidified, like a steady presence now pulsing in the back of his mind, as though he could sense his brother's spirit nearby. "An oath is being offered to you, will you accept it?" A prompt from the system appeared, giving Roland the option to decline. Instead, he just nodded and accepted, then watched as the process completed seamlessly. In his status screen, a new section labeled Vassals appeared, with Robert listed as his first one. "Congratulations, Robert Arden has become your vassal." Reminds me of the Tier 3 Ascension scenario. During his last Ascension ritual, he had been granted the position of a lord, taking pledges from puppet knights and lesser lords as he conquered them. This felt remarkably similar, though the bond he now sensed with Robert felt even stronger, more authentic. "Well then, it's done. You're now officially bound as my vassal. Did you get any interesting skills from it?" Give me a moment," Robert replied, standing up from his kneeling position and skimming through his own status screen. He nodded a few times as he read through it, but his expression shifted to one of mild confusion. "That's not something I expected," he murmured, clearly taken aback. As a seasoned knight, Robert knew his way around the different oaths, so if he was surprised, it likely meant he'd received something rare. While it was possible to gain abilities from one's lord through an oath, this was unusual and often lucky. "Oh? What did you get? I hope it's nothing problematic." "No, it's just not something I think I can use. It's called Rune Mastery. But that's not all. I also received a strange title." A title? Rune Mastery was one of his rune smiting skills, a class ability that gave him insight into the complexities of runes and slightly reduced the mana cost to use them. It was useful, though only marginally so, especially for someone like Robert, who wasn't a runic mage and had limited amounts of mana. This seemed like an odd quirk of the oath system, a kind of misfire, he thought, but the title Robert had mentioned piqued his curiosity. "Yes, it's called Rune Vassal." "Oh, it seems to give me affinities with runes." "That's peculiar. Could you perhaps write it out for me on the blackboard?" Roland was intrigued by this notion, and soon Robert took some chalk and started writing on a nearby blackboard. Rune Vassal. Title: given to knights that form oaths to lords with a high affinity for rune magic. This title lowers the mana cost of using runes and rune-related skills by 20%. Why this is? Roland wasn't the only one intrigued by this news, as Lucille was quite shocked. "Is it possible for me to perform an oath like that?" "No, I don't think so, you're not a knight." Lucille read through the title explanation, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Roland could see why. This title granted Robert a flat reduction in the mana cost for using rune magic. Combined with the rune mastery skill, which likely improved his control over rune spells, Robert's reduction would approach 30%, a remarkable advantage that any rune mage, especially Lucille, would envy. Not fair." Lucille sighed, clearly frustrated at the missed opportunity for herself. Robert shrugged, a bit amused, but she wouldn't just give up like that. "True, but there have to be magical contracts or oaths out there with similar effects, right? If only I could reach out to someone at the Institute to check their library. Oh, I remember they had a whole section on magical bonds and contracts. I know. I could ask Professor Arion about it. Or perhaps Sir Roland could look once he finishes up there." She began to ramble, already plotting her next steps, while Roland tried to tune her out, finding her enthusiasm amusing. However, once his name was mentioned, he decided to shut her down, as he didn't want her attempt to perform some strange ritual-binding contracts that could potentially cause harm to both of them. "I'm not sure that's a great idea anyway. I should probably get going. I might be gone for a while, so take care of things here while I'm away." "Will do, High Commander," Robert replied, snapping a salute like a true knight. Despite the humor in his tone, he seemed to mean it. Roland realized that even though he was the younger of the two, Robert had already accepted him as his superior. In a sense, it felt natural. After all, in reality, he was more than 20 years older than Robert, making the role of his lord more manageable. Roland couldn't help but chuckle at Robert's overly formal salute, but he appreciated the sentiment. Their relationship had a rocky start, but now it seemed like it was finally blossoming. Lucille still wore an expression of mild envy, but he could trust the two enough to leave him with keys to his home. "All right then, if all goes well, I should be back in a day or two. Take care and don't worry. We'll keep things safe, won't we, Sir Durendal?" Robert smiled as his new alias was mentioned, and he nodded. "Indeed. I'll make sure no trouble comes through here." "Good." Roland nodded and moved over toward the elevator to get to the lower level. There, he was greeted by Sebastian and the face of his wife on the big display. "Well, I'll be heading out. Be careful and return in one piece." "I will." Roland said his goodbyes a bit earlier, but Elodia still insisted to see him off, even if it was through their home's monitoring system. They talked for a moment while he got ready. His suit of armor had been placed in a separate chamber, and he now approached it. Once in, a burst of flames erupted against the metal, and it seemed that the process had been successful. These spores are hard to get rid of and even harder to detect. After returning home, Roland eventually discovered how the headmistress had been tracking him all along. On both his robe and suit, he found microscopic spores, far too small for an ordinary person to detect. With Sebastian's help and some modern knowledge, he managed to identify them, and it became clear that as soon as he set foot in the Institute again, more of these spores would likely be planted on him. "At least they stay mostly dormant when I'm outside the caster's range." These spores weren't harmful. They functioned more like a casting anchor for the headmistress, a medium she could use to tether her magic to him remotely. This was how she had pinpointed his location during his interrogation by the tier for which, and how she always seemed aware of his actions. The spores emitted faint mana signals, relaying information back to her. After analyzing the signal pattern, Roland managed to block it. He found that the most effective way to remove the spores entirely was with fire, which would burn them away. But now, even if new spores found their way onto his suit, he had a method to disrupt their signals, keeping his location and activities safely under wraps. "She might be mad that I removed them, but she does seem like a person that likes capable people." Roland had thought long and hard about his next move, and every path led back to the headmistress. If he could demonstrate his capability in figuring out tier 4 magic, like these spores, then perhaps she would be more lenient. He figured that whatever he had done at the De Vere estate likely wasn't of deep concern to a mage of her caliber. He'd invoked her name as a shield but hadn't overstepped, or at least, that's what he hoped. Typically, in situations like this, if he proved himself useful, past transgressions would be quickly forgiven. The headmistress seemed to have a particular task in mind for him after all. She had appointed him as a deputy professor, a position not given lightly. Perhaps, once he arrived, she'd finally reveal her true intentions. Well then. Soon, he stood before a shimmering teleportation gate, dressed in his institute professor robes, with his armor concealed beneath. His runic inventions were either stored in his runic space or packed into the suitcase at his hip. While he was prepared to bring his entire arsenal into the institute, he knew his chances against a mage of her power would be slim. Nevertheless, he'd made his choice, and he would not leave before his assistant was safe and sound. Roland took a deep breath, steeling himself as the teleportation gate sprung to life. The faint shimmer of mana radiated through the portal and cast a pale glow over the cold stone floor. After giving one last sigh of annoyance, he moved forward to step through the gate. He felt the familiar, weightless pull as the world blurred around him. In moments, he found himself standing in the well-lit teleportation chamber of Xander's Institute. The air was thick with mana, and the faint scent of incense mixed with the distinct metallic undertone of magical equipment filled his senses. The chamber hummed with the sound of the gate closing behind him. The smooth marble floor was embedded with intricate glowing runes that pulsed in sync with energy and amplified the otherworldly atmosphere of the institute. Everything seems normal. He stood alone in the chamber. The institute mage responsible for keeping watch seemed uninterested in him, or perhaps even a bit fearful. Roland was, after all, still the deputy professor. A man who had defied a noble's daughter and maintained close ties with the leader of the enforcement department. It was no surprise that the staff viewed him with fearfulness, as he answered only to one person, the headmistress. At least she hasn't told the others anything. For a moment, he had expected a group of mages to be waiting for him, but the chamber was empty. He had leveraged the headmistress's authority during Robert's rescue, likely the very reason for her anger. Perhaps she hadn't ordered his apprehension to avoid embarrassment. After all, it would look bad if a newly appointed deputy professor was already abusing his status as soon as he left the grounds. While she was the academy's most powerful mage, this didn't mean she commanded everyone's respect. Some believed Rathose was the one truly in charge, as most decisions passed through him. The headmistress had veto power, but she rarely exercised it as if she didn't care. To some, this indifference was enough to deem her unfit as a leader. Even though she wielded immense power, her lack of presence had allowed rumors to flourish. Some depicted her as an aging woman, long past her prime, unable to leave the tower where she resided. Roland couldn't entirely dismiss this theory as it had some merit. At first glance, she looked merely like an elf with a greenish tint, but her deep connection to the mysterious tree tower was undeniable. The headmistress rarely ventured out, and most students had never seen her in person, only hearing of her through professors and senior mages. Whispers suggested that she had somehow bound herself to the tower in exchange for mystical powers or forbidden knowledge, though the exact nature of this bond remained unknown. While Roland believed she was at least capable of leaving the tower, after all, she had threatened to intervene in the witch's affairs. It was also possible that her power had limits she preferred to conserve. Perhaps she was indeed bound to the tower, her mobility restricted, and she avoided expending her energy unnecessarily. This left him wondering, why had she offered her aid to him, and what did she truly hope to gain by holding Bernier hostage? I can still access the monitoring system. Bernier is right there. As he moved forward, he quickly scanned the institute to assess the situation. To his surprise, not much had changed since he'd left. His assistant was in the runic department, specifically in the forge with the other dwarves. Bernier's vital signs were stable, showing no signs of distress. The only unusual detail was an elevated alcohol level, leading to a debuff labeled drunk. Figures. I leave him alone for a few days, and he's already halfway through their entire stockpile. He hasn't really been able to drink as much since he became a father. Roland's lips twitched in a faint smile as he noted the debuff on Bernier's status screen. Bernier was safe, which eased Roland's tension slightly. He just hoped the dwarves hadn't loosened his assistant's tongue too much. Dwarven company often came with ale and hearty tales, and he didn't want Bernier unknowingly spilling any secrets. As he exited the teleportation chamber, Roland cast a quick glance at the walls. At first, they appeared unremarkable, but he now understood something of how the headmistress worked her magic. His visor glowed, and the mini-screen inside his helmet confirmed his suspicions. Tiny spores were everywhere, clinging to the walls. They were the same spores that had attached themselves to his armor and robe without him noticing. This is truly her domain, he thought. Everything here is covered in this stuff. Knowing this made the space feel even more cramped as he moved along, and he began to question why they had even bothered him to install monitoring technology within the institute. Perhaps he was overestimating the spore's capabilities, or maybe other mages had simply learned to block them out as he had. The runic cameras he'd crafted captured footage through enhanced golemic eyes that weren't easily deceived. They used new technology that probably would take some time to counter. Roland continued his steady pace through the institute's winding hallways, his senses on high alert. He wondered about the headmistress's true motivations and the nature of the plants she used. As he passed through the institute gardens, the path curved toward the gazebo where the entrance to her tower was. The students lowered their heads as they saw him move, and some even left the area out of fright. It seemed that his reputation among the people here was mixed, and perhaps some rumors about his battle with the 3 knights inside the dungeon were already circulating. Arion seems busy with his work, and the girls have returned safely, albeit one is missing. Before arriving, he had taken the time to review everything, including the dorms. One detail stood out. Margaret was absent, leaving only Adesuna and Marlian behind. The girl remained an enigma to him, and she seemed to have taken Lucien's absence the hardest. If Margaret was a hidden royal, perhaps her family had taken note of the situation and decided to call her back. A wise decision, he thought. He had gone over the choices in his head countless times and concluded that he couldn't afford to act rashly. The entire institute was, in a way, a monstrous entity that would consume him and his allies if he attempted to escape. There would be no way for him to take over the gate with the strange plants around and far too many powerful mages patrolling the grounds. Diplomacy, he decided, was his best option. Though he had prepared a few contingency plans involving the runic monitoring system he had previously installed here, he wasn't confident any of them would work. Even the weaker Tier 4 class holder was able to suppress him instantly. So, with a heavy heart, he moved forward, entering the beast's belly, the headmistress's tower. As Roland entered the headmistress's tower, he felt the weight of her magic, almost like a living presence pressing against his senses. The air grew thicker with each step, and the faint scent of herbs and damp moss grew stronger. At the end of a long, winding staircase, he arrived at her office where the mana was the strongest. The condensation of magical energies wasn't this strong before. Is she trying to send a message? There were no doors to be open as the stairs led directly into the room that she occupied. Once he arrived there, sunlight shone at him through the many windows. In the middle, like before, sat the headmistress, her skin green and shimmering in the light as if she was a plant taking in nutrients from the sunlight. Her mossy green hair cascaded down her shoulders, almost blending with the vines and plants growing along the walls. She was surrounded by scrolls and artifacts, carefully laid out in an organized manner across her desk. As Roland stepped into the room, she looked up from her scrolls, her violet eyes glinting with a hint of mischief as she beckoned him closer. "Ah, Deputy Professor Wayland, please take a seat," she greeted, her voice calm. Just like before, a chair made out of plant matter formed itself before him. He didn't want to take it as it could easily turn into a trap, but he could not decline this Tier 4 Archmagus. However, just as he was about to take her up on the offer, she continued with her sentence which caught him off guard. "Or should I say, Wayland the runesmith, perhaps the adventurer, or maybe you prefer Roland Arden instead." Roland paused, struggling to mask his reaction, though inside he wanted to scream. He had expected her to have investigated the incident at the Devere estate, but not to have uncovered his true identity. Even his father, Wentworth, remained unaware of who he truly was, and now she knew. There was some connection between her and his father, a fact he'd confirmed during their previous interaction. If she knew who he was, then perhaps Wentworth had already been informed. His eyes darted around, and he even extended his mana, searching for any hidden presences in the room. But his efforts only prompted the headmistress to chuckle. "Fret not, your father isn't here, nor does he know about your presence here." "I'm not sure if I understand, headmistress," Roland replied, still denying his true name. There was a slim chance she was merely probing for answers, but logically that seemed unlikely. His true name should have faded from memory as he'd been missing for over a decade. The headmistress tilted her head, her amusement undiminished by Roland's denial. She folded her hands, fingers entwining as she watched him with a scrutinizing gaze. "Ah, a master of disguise and deception. I see, a trait your father lacks," she remarked, her voice more curious than angry. It seemed that rather than being grilled for his behavior during Robert's rescue, she was more interested in his identity as Wentworth's son. This looked more like just a hunch and perhaps also explained why she was helping him in the first place. Once the idea entered his mind, it was hard to deny. She probably knew it all from the start. "Is this why you gave me this position?" Yevena paused, letting the question hang in the air before she moved the last of her papers to the side. She looked up, her expression unreadable. Giving up already? Roland felt his shoulders tense at her words. He'd hoped to ease into this conversation, to find some careful way to broach the truth. But clearly, she wasn't interested in subtlety. She already knew, had known for some time, and he could see it in the calm confidence of her gaze. There's no point hiding it anymore, headmistress, he replied, trying to keep his voice steady. But, may I ask something first? Yavena's lips curved into a slight smile, her eyes glinting as if realizing that she found something to play with. By all means, Roland, ask away. He hesitated, taking a slow breath to steady himself before meeting her gaze. When did you realize who I was? And did you give me this position just because of my father? Roland held back from uttering Wentworth Arden's name. He didn't truly consider the man his father, a sentiment Yavena instantly recognized in his hesitation. She paused, observing him carefully, then spoke. I imagine it all began with the incident involving your sister. She hadn't explained how she'd uncovered his true identity, but it was clear she'd known everything from the beginning. Her connection to his father explained why she'd rescued him from that witch and appointed him as deputy professor. It also explained her lack of anger over the trouble he'd caused at the De Vere estate. Clearly, she was an old friend of Wentworth Arden, protecting him out of loyalty to that bond. Yet, there seemed to be parts of the story she wasn't aware of, and this conversation confirmed it. In his interactions with Professor Fortuna, she had uncovered his greatest secret. He wasn't truly Roland Arden, but someone entirely different. To this day, he didn't know how he'd arrived in this world or what it truly was, but one thing was certain. He was not Roland Arden. If she knew this truth, and if her loyalty to his father ran deep, she might not have helped him as much as she had. There was even a possibility she would have turned against him, or studied the mystery of his existence. But your position had nothing to do with a favor towards your father. I gave you it because I need you. You need me? Roland's eyes narrowed as he processed her last words. This enigmatic archmage was in need of his skills, something he didn't expect. She seemed to have everything on lockdown inside this institute, but perhaps he was overestimating her abilities and old legends that permeated these halls. She had been in power here for quite some time, and perhaps old age was catching up to her. Yes, Roland, you are here not because of who you were, but because of what you are and what you can do. She leaned forward, violet eyes glinting with a spark that made Roland feel as if she could see straight through him. Do not fret, your secret is safe with me. I have no intention of exposing your true identity to your father, for now. But there are conditions, Roland. She leaned back, her gaze never wavering from him. As long as you serve me, your secret remains yours. Fail to uphold your duties, and I might find myself reevaluating my silence. Roland wasn't sure what to make of this. She had leverage over him and was using it as a form of blackmail. It was clear that she identified that he was unwilling to meet with his father and wanted something in exchange for it. Still, her tone was rather light. It didn't sound forceful, more like a suggestion than an outright order. What exactly do you need from me, headmistress? He asked, wondering what she truly wanted from him. Until now, she had never given him orders or restricted his freedom to wander. Perhaps before, she'd only been protecting him out of loyalty to his father. But now something had changed. Perhaps she had realized he was more capable than she'd initially thought. It was possible she knew he was the one who had retrieved both Robert and Lucille from the De Vere estate. Someone capable of such a feat would indeed be a valuable pawn, and it seemed she wanted to secure him as her own. There are forces stirring within this institute. Yavena tapped a long, green-tinted finger on the wooden surface of her desk, her gaze growing distant for a moment before settling back on him with heightened intensity. I feel them, like faint threads of darkness, slipping into the heart of my domain, but I lack evidence to act. She leaned forward, lowering her voice to a near whisper. Someone or something has found a way inside. That's why I need you, Roland. I need someone skilled, someone sharp, and most importantly, someone that I can trust. You don't seem to be speaking about the nobles, he asked, and she responded with a smile. I'm not, but I need your help, because I'm uncertain. Take it as a hunch. A hunch? It seemed that Yevena wasn't truly convinced that there was a problem within the institute, but worried enough to ask him for help. While he didn't truly want to go along with it, there was a risk of his identity becoming known to his father if he refused. So, you want me to be your eyes and ears? Yes, you will remain in your role as deputy professor, and teach as you have been. But you will also report to me anything that seems out of place. Secrets, strange behaviors, rumors of forbidden magic, and those who try to undermine this institute. She looked out one of the windows. There was the whole institute before them. However, worry not. You won't go unrewarded for your troubles. I will grant you access to the knowledge in my private library, and of course, keep your identity away from that rascal. Rascal? She nodded with a chuckle, and he realized she was talking about his father. He began to reassess this exchange, which had initially seemed unfavorable. But the mention of her library changed things. This was knowledge from a Tier 4 class holder, and the possibility that runic spells, were stored there made him reconsider his stance. Within the top floor of the Institute's magic tower, silence prevailed. Roland stood there, contemplating a tantalizing offer. She knew one of his deepest, darkest secrets, but for now, it seemed she wouldn't reveal it. Surprisingly, the thought of his father discovering his true identity no longer bothered him as much as it once had, thanks largely to his growing strength and independence. This all began with the appearance of a strange, temporary knight assigned as his shadow, one that tried to kill him. He had assumed one of his siblings or their mothers was behind it, but he never suspected his father. By this point, he had already risen above his siblings and their mothers. They likely couldn't oppose him, and few assassins would dare take on someone of his status. The greater concern was the awkwardness of explaining everything and the possibility that his father might try to forcefully reclaim him or even appeal to the Valerian Duke for assistance. Roland wasn't certain of his father's exact standing within the military hierarchy. As a Lord Marshal, his father commanded a large number of troops, and although he belonged to the Royalist faction, that didn't mean his voice would be dismissed by their opposition. In times of crisis, factions from the same kingdom often found common ground. The Duke, enticed by the prospect of indebting a potential Tier 4 class holder, would likely grant such a favor. Your library, you say? Roland asked, his curiosity piqued despite his reservations. What sort of knowledge does it contain? Yevena's smile widened, a hint of pride gleaming in her violet eyes. It houses ancient texts, rare spell tomes, and research that spans centuries. You'll find information on runic magic, enchantments, and even some forbidden arts that aren't available to the general faculty. It's a treasure trove for any mage seeking deeper understanding. He could tell she was exaggerating to some extent, but he couldn't underestimate the hidden knowledge stored in that library. After all, it was a book from there that had enabled him to finally construct the runic prosthetic. He knew that knowledge was power, and he hadn't even fully explored the Institute's main library yet. Roland wasn't ready to abandon this place as there was still so much he wanted to accomplish here. The Institute also served as an excellent teleportation hub, and he intended to investigate each of the elemental towers and their tower spirits to strengthen his own. After hearing what he would receive in return, the exchange no longer felt like blackmail. It actually seemed like a good deal. With his teleportation gate, he could visit the Institute in an instant. When thinking of it as a weekend side job, it didn't sound so bad. He could still spend most of the week back in Albrook and even return there each night if he wished. How exactly would my curriculum look? And what do you expect me to do here? Ha! I knew you could not resist my library's lure. Yevena chuckled, her eyes twinkling with satisfaction. You'll continue with your lectures in runic theory and remain an active member of the runic department. Fulfill your duties as you were before, without raising suspicion. But more importantly, I need you to keep a close eye on the other departments. I see. Would a report twice a week suffice? Oh, that would be wonderful, Yevena replied, clearly intrigued by his suggestion. This method was common practice in Roland's more modern world. Recording his findings in writing or saving them to a runic device would be much simpler than meeting with her in person each week. Efficiency was his priority, and Yevena seemed to appreciate his streamlined approach. I could also install a master console in your office or somewhere else in the tower. It would make using the runic monitoring system much easier. He tapped his chin, his metallic gloves clanking against his helmet as he was already considering ways to streamline the work. If he could automate most of the process, he could minimize the time spent on these investigations. But as he was mulling over these ideas, he noticed the Archmagus watching him with an oddly knowing smile. "If you're already contemplating such solutions," she said with a raised eyebrow, "does that mean you accept my offer?" Roland's gaze flickered toward Yevena, meeting her curious smile. He had weighed his options, but her offer was too compelling to dismiss. Her library would give him access to knowledge he craved, and her offer also protected him against Wentworth. At the time being, he felt like he was not quite fit to face someone at that level. His strength had been tested and he failed to meet his own expectations. The world was still big, and before he truly faced it, a few things needed to be done. "Yes, headmistress, I accept." Roland inclined his head with a hint of formality, signaling the temporary deal between them. He wasn't sure what the specifics of it was, but he didn't need to wait long as Yevena came prepared. "Great. Then please, sign on the dotted line." Before he could pose any questions, a quill along with a long parchment floated towards him. It was a magical contract, a type that he had signed many times before. This wasn't his first rodeo, so before signing anything, he read through. "This contract is very thorough, but could we address a few points?" The headmistress raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that he'd examined it so closely. "Oh, are you really trying to renegotiate my contract? How bold of you." She didn't seem annoyed that he was questioning the terms set by an Archmagus, just surprised. In truth, she could likely force him to sign anything or present a contract far less favorable. Most people would understand this and simply comply, but Roland had no intention of being pushed around. He was prepared to stand his ground, even if it meant hours of haggling with her here. Yevena's lips curved into a wry smile as she leaned back, folding her arms as if she were about to settle in for a show. "Very well, Deputy Professor. Let's hear your proposals. Consider it a test of your mettle." Roland nodded and got ready. Making a deal with a mage of a higher caliber was never easy, but he would do his best to get the best deal possible out of this. "First, this one clause states." He voiced all his concerns about the contract, and the headmistress seemed both surprised and annoyed by his questions. However, his assertiveness only reinforced her belief that she had chosen the right man for the job, someone unafraid to challenge even an Archmagus like herself. After spending a little over an hour reviewing the contract in detail, they finally reached an agreement. Roland would be required to visit the Institute at least once per week. The headmistress reserved the right to summon him for specific missions, and if he completed certain tasks, he could be exempted from his weekly obligations. In return, he was granted access to her personal library for 1 day per week. Although he couldn't take any books with him, he was free to study them at his leisure on site. To earn additional library privileges, he simply needed to extend his time at the Institute or perform exceptionally well on assigned missions, according to a merit system they had agreed upon. He could even use these merit points to waive his weekly attendance requirement, though it would require a large amount of points. Once Roland had secured the final terms, he signed his name on the parchment with a fluid, practiced motion, and the contract shimmered briefly before vanishing into the ether. The headmistress gave him a satisfied nod, her violet eyes gleaming as she accepted their formalized alliance. "Excellent, Deputy Professor Wayland. I trust this will be a fruitful arrangement for both of us. Do not disappoint me." Roland inclined his head, acknowledging her words. He already felt the weight of this deal, though this time, the scales were balanced more in his favor than he'd originally anticipated. She had access to his talents, and he, in turn, to her private archives. The knowledge contained within her library could be the key to advancing his understanding of runes, machinations, and perhaps much more. I suppose I'll excuse myself now? Sure. You're free to take your friend with you, if he wishes to leave, that is. He seems to be enjoying himself with the forge staff, though. If you'd like, I wouldn't mind if he became part of the institute. Roland nodded, recognizing that his visit here was coming to an end. According to their agreement, he would have a few days to settle his affairs before he was required to attend some lectures at the institute. Bernier was free to leave with him, though he could also remain at the forge, as long as he continued to act as the headmistress's eyes, ears, and sword. This position granted Roland an unexpected level of freedom. Even outside the institute, he could invoke her name, a protective shield he had never possessed before. As he turned to leave, he felt her gaze upon him, a strange, lingering look. The headmistress rarely exhibited emotion, and if she did, it was often veiled in amusement or curiosity. But now there was something different, something that ran deeper. He exited her chamber with the hope that their future exchanges would be less intense. Once Roland left, the headmistress leaned back in her chair, a shadow of solemnity casting over her features. She waited until the sound of his footsteps had faded before reaching beneath her desk, drawing out an old, worn picture she had kept hidden from him before he arrived. It was worn and faded, edges curled from years of handling, but the figures were still visible. One of them looked like a younger Wentworth, his face slightly softened by still mature. Next to him was an older man wearing Solarian paladin armor, and to his side an elven mage, her ears long and skin green. However, there was someone else within the frame, someone that she looked at with sadness in her eyes. The passage of time is relentless, is it not? Yevena murmured quietly, gently tracing her finger along the edge of the framed painting that exhibited a remarkable resemblance to a modern-day photograph. She allowed her hand to rest upon the image of Wentworth before exhaling a thoughtful sigh. What circumstances may have led to such a profound estrangement between you and your son? Once this matter is resolved, I shall have to give that brat a good scolding. Her fingers trembled for the briefest of moments before she returned the framed picture into its hiding place. She wasn't too happy about keeping this secret, but she would uphold her end of the bargain. Yevena knew the risks that loomed in the institute, the hidden threads of a larger, more dangerous game at play, and Roland would help her uncover it. Meanwhile, Roland descended the spiraling staircase from Yevena's office, his mind whirling with everything that had transpired. He'd managed to secure a beneficial arrangement, but the terms of his new role and Yevena's expectations still gnawed at him. He'd taken on a job that could lead him into murky conflicts within the institute, with enemies capable of using unknown magic. One memory from the DeVere incident still lingered in his mind. His father had somehow managed to conceal his troops from Roland's monitoring system and golems. Although they could be seen directly through cameras, they had managed to evade his radar entirely. To address this vulnerability, Roland planned to research concealment techniques beyond just spells. He needed a deeper understanding of this world's systems and hoped that the knowledge he would gain from the restricted library would be enough to shed light on these mysteries. Soon he was outside and arrived at the gazebo. However, instead of heading straight to the forge where Bernier was enjoying himself, he paused. He had come here with three main objectives. The first was to speak with the headmistress, the second to bring Bernier home, and the third to address matters concerning both the DeVere estate and the Arden family. Now that I have her permission, this area should be fine for that. Before coming here, he'd been asked for a big favor. Although he had reservations, both his brother and Lucille were insistent. Since their departure to Albrook, their father had been left guessing as to their whereabouts. Now that he was at the institute, he hoped to gather some information on the matter, though he wasn't sure how his father would respond. Initially, he had assumed that his father would disregard his family obligations and abandon Robert. But after appearing at the duel, it seemed more likely that his father would continue investigating. Perhaps, if he could offer some closure to this matter, he could prevent further complications. From his inventory, he retrieved a small cube etched with intricate mini-runes. Placing it in the center of his palm, he channeled a large amount of mana into the object. The cube began to glow, its runes shimmering as a wave of greenish magical energy enveloped the metallic form, gradually molding it into the shape of a large swallow, composed entirely of mana, similar to the one Roland used for exchanging letters with Arion. I wonder how they will react after they see this. The magic-formed bird took flight, shimmering briefly before transforming into a beam of light. It shot upward, then split into two beams, each veering off in a different direction. Roland watched the spell for a moment before turning away, his next destination the forge, where his assistant was being held back by his enthusiastic peers. He headed toward the forge, his steps growing lighter with the knowledge that he had a few days to tie up affairs in Albrook. For once, things seemed to be aligning in his favor, though he knew better than to trust too deeply in luck. When he reached the forge, Roland found Bernier in a boisterous state, slouched over an anvil, laughing uproariously alongside the dwarves. They were cheering each other with tales of past escapades, tankards raised high, their cheeks red from both the heat of the forge and the strength of their drink. Bernier, caught up in the camaraderie, barely noticed Roland enter until a dwarf elbowed him and nodded in Roland's direction. "Boss, you are heir. You are PPPPPPP." Bernier called out, stumbling over his words, then letting out an ear-splitting burp, which the other dwarves cheered on. It seemed that the once outcast half-dwarf had finally found a group that accepted him. These were the same dwarves he had worked with during Robert's duel, and it was clear they had formed a strong bond through the hardships they had faced while assembling the power armor. Roland wasn't sure if he should feel good or bad for the state Bernier was in. He was in high spirits, but he promised someone that he would get him home in one piece, and it was time to leave. "Bernier. Boss," he slurred, his face flushed. "I swear these dwarves. Best company I've had since Albrook. I'm sure they are, but I'm afraid it's time we head back." Bernier's face fell slightly, but he managed a lopsided grin. I suppose we've a few things to work on, eh? Let's then. But before I go, one last toast for the greatest boss ever." "Aye." Roland gave a final nod to the dwarves, who raised their tankards in farewell. Beside him, Bernier stumbled along, his arms slung over Roland's shoulder for support. As they made their way back, Roland wondered if he should have packed a potion to counteract drunkenness. A cleansing spell could work, but at the Institute too many eyes were on him. It was better to head directly to the tower and use the teleporter without drawing attention. No need for farewells, as he'd be returning soon enough and likely staying for quite a while. Roland carefully maneuvered Bernier into the teleporter chamber. There, the gate and the mage responsible for it was already waiting. The room filled with a hum of magical energy, and in an instant, they were back in Albrook, emerging from the shimmering portal within Roland's workshop underground. As the teleportation's magical effects faded, Bernier swayed and blinked, looking around with a groggy sense of recognition. Roland steadied him with a firm grip, helping him navigate the few remaining steps to the elevator. "Come on, Bernier. Let's get you back into the house," Roland said, his tone somewhere between amused and resigned. He could just cast a spell at this point, but he wasn't sure if he should. Perhaps letting Bernier have a splitting headache the next day would keep him from drinking as much. Once they reached the top floor and stepped out, two familiar figures greeted them. Elodia and Bernier's wife, Diana. While their child was with Roland's wife, Diana was charging toward them with a decidedly menacing look on her face. "Bernier, just where in the realms have you been? And why do you smell like an alehouse on festival night?" Boss? Help me out here." Bernier looked at Roland with pleading eyes, but after seeing Diana's maddened visage, he just retreated. "Sorry. You're on your own with this one." Bernier shot Roland a betrayed look as he realized there would be no escape from his wife's wrath. There was no escape. Her sharp gaze was firmly affixed on him and his haggard clothes, and he would probably not hear the end of it for a while. "Unhand me. Who do you think you are touching?" "Please, my lady, calm down. The Lord has ordered you to remain in your chambers. Please calm yourself." In a dimly lit corridor, Francine Arden struggled against the guard's firm grip, her voice sharp and laced with fury. "Release me this instant." Who do you think you are, imprisoning me like some common criminal? She hissed, her noble stature undiminished even as her wrists strained against their hold. Mother, please. Lucien's soft voice resounded from the side. She watched as two men pulled her inside of her own room while two others closed the door behind her so that she could not flee. They're following Father's orders. I'm sure Father is just as concerned about Robert as you are. Please calm yourself and leave it to him and the knights. She spoke gently but firmly, resting a comforting hand on her mother's shoulder. It had been only a few days since her brother had fought and won the duel. Afterward, their father had ordered the knights to bring him back home, where he was to be placed under house arrest. She knew her father had struck a deal with Count Graham de Vere to ensure that her brother, Robert, would never see his lover, Lucille de Vere, again. But something strange had happened shortly afterward. During the journey home, Robert had vanished, taken in the middle of the night by an unknown figure. Her mother had just received the news that had been withheld from her during their journey back home. Both of them had been ordered not to leave the mansion grounds, but her mother was not about to comply. She was prepared to take one of the knight commanders and scour the countryside herself, unaware that her involvement might only hinder the search. Ever since Robert had been captured and tortured by the Count, she had been fearing for his life. Lucien watched her mother closely, worried she might do something drastic. She couldn't bring herself to tell her mother that, perhaps, Robert was safe. There were a few details that didn't add up. One of them was that all the guards assigned to watch her brother had returned unharmed. Though her father had refused to share the report with her, she'd seen the heavily armored carriage, which had a strangely shaped hole on its top. Whoever had taken her brother had gone to considerable lengths to abduct him. If it had been a simple assassination attempt, it didn't make sense to leave the guards alive or to take Robert with them. There was more to this than met the eye. I wonder, could Brother Roland be involved in this? When she thought of who might have been involved in Robert's disappearance, only one person came to mind, her other brother, Roland. He was the only one she knew with both the will and the means to carry out such a daring act. She was well aware of his strength, and the magic he wielded was truly astonishing. Most people would assume Count de Vere was sending a message, but she doubted that. There had to be more to the story, and deep down she believed her brother was safe. Why don't we let in some fresh air, Mother? I don't want fresh air. We need to get Robert back. Please, my lady, the Baron will. As Lucienne pondered her suspicions about Roland's involvement, she made her way over to one of the large windows in her mother's room, hoping that the cool night air might help her mother calm down. She unlatched the heavy glass pane and pushed it open, letting a breeze flow in, carrying the sense of damp earth and morning dew. She leaned against the windowsill, closing her eyes for a moment, drawing comfort from the silence beyond the room's chaos. Her mother wasn't letting up, and it would probably take some time for her to calm down. But as she opened her eyes again, something caught her attention. A faint greenish glow in the distance, steadily approaching the mansion. She squinted, watching as the light took shape, transforming into a bird crafted from pure, luminous energy. It shimmered in shades of emerald and jade, leaving a soft trail of magical sparks in its wake. Lucien's breath caught as it flew closer, realizing that this was no ordinary bird. She recognized the magical signature. It was a magical carrier swallow, a spell used by magicians from the institute she studied in. The bird looked much larger than a regular swallow and was flying at twice the usual speed. Their home was protected by a magical barrier, maintained by mages hired by her father. Yet, for some reason, even the Tier 3 mage, whose services had come at a steep price, did not react to its presence and allowed it to pass. Although Lucienne could see the bird with her own eyes, she couldn't sense any mana emanating from it, as if someone had deliberately concealed it to slip through their defenses undisturbed. Her heart skipped as the bird came to an abrupt stop before the window she opened. She recoiled in fear of it being some type of enemy attack, but to her surprise, the bird remained in place, flapping its ethereal wings as if waiting for her. She reached out cautiously, wondering if she should perform the usual spell that would let the swallow identify her mana pattern. Her mother protested the moment she saw the magical bird light up the room. the guards jumping forward to shield both of them from harm. "What are you two idiots doing? Protect my daughter. Why, young lady, please leave this to us." The two guards that were still in the room moved forward, their swords raised. They approached the mysterious bird who was hovering before the window. Lucien hesitated, wary of what the mysterious bird might signify. Yet, she realized that there was no malevolent intent behind it. It was just a message, and it was probably sent to her by someone she knew. Her fingers trembled as she extended a hand toward it, and the bird responded, hovering closer until it alighted lightly on her palm. "Lucien, what are you doing? Stay back from that thing." Francine shouted as she saw her daughter reach for the magical bird before the guards could get to her. Lucien glanced back at her mother, giving a reassuring look, though her heart raced with uncertainty. She reached out with her hand and fed a sliver of her mana into the bird. As her energy touched it, the bird's glow intensified, its outline shimmering brighter for a moment before it dissolved into a spiral of green light. Lucien stepped back as a rectangular block floated down, gently landing on the wooden floor, glowing with intricate runes that pulsed softly. The room grew quiet, everyone's eyes fixed on the mysterious object. The guards held their swords up, ready to strike if the device showed any sign of hostility, but Lucien knew better. This was a device surely made by her brother Roland, as she couldn't imagine anyone else having the skill or resources to craft such a peculiar object. The block was now hovering a few inches above the floor, its glowing runes casting a soft light across the room. "Get back, child." Francine wasn't having any of it. She finally managed to pull her daughter away from the glowing device that had activated. The man stationed outside rushed into the room, joining the two other guards to form a protective barricade around the two women. Meanwhile, the rectangular object floated down to the floor and projected a shape above it. At first, the image was hazy, but gradually it shifted into two translucent figures. "Is that Robert?" "I've told you, Mother. It's safe. This is just a magical message artifact. Someone must have sent it here for a reason." Lucien tried to explain to her mother that it was fine, and as the woman witnessed her son's features taking shape, Francine's breathing stopped as the figure became clearer, gradually materializing into an image of Robert standing beside a woman. A beautiful, confident woman whose hand was entwined with his. Lucille de Vere. The projection shimmered slightly as Robert began to speak, his voice awkward but calm. "Mother, Lucien," he began, looking straight ahead as if he were addressing them in person but looking directly at one point, or perhaps someone behind it. "If you're watching this, then I'm sure by now you're aware of what has happened. I am safe, and I have no intention of returning home. I know the plans Father has made, but I can no longer abide by them." His gaze softened as he glanced down at Lucille, who was next to him, their hands intertwined as if they were husband and wife. "I am where I belong." Francine gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as Robert's words sank in. The guards exchanged uneasy glances but held their positions, ready to protect if this were some ruse. Yet Lucien's face, illuminated by the soft light of the projection, showed something different, a faint, hopeful smile. It must have been him. It must have been Big Brother Roland. Lucien instantly knew that Roland had something to do with it. Saving Robert from house arrest was one thing, but freeing Lucille as well was an unexpected bonus. She was certain he had made all of this happen, and the rectangular, rune-covered device only confirmed it. Her heart felt light at the revelation finally. She had some closure. She wanted to grab her crystal ball and call him immediately or return to the institute, where he might be. However, she understood that this secret couldn't be exposed, not to her father, and not even to her mother. If it were discovered that her brother had abducted the Count's daughter, he would become a wanted man. Since no culprit had been mentioned, it likely meant that Roland was still safe, probably hiding at the Institute or in Albrook, a place she knew of because he had once shared details of his past with her during a heartfelt conversation. "We know that there may be consequences for what we've done. But understand, Mother, I had to choose my own path, just as I know you would have chosen yours if given the same chance." He paused, his eyes' gaze becoming sharper as he let his thoughts run free. And if that means going against our family's wishes, then so be it. Lucienne stopped thinking and focused on the image of her brother. He was directly speaking to their mother and clearly trying to inform them about his situation. "Mother, if you see this, please don't worry. I am safe and well. Me and Lucille have decided to elope soon." Robert stopped for a moment, his head moving down as if to hide his blushing face, which was hard to notice in this translucent projection. "And become husband and wife, not as nobles but as commoners." As those words echoed in the room, Francine's face turned pale. Her lips parted in shock. She staggered backward, catching herself on a nearby chair. Her mind reeled as she struggled to process what she had just heard. Married? Eloped? Her son, Robert, had always been dutiful, perhaps too obedient. To imagine him defying their family and Wentworth plans in this way was nearly incomprehensible. The guards around her exchanged uncomfortable looks, unsure of how to respond. "I know this may seem rash to you, Mother, but please try to understand. I can no longer follow Father's designs for my life. Lucille and we want to make our own choices, even if that means walking away from everything I once knew. I only wish that, in time, you'll come to accept us." As Robert's image continued speaking, the projection flickered, casting eerie green shadows across the room. Francine, still stunned, sank into the chair behind her, her gaze fixed on her son's transparent figure. The guards looked to Lucienne, uncertain whether to console the lady or remain at the ready. Lucienne stepped towards her mother, to give her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Don't be sad, Mother. All that matters is that Robert is safe and alive. Doesn't it?" Francine looked up at her daughter, who was giving her the most radiant smile she had ever seen. At that very moment, Francine seemed to realize that this was indeed the truth. All that mattered was that her child was safe, and surely, someday in the future, they would meet again. She managed to rise from her seat and continued listening to the shimmering recording, tears glistening in her eyes. "I don't know what Father will think, and at this point it doesn't matter. I know we have made up our minds, and will live our lives as we see fit. I fully expect Father to disown me, but that doesn't matter. Please, tell him to leave any inheritance to you and to Lucienne. I hope that you both will understand my decision." The magical device began flickering, and Robert glanced toward someone off-frame before quickly trying to wrap up his message. "I know that our actions will complicate matters between Father and Count de Vere, but we must do what is right for us. Please, don't search for us as we have already fled the kingdom. Perhaps in the future, once all of this has settled, we'll find a way to reunite. But for now, this is goodbye." With that, Robert's image turned toward Lucille, who squeezed his hand and gave a gentle, reassuring smile. The two of them stood side by side, looking like a perfect pair, their expressions resolute. The recording dimmed, and for a final moment, Robert's voice softened. "Take care of each other. I'll miss you both. And know that wherever I am, you're in my heart." The projection faded, leaving the room shrouded in silence. Only the soft hum of the mana device remained, casting a faint glow that slowly diminished until the runes dimmed completely. The guards shifted uncomfortably, stealing glances at each other, unsure if they should say anything. Lucienne, however, felt a strange mixture of emotions, mostly positive ones. The quiet that settled over the room felt surreal, almost too heavy to break. Lucienne kept her hand on her mother's shoulder, soothing her as Francine's trembling fingers covered her mouth. For a moment, Francine seemed lost, unable to comprehend what she had witnessed. Her son had defied everything, leaving behind a life of nobility, wealth, and duty. He had chosen a new path, and worse yet, he had left without seeking her permission or aid. "Something is happening. Stand back," one of the soldiers shouted as a faint sizzle suddenly emanated from the rectangular runic device. They noticed it behaving strangely. Its once glowing runes were now searing into the floorboards, releasing a cloud of thick, acrid smoke. Lucienne and her mother were escorted out of the room while the soldiers shielded them from the smoke with their bodies. But just as quickly as the phenomenon began, it ended. The device had melted into a puddle on the floor, which was already beginning to cool. Moments later, a robed man rushed to the scene, a mage with a long white beard, hired by the lord of the estate. He was the first to examine the remains of the destroyed runic artifact. The Tier 3 mage knelt by the remnants of the device, his brows knitted as he concentrated. He waved his hand over the melted artifact, muttering an incantation, yet no trace of mana responded. His face twisted in confusion as he felt nothing, no faint signature, no lingering arcane energy. This is impossible. I can't feel any mana anywhere in this room. It's as if this device ate it. Lucienne heard those words and understood their meaning. Somehow, her brother had managed to dissipate the mana his spell had created, making it untraceable even by special means. She felt a wave of relief, knowing that her brother would not be found and was safe. Her eyes drifted to the melted device, a faint smile crossing her face as she wondered when she might see him again. In her heart, she knew it could take time, but she would wait. Someday, she felt certain, they would all be reunited. A man wearing silvery armor stood in the muted glow of a flickering lantern inside his field tent, surrounded by maps, tactical scrolls, and half-empty water goblets. Outside, dawn was breaking, casting an ashen light across the misty, dew-soaked landscape. The faint, rhythmic clinking of armor and murmurs of the camp beginning to stir reached his ears, but the atmosphere was hushed inside his tent. A rustle at the entrance caught his attention. He turned, eyebrows raised, as one of his knights entered, bowing slightly. It was one of his knight commanders, still in full armor, bearing the signs of urgency. His helmet was tucked under one arm, and beads of sweat glistened on his brow despite the cool morning. "Lord Marshal," the knight said, his voice low and grim. "Urgent news. Count Graham de Vere seeks to speak with you through the crystal." He was insistent. Wentworth Arden's gaze hardened. The Count's sudden attempt to contact him could only mean one thing. De Vere had heard of his son's absence. He'd anticipated it might happen, but not so quickly. "Did he say anything further?" Wentworth asked, his voice as cold as iron. "No, my lord. Only that he demanded your presence at once, and that the matter concerned Lady Lucille." "Lady Lucille?" "Yes, Lord Marshal." Wentworth made a single, silent nod, digesting the information. He was aware that his son had vanished during his return home. His knights were unhurt, beaten by an unidentified foe that managed to pierce through a magically reinforced carriage. Count Graham was on the list of suspects as he clearly despised his son for what he did, but they had made a pact of non-aggression. The contract was designed to prevent him from ever harming his son, either directly or indirectly. However, there was always a possibility of finding ways around it. Some nobles had groups willing to do their bidding without requiring explicit orders. A contract only bound those who signed it, not others. Certain loopholes made evasion feasible. A clause in the contract required Graham to disclose or eliminate any groups he knew of that might act on his behalf. To circumvent this, he could have one of his loyal men form a group independently, without an explicit order. If Graham genuinely didn't know whether such a group existed, he couldn't be held accountable. However, establishing a structure like this was exceptionally difficult, and most nobles were reluctant to create covert organizations they couldn't fully control. There was always the risk that the vassal managing such a group might instigate a revolt, leaving them unable to foresee it coming. "Very well. Have the mage prepare the crystal and see that we are not interrupted." The knight bowed, his expression showing understanding. He exited the tent swiftly. A few moments later, a mage returned, carrying a small, intricate wooden box engraved with runes. He placed it carefully on the low table in front of Wentworth, bowing his head respectfully before stepping back. Wentworth's fingers brushed over the box that held the crystal inside before opening it. "Is it ready?" "Yes, Lord Marshal." "Begin the spell then." After the mage was ordered, he proceeded with the spell. He murmured an incantation, his hands moving gracefully as faint, Silvery trails of mana sparked and gathered around the crystal inside the box. The orb pulsed with a faint, icy blue glow as the spell activated, and the shape of Count Graham de Vere materialized within. His face immediately contorted with anger. "Wentworth Arden. There you are." Graham's voice seethed through the magical connection, his piercing gaze locking onto Wentworth's steady expression. "I demand an explanation. I received a message from my daughter, stating she has eloped with your son and fled the kingdom. I should have known you'd be involved in this deception." Wentworth's expression remained impassive, but inside he was calculating his thoughts. If what Graham was saying was true, then not only did his son vanish, but so did his lover. To make things even more peculiar, the Count was claiming that the two had eloped and fled the kingdom together, a thing that perhaps only happened in romance novels and not something that he didn't believe. "Count de Vere," he began speaking, his voice stoic as ever. "I assure you, I have had no part in Robert's recent actions. In fact, my son disappeared from our own ranks, and I've since been unable to locate him." Wentworth tilted his head slightly as if annoyed at the accusations. "This is as much a surprise to me as it is to you." Graham's face twisted, his suspicion persisting. "So you say, Lord Arden, but the fact remains that your son is nowhere to be found and my daughter, Wentworth, is gone without a trace. What do you intend to do about this? Surely you're not planning to ignore it." Wentworth's jaw clenched at the veiled threat in Graham's words. While the Count was 2 ranks above him as a noble, he was still a marshal, someone very involved in the kingdom's military. "Count de Vere, I would advise you to tread carefully with your accusations. My son's disappearance is no less a blow to my family than your daughter's departure is to yours. And yet, I have not thrown unfounded accusations your way." Wentworth's voice, cold and restrained, carried a warning that made the Count's face harden. The magical projection wavered slightly, but Graham leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he delivered his response. "If I learn that you or any of your family has been involved in this charade, Marshal, you will be held accountable, treaty or no treaty. Your son was seen with Lucille in the past, and I have no doubt he used some underhanded means to take her from me." Wentworth's eyes flashed as he did not appreciate Graham's insinuations, particularly the Count's blatant disregard for his rank. "You forget yourself, Count," he said, his tone getting low, turning into a threat. "I've tolerated your disrespect long enough. Let me remind you that while I do not carry your title, I command forces that protect this kingdom, including yours. If you are so quick to break our contract over mere suspicion, I will not hold back." The 2 men locked gazes through the flickering projection. Graham's mouth twisted into a scowl, but before he could respond, one of Wentworth's advisors stepped forward and whispered urgently into his ear. "Sir, there's news from the estate." The advisor murmured, keeping his voice low. "They've seen a magical message left by your son. He claims he's eloped and wed Count de Vere's daughter." Wentworth's eyes widened briefly before he quickly regained his composure. This news confirmed the information Count Graham had been sharing. Robert had indeed eloped with Lucille, defying his direct orders. This wasn't just reckless. It was potentially disastrous. Yet, amid his anger, a faint glimmer of confusion crept in. There was more to this story than he was being told, and perhaps the Count could fill in the missing pieces. "Count Graham, it appears that your words were true, but there is something you are leaving out. How is it possible for your daughter to be abducted directly from your home?" Graham was still frowning, but when Wentworth questioned him, his expression darkened further. It was clear that he was hesitating to answer this question, but after a sigh, he finally started talking. "Marshal Arden," Graham began, his tone shifting from the previous outrage to a begrudging acknowledgement. "Our estate has certain defenses in place, but it seems they were bypassed with alarming ease. An unknown assailant wearing strange green clothing breached the tower where Lucille was held. This person wielded unusual magic our mages couldn't detect until it was too late." Wentworth's gaze narrowed as he tried to piece things together. Strange green clothing and undetectable magic? Yes, he cut through the tower-reinforced rocks with magic, and used some type of sizzling rod. Cut through, you say? With flame magic? This sounded eerily familiar, much like how Robert had been taken from within the carriage he was being transported in. Whoever had aided Robert's escape, and now Lucille's, possessed powers far beyond those of typical court mages or mercenaries. He didn't know anyone capable of such feats, and as Graham continued explaining how the man had fled on a strange flying artifact, the mystery only deepened. No one he knew fit such a description. Their power would need to be well above that of regular Tier 3 class holders, perhaps even a Tier 4. But who in their right mind would do such a thing? He couldn't imagine any real motive, as his son wasn't anyone particularly important, and neither was his new spouse. He would understand if they wanted to blackmail him and the Count, but instead, they only received some information about them eloping. There were no demands, no ransoms, no ultimatums left behind? Wentworth asked, his voice laced with suspicion. The entire scenario was beginning to feel orchestrated, and perhaps the Count was lying to him. No, Marshal. This mysterious figure breached the estate, freed my daughter without a word, and vanished without leaving any trace or explanation. My men tracked him to a nearby mage tower, but it was futile. He destroyed the gate, and the mages were unable to trace where he had escaped to. And now, I hear my daughter has eloped with your son. Do you think I believe this nonsense? Wentworth didn't answer immediately. His mind was racing as he tried to wrap his head around this issue. If this assailant possessed undetectable magic and could breach noble estates as easily as Graham suggested, he would be an unprecedented threat to the kingdom. Yet, the elopement story, while improbable, was not impossible. Robert's recent actions, combined with his known involvement with Lucille, suggested that this was no random kidnapping but rather an escape plan devised by someone with extraordinary resources. My son is no fool, nor is he so naive as to trust strangers with his life. Whoever aided them, they did so with his consent and your daughter's. He concluded that this must have been a coordinated effort, especially since the Count failed to mention any resistance from his daughter. His son must have had outside help, possibly from someone he met during his service at the border or perhaps an old friend from the Knight Academy. He couldn't discount anyone from Xander's Institute. Either Lucille had studied there for years and likely knew many powerful mages. The man who had fashioned that strange armor for Robert during the duel was particularly suspicious, and he might need to reach out to his acquaintance at the Institute once this was over. Then where are they now, Wentworth? If you did not help them, who did? And if you don't have answers soon, I'll ensure that your family suffers consequences. Threats will not hasten their return. Wentworth snapped, his patience wearing thin. If I discover the whereabouts of my son and your daughter, I promise to inform you, and I hope you do the same. This situation is as baffling to me as it is to you, Count. The two men's gazes clashed through the shimmering light of the crystal, their mistrust for each other quite real. If I discover that your son coerced or endangered my daughter in any way, I will not rest until your house is brought to its knees. The connection broke, leaving Wentworth staring at the dimming crystal, his jaw clenched. If Robert and Lucille truly had eloped, the consequences could indeed be devastating, setting their families at odds and sparking a rift that could resonate throughout the noble houses. He had done his utmost to avoid an open war with the Count. Yet, someone had brazenly undermined his efforts, orchestrating a highly skilled, high-stakes rescue that even he could not trace or understand. Wentworth stood in the silence of his tent, feeling the weight of both anger and frustration settle over him like a heavy cloak. He remained motionless for a moment, his fingers resting on the now dim crystal. Then he turned to his mage, who had been standing silently in the shadows. Find out all you can about this individual in green, Wentworth commanded in a quiet but steady tone. No detail is too small, track him down. The mage nodded. I'll call the information networks immediately, Lord Marshal. There are few with the skill and resources to pull off a feat like this unnoticed. We will find him. Few indeed, Wentworth muttered, his gaze darkening as he glanced at the crystal ball. And even fewer with motives to do so. The mage withdrew quietly, leaving Wentworth to grapple with his thoughts. He took a few minutes to gather them, but couldn't shake the feeling that his old acquaintance had something to do with it. Eventually, he reached into his chest to retrieve a mirror he had not used in ages. It was a beautiful, intricate piece with patterns of leaves and vines curling across its surface. With a sigh, he touched the mirror and channeled a bit of his mana to activate it. The mirror's surface rippled, then stilled, revealing the face of Headmistress, Yevena Arvandis. Her large violet eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement at the unexpected call. Well, what's this? After all these years, the great marshal finally remembers his old friends. Wentworth's forehead bulged as a large vein appeared on it. He was easily able to keep calm when talking to someone like Graham, but this old archmage always managed to get under his skin. To what do I owe the honor, Wentworth? Or do you prefer my lord or Lord Marshal? Though I always liked brat. Why don't I just go with that? Yevena teased, her long ears wiggling with glee at the sight of Wentworth's annoyed expression. Wentworth clenched his jaw, forcing himself to maintain control over his frustration. He wasn't in the mood for Yevena's usual teasing, especially not after the chaotic conversation with Count Graham. His fingers tightened around the ornate mirror, which tensed around the pressure. Enough, Yevena. I'm not here to exchange pleasantries. Yevena's smile faded slightly, sensing the gravity in his tone, but she still remained relaxed. All right, you've got my attention. What's troubling you, old friend? His expression remained neutral as he tried to decipher hers. He could never tell what this woman was thinking, and even now, she seemed unaware of the reason he had contacted her. I need information. A man named Wayland. He helped my son during the duel against De Vere's knight. And then, there's more. I believe he might be involved in something far more disastrous. You wouldn't happen to know anything about him, would you? You mean my deputy professor? Sure, I know him. I sent him off with your daughter. He seemed to have done a great job protecting her. But he returned after that little duel. Was there more to it? This was not what he was expecting to hear, as it implied that this Wayland had nothing to do with Robert's escape. So, you ordered this man to aid my daughter? I did. So, shouldn't you be thanking me instead of accusing me of something I haven't done? Wentworth's grip tightened on the mirror, his frustration mounting. He had to resolve a dispute with the Castellane family, apparently stirred up by Yevena's meddling, with this Wayland serving as nothing more than her pawn. Although it didn't seem like Yevena was directly involved, he still planned to ask her about Graham's account of the events and inform her, in case she knew anything about his son and the Count's daughter eloping. Oh? Something like that happened? That's quite the tale. They have eloped, you say. I hope you aren't expecting any wedding gifts. The vein on his forehead continued to increase in size as the archmage continued to make snarky comments. Yevena, I came to you for information, not jokes. You may find this entertaining, but for my house and the kingdom, this is a matter of security. Security, you say? Very well. You've piqued my interest, Wentworth. Let's set aside our charming history. I will help if I can, but I'm afraid. My professor had nothing to do with your son's business and him choosing love. But if I find something, I'll be sure to inform you about it. How about you visit me for some tea? Oh, that reminds me. Wentworth fought the urge to roll his eyes as Yevena prattled on, her amusement painfully clear. But despite her teasing, he knew that if anyone could help him make sense of this mess, it was her. After all, Yevena was one of the few mages with contacts that ran deep into both magical and noble circles. Yevena, I appreciate the invitation, but I'm pressed for time. If you can learn anything useful about Robert's whereabouts or this elusive figure in green, I would owe you a debt. Ah, always so stoic and heroic. You know, some things never change. He held back from saying anything further, simply agreeing with her before offering a polite farewell and ending the call. His son was missing, yet a strange message hinted that he was still alive, and apparently married to another noble's daughter, whose father despised him. He didn't know who the man in green was, but if he managed to find him, he would make him pay and make it as painful as possible. The sun had begun to burn away the morning mist, but the camp remained cloaked in an air of stillness. 2 soldiers stood outside the Lord Marshal's tent, their breath fogging in the crisp air. Their armor clinked softly as they shifted their weight, both visibly uneasy. "Think we'll get some leave soon?" one asked, his voice barely above a murmur. "I hope so, but knowing the Lord Marshal, he'll have us patrolling the border again." He glanced warily at the tent's canvas flaps. Their leader was inside, communicating through magical means. No sound escaped the thick material, as it was under a silencing enchantment. If someone were being murdered in there, they wouldn't hear a thing. "Yeah." They shared a brief, grim chuckle, but their amusement quickly faded. The Lord Marshal's sternness was infamous, a subject of both dread and legend. They didn't dare complain too loudly, not while standing so close to his tent. Even in whispered tones, neither was certain their leader wouldn't hear them through the canvas walls. Their uneasy conversation came to an abrupt end when the tent flap rustled, and then, without warning, the tent exploded. A powerful force erupted from within, sending the 2 men flying as a gale of wind blasted outward. Shards of dirt, cloth, and splintered wood flew in all directions, turning the serene camp into chaos. The soldiers scrambled to their feet, coughing as a cloud of dust and debris settled over the campsite. A sudden, oppressive silence fell over the scene, save for the faint crackle of breaking wood. They stared wide-eyed at the remnants of the Lord Marshal's tent, now reduced to a jagged ring of shredded fabric and splintered poles. Their leader, Lord Marshal Wentworth Arden, emerged from the center of the wreckage. Though smeared with dirt, his silver armor gleamed in the growing sunlight, as if untouched by the explosion. His cape fluttered behind him in a gust of unseen force, his imposing figure framed by a faint, crackling aura of residual aura energy. His gauntlet hand slowly unclenched, and the earth beneath his feet was visibly scorched, as if it had borne the brunt of his fury. His face was a mask of coldness, but his clenched jaw and the flicker of rage in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. The soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, neither daring to speak. Wentworth's gaze swept over them briefly, his eyes like steel before he spoke, his voice calm yet filled with authority. "We're leaving, you have 10 minutes. The 2 soldiers stiffened to attention, unsure whether they should ask questions or simply obey. Before either could respond, Wentworth strode forward, his voice not loud but easily heard by the thousands of soldiers here. "Pack the camp and mobilize the men. We march for the northern border." The soldier swallowed hard and saluted. "At once, Lord Marshal." As the soldiers hurried off to carry out his orders, Wentworth stopped at the edge of the wreckage and gazed toward the horizon. The morning sun blazed through the thinning mist, its golden light glinting off his polished armor. His eyes fixed on the direction of the inner kingdom, his brows furrowed in thought. For a moment he stood still, as though pondering an unseen adversary, the one responsible for his fury. Finally he turned away. A horse stood ready for him, its dark frame towering and imposing. His troops moved like a well-oiled machine, dismantling and packing up the remaining tents with practiced precision. The camp bustled with activity, soldiers preparing for an unexpected march. Wentworth mounted his steed, a massive warhorse clad in barding as resplendent as its rider's armor. The animal snorted and pawed the ground, as if sensing the seething anger of its master. The Lord Marshal surveyed the camp one last time, his thoughts racing. He needed answers, and quickly. Whoever this man in green was, his actions had disrupted a precarious balance, pitting 2 powerful houses against each other and exposing dangerous vulnerabilities in the kingdom's defenses. Wentworth clenched the reins tightly. Not today, but soon, he would uncover the identity of this man and see justice done. "AAA, chew." Roland sneezed, raising a hand to cover his mouth as dust swirled thickly around him. Grimacing, he activated a mana mantle, its shimmering field enveloping him and blocking out the floating particles. He was not wearing his usual armor but a lighter set of gear, better suited for maneuvering through the underground tunnels of his workshop. also more suited for the messy work he was engaged in now. Now that his outside obligations had eased, Roland finally had time to deliberate on his future plans. One of his key projects was the expansion of his workshop, a task made possible through magical excavation. He was in the process of pushing some earth away, hoping to create a new facility to aid him and some others. The soil here's a lot drier than in other places. Maybe I should have worn a full helmet. He dusted off his gloves, the clumps of dirt falling to the ground as his mana mantle let them through. He squinted into the half-finished chamber as he returned to his work. He was wearing a metal harness covered in runes, just spliced together metal to make use of his magic. This shouldn't take long. The ground rumbled slightly as it parted. The process was both methodical and straightforward. He had mastered the art of handling earth magic with the aid of his runes. Instead of being discarded, the displaced earth was compacted into smaller blocks, which could later be used as wall reinforcements or ground panels. These blocks, however, required treatment with specific alchemical concoctions. For now, he simply transported them into a container off to the side, one equipped with a spatial rune. The process was remarkably efficient, far faster than any modern excavation method he had ever heard of. If he wished, he could likely start a construction company specializing in underground layers, as he had honed this skill to perfection. Once the area was cleared, he used other magical tools and mathematical calculations to identify all the weak points. At these critical spots, he placed support columns, which had been prepared in advance and stored in another spatial rune container. Using a combination of his mage hand spell and a flotation spell, he positioned everything with precision, requiring little external assistance. His spider golems then moved in to secure the structures, melting the hardened blocks together seamlessly. The process felt almost like playing a game. In just a few hours, he had the entire chamber set up, and many more chambers like this one could be created for his future plans. His goal was to turn the area into a leveling ground for himself and others. Should I keep the monsters together or separate them into groups? He pondered as he stepped onto the hardened floor he had constructed. The next phase involved creating corridors leading to holding cells, where he would contain monsters. These monsters wouldn't be used for leveling up, but rather for honing specific skills. His plan was straightforward: capture a few Tier 3 skeletons. They would serve as training targets for people like Robert and Lucille. While practicing on training dummies was effective, striking an actual creature, especially one of a higher level, was exponentially more beneficial. Oh, I should probably test that new theory before deciding anything. Roland murmured to himself and moved toward a special rune-covered container resembling a large iron chest. A skull symbol engraved on its side served as a warning about the dangerous contents within. When he activated the spell, the skull symbol began to glow with a crimson hue, and an eerie sound emanated from inside, howling and the unsettling clatter of bones. Oh, does it want to climb out on its own? But it shouldn't be able to reach outside. With a wave of his hand, he activated another spell. Magical energy surged into the container, forcefully drawing out the being inside. The dimly lit chamber was suddenly illuminated by the creature, a skeleton with a flaming skull. It rattled violently but was helpless under the effects of Roland's telekinetic-like spell, which held it suspended in midair. Its jaw clattered menacingly as it floated before him, only to be unceremoniously dropped to the ground a few meters away. These undead creatures are incredibly useful. Most beings wouldn't survive in a spatial storage space unless it's reconfigured for them. He had conducted extensive research on spatial storage during his time at the Institute and planned to deepen his understanding using the new library he now had access to. The chest holding the monster contained a perfectly cubic space about 10 meters in diameter, entirely controlled by his runes. The interior lacked air and any planetary atmosphere, resembling the vacuum of outer space. For most living beings, survival in such an environment was impossible, or at least it would be without specific modifications. There were multiple types of holding boxes, some being able to slow down time inside while others could even conserve food for infinity. The ones he used created a sort of doorway into another dimension in which he created spatial spaces. In this one he kept this monster inside, but perhaps in the future, he would be able to create constructs that altered time itself. It was an old training method from various works he had read from his own world, and perhaps in the future it would become a possibility. However, for the time being he was constrained by some laws and he had not come here to test new spatial methods. Here it comes. It does seem to react like a machine. The skeleton's flames erupted as it charged at him. The monster lunged forward, its bony hands reaching out, wreathed in fire. Roland stood his ground, observing its movements closely. The mana mantle around him shimmered faintly as the creature's flames washed against it, unable to penetrate the magical shield. He raised his hand and with a quick motion delivered a smack to the monster's bony head. This monster was quite weak compared to him, and the moment his palm touched it, parts of its jaw flew off. The monster flew to the side and crashed into the far wall with a resounding clatter. Bits of bone splintered upon impact, scattering across the chamber floor. The flames on its skull dimmed momentarily, flickering as though in protest. Roland chuckled lightly, brushing off his hand as if it had gotten dusty. Not exactly durable. Did I overdo it? The skeleton lay on the ground, battered but undeterred. Despite its lower half being shattered and its left hand missing, it continued to crawl toward him with relentless determination. The creature lacked fear, survival instincts, or even the basic reasoning of his golems, which were programmed to conserve power and employ tactics. In some ways, it was little more than a mindless automaton. But he wasn't here to fight or repurpose the creature for another of his golem programs. He had greater ambitions. Monster cores from Tier 3 beings offered a far better foundation for his research than this low-level Tier 1 skeleton. After reaching into his tool belt, he retrieved a cube-shaped artifact. Its surface was inscribed with runes different from the usual kind. These markings were darker, more sinister, radiating an aura of occult power. Once his mana was applied to it, a dark greenish aura erupted from this peculiar device. The dark green aura snaked outward from the cube like tendrils of smoke, permeating the air around Roland and the broken skeleton. The effect was immediate. The shards of bone scattered across the chamber floor began to tremble, then shift, as if drawn by an invisible force. Roland's eyes shone with satisfaction as he watched his experiment unfold. The fractured remains of the skeleton clattered and scraped together, assembling like pieces of a grotesque puzzle. The flames in its skull reignited, this time glowing with a sinister green hue. A strange bone-chilling sound echoed through the chamber as necrotic energy pulsed from the cube, imbuing the monster with unnatural vitality. Its form seemed sturdier now, its jagged fractures fusing seamlessly. Even its shattered lower half regenerated, bone knitting itself back together with eerie precision. Interesting. Did it get strengthened by the higher-tier necrotic mana? There was an unforeseen side effect to his experiment. His goal had been simple: to test whether he could replicate necromancer spells using his runes, much like he had successfully done with divine mana and healing spells. His primary aim was to restore the skeletal training dummies he was developing for skill practice. Capturing undead creatures repeatedly was both tedious and dangerous, and he sought a more efficient solution. To that end, he had attempted to emulate necrotic mana, intending to heal the undead and make them reusable. However, the results exceeded his expectations. He discovered that pure, concentrated death energy could not only enhance these creatures but also overwrite their existing programming entirely. Fascinating. It's not trying to attack me. Does it see me as a necromancer or a lich it has to obey now? Roland examined the newly reanimated skeleton, its posture more upright and its movements unervingly smooth compared to before. The green flames in its eyes flickered with a faint intelligence, though its mind remained bound by the necrotic energies that Roland had infused into it. It stood at attention, awaiting his next command like a soldier awaiting orders. Let's see. Walk forward? The skeleton immediately obeyed, taking a few halting steps. The clatter of its bony feet against the chamber's stone floor echoed faintly. It moved as if he was a true necromancer and had been summoned by his very own hands, yet it still remained a regular monster, something that he could kill to gain experience points. Stop! The skeleton froze mid-step, its compliance immediate. Roland nodded, intrigued by the apparent responsiveness and also by the fact that it didn't turn into a summoned creature. If it did, then he would have to readjust his spell. For some reason, summoned monsters made worse training partners, giving less experience to skills for hitting them, probably as a way to keep people from cheating just like he was intending to. Perhaps because I'm emulating lich spells rather than necromancer spells, the system still registers it as a monster minion. But I won't know for sure until someone tests their skills by striking it. This unexpected bonus to his magic was intriguing, but not critical. More tests would be required to understand the full implications. Enhancing these monsters carried some risks. If one of them were to go rogue, especially when he wasn't present at the testing facility he intended to automate, it could become a disaster. Now, return to the chest. The monster obeyed, turning silently and crawling back into the spatial box from which it had been summoned. That marked the end of this test. However, one thing stood out to him: the lingering presence of these energies. Even after deactivating the cube, he could still feel the oppressive mana of death permeating the chamber. If the Solarian Inquisition knew what I was doing now, the Solarian Church despised necromancers more than even cultists, and if they ever discovered what he was up to, it would mean a swift execution. Fortunately, he had methods to deal with the necrotic energy in the area, ensuring it didn't escape. With the aid of divine mana, purging it was a simple matter. After reaching for another cube, this one inscribed with divine runes, he activated it. The artifact began to glow, and as though disinfecting a contaminated space, the undead mana was gradually eradicated. Anyone who entered the chamber now would believe they had stepped into a holy sanctum fit for Solaria herself. Now then, once this place is finished, leveling skills up to Tier 3 will be quite simple. This was just one of many projects Roland was working on, but now that most of the tedious tasks were out of the way, there was finally enough time to focus on much more. There were multiple ways for him to gain more strength, and he intended to push himself forward. Only when he reached Tier 4 or close to it would he begin to stop. So, what's next? He glanced over at a nearby blackboard, where a detailed plan was laid out. Several tasks were listed, each requiring attention. All he needed to do now was choose which one to tackle next.